ADA? Should we show them how we do it every day? Let's get it. Kali that girl, Kali go girl, Kali don't stop, Kali don't skirt, Kali got a job, Kali got a word. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 than a buffet. 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my outfit. 그 문 열지 마 that's a rough day. Don't give any more cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미. But all of my numbers are talking back. 부루마법 message monopoly. 눈종이 돈이나 real money 필요 없대. 너네들이 많은 돈들 go get it, go get it, go get it. 더 미션 눈을 못대 못해 그래 너도 get it cause I got it different.
All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. When I go, it's for thought. Get it cool, but I'm cold. I don't fit in a mold. I'm a rebel. I don't do what you say. Making moves, I don't wait while I smile in your face. I got different DNA. What's higher than the top? That's me. Come take a look before falling on my feet. 조용히 몸을 숙여봐. So take a look, 나를 기억해, queen. All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. Way out，感觉犹如海浪的味道，不断往前，Oh you never way down. This is how I do it every day. Wow, wow，这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间，无比的耀眼。I know you want some more，准备好就一起走，Giving it all more。No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. You know who it is, coming round again. You want a dose of this, right now it's KDA. I'm a goddess with a blaze, 소리처럼 내 이름 잊지 못하게 loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top, 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bad gal, gal, gal. And when I start to talk like that, oh you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with the wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 rebel. 나와
disappear. I'm your eraser. In the cut just like a razor. Murder business, we're my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like whoa. 갈리 유도 gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해. Cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래. 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐. 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss. 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you loud, real, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do. I never going back, nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, know it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me come and get out of the way. I can just lay, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy.
Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 mess. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold.
money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. Oh man, we get money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is let me work. Somebody call 911. My mind no ones and I'm undone. Try to hide but it's not better run from. Bye bye little guy now, run run. It's my time, I'm alive and I'm young, and I'm in a prominent one, better get a watcher when I get a feeling like I'm about to hit him with a shot from a stun gun. Ain't I'm about to get him on a different kind of level. I'll be under like I thought it would be, ain't nobody ready for it. Better get him out, I'm about to make harder than a pot of lava on the one son. Call it what you want, man, I'm about to see the only one who's winning. And I gotta be a little bit offended by the way you trying to talk to me. I'm about to come and check and ask what you really want, son. Y'all don't get it, neither do I, look, I'll admit it. Y'all are trying to take island visits. I'ma run my own island business. It don't exist, I'll invent it. Man, I'm about to be childish with it. Money about to be piling up this so high we might see a pilot hit it. Bang, you gon' remember my name. I got the infinite aim, bringing the infinite pain. Working to get to the fame, then I'ma dip in a similar vein. Whipping the whip when I'm switching the lane. Admitting I'm gifted is simply insane. Man, let me work. Oh man, we get money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. Oh man, we get money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is let me work. Yeah, all I do is work, all I do is work. Keep it on the loud like I'm moving work. All this money crazy, too absurd. I'ma do the money dance, you get served. Lambo or Bugatti, which do you prefer? You standing there in silence, you should use your words. Look, actions speak louder than what you have heard. We bout that action, so you know we bout to do it. Word. My, what a business. Money crazy, so I know just what it's like to be senseless. They say that I can't be crap. Somebody find me a dentist. I'm about to buy up your tap. So soon you might be evicted. I'm saying, man, oh man, we get money all day. I can't hear you talking, I don't care what y'all say. Out of getting nothing, and it's what you call pay. You think that you working, man, that's what they all say. Let me work.
Yeah, yeah. I'm really getting to it day and night. I'm really in the game, I live that life. Fake them left and then I take them right. I ain't going out without a fight. I put on a show under the lights. Love it when they say my name on the mic. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. I'm the coldest, get it done in freezing rain. When I get in my zone, I can feel it in my veins. I go tunnel vision, ain't nobody that can stop me. I'm legendary, they just want the jersey on my body. Put up the numbers, people trying to say they love me. Work out every summer, cause the winter gon' get ugly. Feel like the world against me got me going even harder. Take off like a rocket, I'ma snipe it like I'm hearted.
When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call it option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it. When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call it option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it.
I'm really getting to it day and night. I'm really in the game, I live that life. Fake them left and then I take them right. I ain't going out without a fight. I put on a show under the lights. Love it when they say my name on the mic. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice.
Boy, don't lie, do or die, it's my time. 14 inches, put it all on the line. I'm a big boss, yeah, I do it out the side. I really run this, you just running out of time. I'm pushing a rock, when I dish it, it's a dime. But it's a decline, but I'm still in my prime. All this hard work, only right that I shine. All I know is grind, put in over time.
When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call it option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it. When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call it option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it.
I'm really getting to it day and night. I'm really in the game, I live that life. Fake them left and then I take them right. I ain't going out without a fight. I put on a show under the lights. Love it when they say my name on the mic. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice.
Too clean, interior crispy cream. Roll around with the team, better get with the regime. I don't do no pretending, take you to new dimensions. Shawty all in my mentions, shawty won't give me inches. With a bossy baby, I'll get you frosty baby. Don't care what it costs me baby, I'm feeling flossy lately. I got the rock, I got the rock, I got the sauce, I got that drip, can't f with no op. Drinking my cup, a rock, stay getting lit, yeah, till I drop.
4 AM and I can't feel my face, yeah. Pour me up some more, I'll bubble, yeah. Nothing new to me, so if you trust me, I can make you love me.
Can't change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Why I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, do another smile, I'ma be the greatest. Good luck keeping up everything I can, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training, straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy, you can never frame this. I am what you might be, too fast and I'm too strong. I might juke y'all like I'm lightning, spook y'all like I'm frightening. They ain't never seen it like me, got my team right beside me. High tide, I'm rising, my time that's timely. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. 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 I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me?
Scenario, win, yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, I believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Now, what you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, Yeah, I'm a prodigy, ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me, thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth, now my mind at ease. Worst out of me comes out of me, we don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition, I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends, this is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters, let that fade off. Whichever chiefs told me I wasn't gonna make it, should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking, when the edge catch don't pay off. And I know your work. Add tax and take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode, this a deep grind. Speak gold over each line. No cheap code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro and it's E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all bark, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
너 공중에 붕 떠있는 너 이제 내 말 좀 들어봐.
네가 누군지 알아, 걔도 누군지 알아. 빛나던 너한테 속았어. 내 눈이 밝아지게 될 거라. 분명 똥인지 된장인지 알게 될 거라. 넌 날 속였어. 뱃속부터 꿈틀거려 감입하고 왔어. 완전히 밸런스 잡았어. Not to left, not to right, just right at the center with the word. 네 시간 이제 끝나가. 나보다 네가 더 잘하잖아. 우리 사이 영원할 거라 생각했어. 다 보여 걔를 흉내낸 것뿐인 너. 걔가 너보다 훨씬 핫하더라고. 걔가 너보다 훨씬 부시더라고. 다 보여 이제 최후의 네 모습이 다 들려 이제 추악한 네 목소리. 스웩은 완전 새끈 네 스웩은 완전 짜증. 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. 스웩은 완전 간지 네 스웩은 정말 먼지. 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. nasty boy. 네가 그 자리에 있으면 너도 대세 될 줄 알았어? 짱 먹을 줄 알았어? 넌 그렇게 뱁새같이 따라해. 네 다리는 황새 쫓다 아파해. 이제 너는 개의 심판 속에 떨어질 일만 남은 지랄 같은 운명 속에 넌 히껏해 하늘에서 비웃어 땅 위에서 비웃어. 다 보여 이제 최후의 네 모습이 다 들려 이제 추악한 네 목소리. 스웩은 완전 새끈 네 스웩은 완전 짜증. 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. 스웩은 완전 간지 네 스웩은 정말 먼지. 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. 걔가 완전 이겼어 깨끗하게 이겼어 깨끗하게. 너는 완전 다졌어 비참하게 다졌어 비참하게. 걔가 완전 이겼어 스웩은 완전 새끈 네 스웩은 완전 짜증. 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. 스웩은 완전 간지 네 스웩은 정말 먼지. 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy.
기억나니 네가 했던 말. 나만 있으면 세상 그 무엇도 필요 없다던 지킬 수 없는 약속이라도 받고 싶었어. 어쩌면 우린 다르지 않을까. 하지만 너무 이제 나를 보
flipping all of you die, one at a time. Those are the facts, we don't throw dice. Ready to fire, ready or not, we let it decline.
There's nothing you can do. RNG are your nightmare.
Set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this. Burn it up.
Hello and welcome back to MSI 2022 in Busan, South Korea. Here we see T1 and EG arriving at the arena, getting ready for day 3 of the Rumble stage. A lot of really important matchups as we close out the first round robin of the Rumble stage.
Is that just me? There's the slow-mo sliding open.
Yeah.
It's fancy.
You gotta have a dramatic entrance, right? Being one of the best players in the world. Here we see EG, tall order ahead of them as they will go up against T1 in that first matchup of the day. Lots of exciting games in store. I'm Dash, that's Lyric, that's Azale. You guys ready to do this thing?
Oh yeah.
All righty.
100%.
Here we go. Now the competition is heating up, and what would an international competition be without a little bit of trash talk? And of course, it's got to be Jojo Pian continuing the smack talk unabated. The man doesn't stop.
I just love it. I mean, because he's getting roasted by the fans. Like, he's getting slapped by EU, but he's still tweeting out, scheduled tweet. EU is so easy to have time to alt-tab and tweet in-game, knowing full well he's probably going to lose the game. It's just fun to see an LCS player, the youngest guy at the tournament, come here with a little bit of swagger, a little bit of cockiness, and I think he's actually playing pretty darn well.
Yeah, and I mean, just overall, right? I mean, everyone's having fun with it, whether it's owners like Carlos, other pro players respecting him for doing it, maybe upsetting some fans, but it's like, this is the personality I feel like we need, especially coming from, you know, maybe regions that don't have the best results, but can still give fans someone to cheer for and believe in.
Absolutely. He's redefining the trash talk meta. You got to wonder how much further can he take it. He's scheduled to tweet. I'm waiting for him to get a whole social media team on, you know, on retainer, where they're just tweeting out responses as
someone
the game
throws
is playing
him a phone on
live.
stage, he catches it, he tweets after he first bullets you.
So brilliant, so brilliant. Just a little bit of fun to kick off our day, but now let's turn our attention to the rest of the table. The first round robin of the group stage will end today. It is an important day for Saigon Buffaloes, who find themselves at the bottom of the table. Of course, G2 Esports sitting pretty at 4-0, followed just behind by RNG. And then, interestingly, that tie between T1 and EG to be broken today in that first matchup, vying for third place. Things are interesting here, Lyric.
Today's really crazy, but I love just you starting off with Buffalo, right? Because, I mean, 0-4, I'm actually kind of surprised, right? This was the team that I said was going to be one of the most dangerous teams coming into the group stage. But, I mean, you hit it on it earlier backstage. A cornered Buffalo, that's a scary thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Right, exactly. It's while it is looking dire for them, they are dangerous for exactly that reason. Yeah. When your back is against the wall, you're just going to throw fire at fire.
I mean, their bot lane has proven that they are world class. I think there's some work to do on the rest of the map at times, but you know, this is an incredibly important day for them. They're already 0-4. They're 2 games back and forth. They play EG today, so if you want to make it to the knockout stage, you've got to start picking up wins today.
Yeah, not counting them out just yet. Another team that we have to talk about when it comes to struggles is T1. Again, the surprise that they're even finding themselves in the position here 4 games in to be tied for third place and really having a battle to make sure they avoid a 1-4 matchup in the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, it's shocking. I mean, it sounds funny because they've only played 2 games against major regions, but they haven't beaten a major region at the event yet, right? You know, they have their opportunity to beat EG in the first matchup of the day, but if they lose to EG, like, the sky is falling for this team and for the LCK.
Yeah, and you know, I think it just opens up so many questions, right, about, I mean, obviously looks super good in their domestic region, right? The run that they had can't be taken away from them no matter how they do here, but still a very slow start for T1. A lot of young players, right, coming onto the international stage, but we need to see them step up today.
And a hot start in the group stage, right? But to your point, Azale, a bit of stumbles here in the Rumble stage, and so we'll have to see how they recover moving into the day. We're going to touch a lot more on T1 as they do go up against EG in our first matchup of the day. But from here, I want to flip back to a little bit of a meta touch. We don't need to talk about too much today, but the meta in the bot lane is developing with Kai'Sa and Ezreal Fever breaking out in the Rumble stage. Lore was able to catch up with Gala after his match in the Verizon post-game interview to get his thoughts on the Daughter of the Void's dominance.
You mentioned the late game, which makes me want to talk about Kai'Sa, because this is one of the most OP champ right now on the bot lane, and I know that you're a really good fan of Kai'Sa. What kind of advantage it gives you that this champion is so strong right now? And tell me about the matchup versus Ezreal, please.
我觉得卡莎本身是一个 是一个就是可以就是自己保命的英雄吧，就完全不需要队友创造输出环境，就完全可以自身寻找输出环境的一个英雄。就在打团的时候会很好，然后在面对伊泽瑞尔的时候，其实伊泽瑞尔因为卡莎非常的灵活嘛，然后打团的时候其实伊泽瑞尔很难就是技能消耗到，然后打起来的时候，如果大招就是后期的话，大招突到就是伊泽瑞尔的旁边，就是伊泽瑞尔单挑也基本是不可能打赢的，所以如果拖到后期的话，这个英雄面对伊泽瑞尔胜率是很高的。
I feel like for Kai'Sa, this champion herself really can have a very good survivability, which is very crucial for the marksman. So with Kai'Sa, I can really seek more opportunities in the actual game to do more damage. And also Kai'Sa can perform so good in actual team fight. And facing against Azrael, I feel like Azrael is very hard to make the poke on Kai'Sa. And maybe we can drag into the late game. So after in the late game, I think Azrael is very hard to make the 1v1 fight against Kai'Sa. So I think Kai'Sa got a very decent win rate against Azrael for the bot lane matchup.
I see. Well, thank you so much for this insight on the bot lane matchup.
It's awesome to hear from a top-tier, world-class AD carry on the matchup specifically, but a few things very specifically jump out to me. Number one, the survivability of the champion. And while you could argue that Ezreal can match that kind of survivability, the extra addition to that conversation is, as he said, the 1v1. When Kai'Sa is able to get on top of the Ezreal in the late game, it is very rare that you would ever see an Ezreal outplay that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen this in a lot of games. We've seen Gala do it himself. We saw Flocka do that against EG. You know, if you can get the plasma onto the Ezreal, dive in on the Ezreal. Ezreal just cannot win this 1v1 and has to play so safely in these team fights because if you ever get tagged, Kai'Sa's in and you're dead.
Yeah, and I feel like just overall on the meta, right, she feels like such a staple when you have so many compositions that just want to dive onto the backline, right? With the Wukong being so strong, the LeBlanc, another champion that could dive in with the Kai'Sa. And I mean, even those champions against Kai'Sa, right, you have things like your ultimate to reposition and get away from those engages.
Exactly, and so it kind of makes sense that we're starting to see the AD carry meta warp around that Kai'Sa, and it speaks to the 4-1 record that she holds over Ezreal matchups. And so
3-0 yesterday.
You're right, and we entered day one talking a lot about Tristana, and while we have seen the Tristana come out, we've even seen a couple Kallistas, it seems more and more that teams are starting to recognize the power of those two picks, but specifically the Kai'Sa. Now, we have two of the best Kai'Sas of the tournament so far in Flacket and Gala. They're going to be facing off in Game 5 later tonight in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
It seems as if both of these teams are destined to have an international tug-of-war over the MSI title.
RNG! Destroy Damwon Kia!
And despite RNG winning last time, G2 are back on their feet and ready to try and take it back.
I think Caps is back to clubs. He is like brings a lot of confidence into the team and as well a lot of fun and sometimes a little bit of trolling as well.
The scariest thing for a competitive League of Legends player is seeing Caps with a grin on his face. Last time these teams faced off, Claps was unleashed.
Going right back in, Wukong for the knockup on a one. Stopwatch burn, and down goes Samu. Oh, he's healing, he's staying alive. Two-shot barrage. Gala playing to his limits, but ignited and falls. And G2 mop the floor with RNG.
But RNG with Xiaohu returning to the mid lane this year are the reigning MSI champions and flagship of their region.
Gala gonna pick up yet another kill. It's a double, it's a triple, is it a quadra, is it a penta? Gala's gonna get it again! The penta kill for Gala!
Today, they look to even the score versus G2 in this featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
I think having fun is the superpower, yeah.
You better take notes! It's MSI and G2 are back!
Will RNG be able to finally take down G2, or will the unstoppable force just keep on rolling?
The defending MSI champions in RNG up against the talk of the tournament, the undefeated G2. While this might not be the battle for the trophy just yet, in so many ways, Azael, this does feel like the battle for first place in the Rumble stage.
I mean, it absolutely is, right? Both these teams beat T1. You know, G2 already took them down once, so if RNG want to have their fate in their hands, they have to be able to take down G2 here. And we all know there's been so much talk about the big three teams at this tournament, so getting first place is really important to get an easier matchup in the knockout stage. RNG has got to be on point today.
Yeah, I feel like just even the momentum, right, going into the second stage, being able to, you know, dodge either G2 or T1 themselves, be able to get there, play maybe an easier matchup, but just even the confidence going into a best of 5, I think would be huge. And even on the other end for G2, being able to come out having 2-0'd the previous MSI champions would be such a huge win for them.
Yeah, and when we talk about that undefeated streak, there is so much momentum that goes along with it, right? And for RNG, similarly, if they could hand that first loss to G2 just to make them stumble, just to make them think for a moment, you know, about their own maybe fallacies, which they haven't been exposed to just yet, that could work wonders.
I mean, these two teams have just been so exciting, and it does feel like, you know, out of the 4 major region teams, these are the ones that are adapting best. These are the ones I think feel most at home in this current meta, where, you know, EG and T1 have been kind of falling behind, you know, not able to adapt as quickly.
And that's what brings me back to our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz between the two 80 carries. You've got Gala on one side, who, no surprise, is a top performer and expected to be. But on the other side of the matchup, Lyric, I think in some ways a bit of a surprise here on the international stage. Flacket stepping up in such a huge way.
I know, coming in out of nowhere, right, Zale? Flacket coming in, he shows up. You know, G2 and Flacket not really having necessarily the best regular season performance, having to wait till that playoff run to really show up. But here, I just love the aggression. I love the decisiveness coming out from him. Always willing to go in, follow up the aggression of other members like Caps and Targamas, and he's really just been stepping up.
I mean, G2 bot lane has just taken it to another level when you compare to the regular season, where a lot of people are saying, yeah, G2's good, but the bot lane's kind of a liability. They're not going to be able to hold up internationally. They're not going to be able to kind of do this. Then they had the lower bracket run. They looked incredible, and they've jumped onto the international scene and just been amazing. Flacket in particular, how aggressive, how confident he is playing, especially on picks like the Kaisa, is just so damn fun to watch.
So while undoubtedly we will have a spotlight on these two players, particularly in the mid to late, where those 80 carries become hyper relevant, Azale, it's about getting there. And when it comes to G2, a person who has played a phenomenal and tremendous role in getting them there has, of course, been G2's Jankos. And I believe you've got a couple of creative jungle paths to break down for us.
Exactly. I mean, to me, it's just been about Jankos kind of bucking the trend. And G2 in general, as we're going to see in this neighborhood tactics presented by State Farm, they like to do things that are a little bit atypical. They're willing to skip camps. They're willing to do some aggressive moves. So we're going to run through a couple of these games. And to start this off, we can see this is a game against Order. Order going to be leashing on bot side. They're playing against an Evelyn. They want to look to punish this early. So Jankos, he's just going to do a 3-clamp clear on top side. You can see that mid lane being pushed in here by Caps. Going to be able to join up. Kevy moves up. Jankos is already looking for the invade. You can see they had this worded out over at the red buff. And Caps with the push, he's simply going to move on in. They're going to collapse onto Kevy, look to punish this Evelyn very early on. Kevy goes on the run, but Caps is already there. The chain connects. They're going to be able to get a pretty easy first blood here. A lot of people are just not counting on these invades, not counting on these aggressive paths that G2 has been consistently looking for here. Once again, you can see Lee Sin inspired starting up here on the red buff. That is worded out. Jankos going to be starting over on the blue. He is getting that leash from Broken Blade. And he's again going to look for a gank here, you know, coming from the top side of the map, doing a 3-camp clear into a gank without red buff is very atypical here. And you can see Jojo Pyun, he's actually quite healthy at this point, has a slight health lead there on Caps, lane going okay, albeit very early stages. But Jankos now here on the wraparound, again, no red buff. He's playing Wukong. A lot of people were just expecting you to either come from bot side with the red buff or just do a full 6-camp clear, reset, look to play it out. But no, Jankos straight through mid. This one does not get a kill. But look at Jojo Pyun's health at the end of this. Went from a slight health advantage to an absolutely lost lane. This is putting Caps in that position to really excel. We know Caps with the lead is pretty much unstoppable. And Jankos has been very, very consistently able to get him those advantages. It's just been so fun to watch. And you have to also take note of the fact that Jankos is not spending a lot of time for these ganks. He's doing 3 quick camps right through mid, gets a kill or gets some summoners or an HP advantage, and then he's right back to farming. Again, here, this one is against SGB. Jankos, again, 3-camp clear, no red buff, playing Graves, going to look for the wraparound here, all the way over onto Froggy. Caps is actually already trading very aggressively here, trying to prep for this. And Caps also deserves credit. He's done a great job of actually curating the waves and setting up the wave state to be perfect for these ganks. This one gonna result in even more as Caps is able to go in there on Froggy. He flashes in, lands the charm. Jankos shows up, gets the first blood. Everything coming up G2 here. The confetti's falling from the sky. It's just been really, really fun to see. And I think teams are going to have to give much more respect to these early looks. Like, is the pathing that crazy? You know, is the play itself that crazy? No, it looks relatively simple, but it's a fact that he's coming at unexpected timings. He's getting these ganks off around 220, 230, sometimes very, very early on in the game. And he's coming from a side of the map that mid laners just aren't ready for, because who ganks you without red buff at level 3 on Graves? Like, no one's doing it. So you could say, oh, well, that's not a good gank. That's not efficient. That's a stupid gank. It shouldn't work. But people are creatures of habit, and they play around timings, they play around ward timings, they expect the ganks to come in from certain angles, from certain times, and he's breaking those trends, and G2 are doing so well with that.
First off, consider this my petition to have a confetti shower added into the game as like
really
as a first blood kill finisher. I think that should just always be the case. Beyond that, though, I love the point you're making, right? And how at times it does result in a kill, other times it does not. But in either case, it is extraordinarily effective. Also, the first replay in which the jungler becomes the target, and on all different champions, Wukong to Graves to even some of those aggressive early ganking junglers, it's going to make every opponent think differently about how to approach G2. Every laner is now going to be second-guessing their wave state and their warding and the vision of the team. And so an incredibly creative player who, by all accounts, has gotten G2 off on the right foot in a majority of games.
I mean, it's the reason why, you know, Jankos has had so much longevity, right? Just being able to consistently look for these types of plays, work so well with his laner. And again, just these are plays that are very hard to predict and play around. So I think it's going to be really hard for other teams to adapt and even learn like what the counter answers are.
And one of the coolest things is, even if Jankos goes into a game with no plan on ganking, does a 6-clam clear, take scuttle and recalls, right? People have to play scared. They're not going to play their lanes as aggressively because, like, well, all these other times, you know, he did this early kind of cheesy gank, and it's just so smart to mix in that play.
You got to love it. It's the cerebralness, the creativity of the jungle role, and how much effect you can have by playing through the fog, lack of information, and things like that. Of course, this has been a big piece of G2's success so far here at MSI, and that in and of itself, their success has been such a massive part of the community conversation. People are wildly excited about the undefeated streak of G2. So let's talk about that for just a minute. We're very lucky that production was able to whip this cute little graphic up for us from last night to today. Here is their performance so far at MSI. Now remember that they had a 12-0 win streak coming into this point. 4-0 over Order, 4-0 over EG in the group stage. They've now taken their first wins over RNG, EG, T1, and SGB in the Rumble stage. We are going to update this graphic. We're going to track this as it goes for the potential undefeated run for the entire MSI title. It will only get more difficult, though, Azael, as things go on. They would have to end with a total 36 wins in a row in order to take the MSI title without dropping one.
I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. And you come into the event and you're like, well, of course, the win streak's going to end. But every game that they play, you start to believe a little bit more, and you're like, well, maybe.
Yeah.
And it is going to get harder and harder, though. You know, the opponents are going to get more difficult. Best of 5 is going to be a string of games against top teams that is going to be hard to kind of remain perfect. But I mean, G2 is just on fire.
Yeah, and I gotta say, even if it is hard or unlikely that they can at least go with like the perfect streak, right? The fact that they've had this streak now, if they can go on to win the event, I mean, it still looks absolutely fantastic.
Historic.
And yeah, just absolutely historic. Beating teams like T1, beating teams like RNG to get it done, just absolutely wild.
Now, G2 is sitting pretty currently in the Rumble stage. Let's talk a little bit about what else we have in store, though, today by pulling up our schedule. A reminder to the viewers, the game number 1 Sports Evil Geniuses versus T1 before G2 steps onto the stage for the first time today to close out their first round robin against PSG Town. We got Royal Never Give Up versus Saigon Buffaloes in that third game of the day, and we'll close things out with a slew of games sporting T1 versus PSG, RNG versus G2, and EG versus Saigon Buffaloes.
EG versus T1 is a battle for third, and no one was expecting T1 to be in that position. If EG takes them, I think the discussion is going to only be about T1 and what has happened to them, because they have not yet won against a major region here. People were expecting them to be the heavy favorites.
Yeah, and I even just think the discussion coming into Rumble stage, right, was like, okay, we have a top 3 and a clear bottom 3. EG, in my opinion, have already separated themselves from
that's
PSG.
out the window
exactly. Now. Already separated themselves from PSG and Buffalo. T1 not stepping up. honestly, like, EG might be underdogs, but I definitely think they can get it done.
It's starting to feel like G2 has solidified themselves as the team to beat. I think we will wait to see the first round robin fully closed to be super definitive about that. But then, yes, it is a lot less of a top 3, bottom 3, and more like a 1-3-2 or 1-2-1-2.
Yeah.
It's a lot tougher, which is very cool to see
Kind
here.
of like a soup, if you ask Mark Z.
Mark Z, where you at? Hopefully you're awake. Tweet us if you are. Okay, our first matchup of the day is EG versus T1. And earlier this week on Dysphoria, the guys broke down how T1 is bringing a different style to the world stage.
Love that show.
It's I
think they all play the games in different ways, and they all have kind of different strengths and different approaches to the games. And it's not even really like the traditional ways that you would think about the regions, right? Everyone thinks about LCK, all right, you're like super slow, you're methodical, you're playing for a late, you're waiting for your opponents to make mistakes, and then you're crushing them with really good macro. You know, LPL, you're the madmen, you're just going all in early and you're fight, right? Like these teams are kind of bucking the trend of what their region does. T1 really is the like out hands you team, I think. Yeah. You know, they are so much about early game focus, about actually prepping their waves perfectly.
That's why they added all the zoomers.
Yep. Moving around the map and actually punishing on these perfectly stacked waves. You know, they trim it, they time the waves, they time these rotations so well, having Faker move around, you know, so much of an emphasis on farming plates for Gumayushi, you know, putting resources into getting him and Keria ahead. Keria is not this like madman roaming around the map as much. He mostly doesn't even really go to top lane very often. It's been more this focus, you know, especially in the regular season and playoffs, about just like getting Gumayushi to the stage. And they're so good individually that they kind of just like run over teams in the early game just through laning prowess, right?
Yeah. Lyric, I want to pull you into this same exact conversation because I think everything that Azael said is undoubtedly true. And we've seen that.
That's a good point.
Thanks for killing my momentum. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's undoubtedly true, right? And they've approached this MSI tournament the same way that they approached competition domestically, but the results are not the same. And I think that's where we have to start to call into question what is happening. Why isn't T1 finding the same success that they found regionally while playing in a similar fashion here on the international stage?
Yeah, I mean, even the early games, right, have still been phenomenal across the board. It's really just been once we've gotten to those mid games where I feel like they still had like similar issues domestically, but we're now at an event where teams can punish, where sure, they find this big gold lead against G2, but G2 come out with this creative draft, much stronger, and able to prevent T1 from like forcing and having any agency to be able to close out games. And I gotta be honest though, the RNG loss I think is the more surprising one, just with how scrappy that one was, and maybe just something T1 didn't expect.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. There's being challenged in different ways, right? You know, they slapped down the first pick TF. G2's like, nope, can't do that. Diana Yasuo, right? You know, they're gonna punish you in that way. In the RNG game, I think that T1 maybe wasn't fully ready for how willing RNG was to scrap. Like, they were just going to fight over everything no matter what. Bin was willing to fight even when Bin shouldn't have been fighting. But Gala and Xiaohu were ready to scrap at all stages, and they were unassailed throughout that game. They were really hard to stop, and they just got so fed. And eventually, the game is just 5v5, 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 and these carries took over.
Yeah, and I was talking to Chronicler yesterday, and he was saying there was one fight specifically where T1 have already secured the Drake. So T1 aren't the type of team, or in the LCK it doesn't happen, where a team is then going to force the fight after the objective's already gone. But in LPL, this happens quite often, and I've talked to LPL coaches about this, and they think you can even use the objective knowing, hey, we aren't going to contest the objective, but we can use that to get the better position for the fight. And just like Chronicler said, T1 obviously wasn't ready for that type of aggression.
I mean, I think you can even look at some of the Herald plays where T1 was trying to do these kind of like light four-man contests, where in the LCK, I think, as you say, people would have been maybe more happy to just take the Herald and then back off. But RNG is like, you're here with less people? We're fighting, right? And they're going to take those kills.
Well, I think that's perfect to, again, kind of put against these goal differences that we see, right? Because within the LCK, generally building a 3.6K goal difference at 14 minutes, they're basically keeping pace with themselves here on the MSI stage, but it is every minute beyond that where they seem to be coming up against a little bit more resistance, a little bit more willingness to test them and those hands that we talk about them having. And when we talk about hands, this man behind us definitely has them. Zeus, I think, no surprise, has continued to be a top performer for the squad, but in so many ways is kind of the individual that I want to call out here on the international stage for T1 as perhaps being the best.
Yeah, I've just loved watching him play. His lane dominance is just so extraordinary. He can do it, with resources if Owner and Faker want to come help him out, or he can do it completely by himself, picks the crazy, volatile counter matchup, bringing out things like the Irelia, and even just bringing his leads into the mid game. I don't necessarily feel like it's like Isaiah's problem or an individual problem. It's kind of like bringing everything together. But individually, this man can push his lead forward by himself.
He absolutely can. And I mean, I think that T1 have a lot of incredible individuals. To me, I haven't really watched individual play from T1 and been like, wow, you really suck. Like everyone is playing really well individually as far as like the mechanics, I think for the most part. Gumayusi, maybe there's some criticism there. But to me, it's been more about how the team is working as a whole, whether their draft priorities are right, whether how they're actually playing on the map is correct. And I think in some ways, they weren't challenged as much in the LCK because they were so dominant that when you come here and you're playing against G2 and RNG who can push you, you have to have some of these bad habits exposed before you can really fix them.
Yeah, as I praise Zeus, I don't want to overlook Broken Blade's performance, however, filling very different roles and styles for their teams. I guess my next question becomes, when you look at the struggles that T1 has had and how they recover or start that, positive uphill climb throughout the tournament, would you recommend or would you feel that it has to come from this guy? Is it about investing more resources into your best performing member at the tournament? Or is it about relying on him to do what he's done, Lyric, and going elsewhere?
Yeah, it's always, I think, an interesting question for every team in League is do we invest in covering our weakness? Not to say their bot lane is a weakness, right? But the weakest performance.
That carrier guy. Kind of sure of that weakness down there.
But right, do you help enable the ones who are struggling, or do you just push your strength even further? I think it can work either way, but Azale, you had a pretty strong opinion on this in rehearsal earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that they should do what has worked for them for so long, right? And that has been, more allow Zeus and Owner to do their thing, but focus on Gumayusi, getting him ahead. This guy is incredible. Keria, pretty much everyone had as the best player in the world coming into the event. That has not really changed, though Caps is the best performing member here. I think they should do what's really worked for them.
I think it'll be interesting to kind of pull that idea into the conversation of this first matchup as we kind of flip over to the EG side of things. A team that domestically, Azale, found most of their success when they finally landed on a style in playoffs. And that style revolved around their bot lane.
Exactly. I mean, it was Jinx Aphelios, similar for T1. That doesn't really work here anymore, so teams are having to change. And EG really did struggle with their drafting in the regular season. If you only watch playoffs, you saw them go, 12-1 in the bot lane, or sorry, in the lower bracket run. They crushed through. You're like, all right, they have it all figured out. They lost every single game against the top 3 in the regular season, and it wasn't really clicking until they found their style. And they haven't been able to do that yet here, but they have maintained a lot of these drafting struggles. They haven't looked confident. LeBlanc left up, Wukong left up. They're not even trading OPs because they're so concerned, I think, about potential counter picks. Like, what if Caps brings out Lysandra? Well, if you give over everything and you allow your opponents to dictate the draft, you're always going to be in a losing position.
Yeah, it's kind of weird too, right? Because you're kind of hitting on them being afraid of these counter picks coming out and trying to get in a better position in laning phase, but it kind of leaves them with worse drafts and worse lanes and just worse picks overall, even though they're trying to go for the opposite.
Yeah, they hit 1 of 5 here for us. I think we like the Mord pick in this draft specifically, but the rest left something to be desired. And so we'll have to see whether or not they can do the same thing they did in the postseason in the LCS and work their way towards a style that fits in this meta specifically. And that is where I will bring us all the way back to that conversation that we had around the AD carries, the Kai'Sa, the Ezreal meta. Obviously, this game here, it was Danny playing the Ezreal side of things, but let's not forget that he can perform as well on a Kai'Sa pick, and I have to wonder if they're going to start to look to secure that more often around him, as he, of the 2 young members on EG, seems to be the one that is struggling more on the international stage.
Yeah, and even if it doesn't come down to like his performance maybe improving on like the pick of Kai'Sa itself, I think the thing that's great about Kai'Sa is, again, it puts the agency in his hands. He has to more proactively and more aggressively look for plays, and I think if you're on champions like that, if those plays work out, that's going to give you confidence to keep going for those similar plays.
And while we want to see more from Danny, Azale, that man on your screen there, Jojo, the youngest player at the tournament, I think for many has actually impressed in his individual performance.
I think so. I think my expectations were pretty high for him, and I feel like he's been meeting them. Yes, Caps has been dominating, but Caps has been dominating everyone. Yeah. And when you look at the last 3 games that he played in the Rumble stage, his TF, his Rise, and his LeBlanc, even if you didn't like the individual picks, I think he piloted them very well. He has looked looked more and more confident throughout the stage. So this is just exciting to see a 17-year-old, NA talent here, I think, performing at a very high level internationally.
Those are some pretty sweet statistics right there. That is a lot of attention, though,
He's
from the
involved
jungle.
in it
I'm a
all.
little surprised.
Exactly. All the kills completely revolving around him or him being a part of it. And that's the confidence we were talking about with Danny JoJo is showing.
I am surprised to say, but excited to say, that this seems like a battle for third place for EG and T1. Without further ado, let's kick off day 3 of the Rumble stage.
부산에서는 LCK 아마 2013 때 윈터 때 한번 했었어요. 사학이랑 저랑 같이 그 각자의 나라에서 최고가 돼서 붙는 경우가 많았던 것 같아요. 이번에 만난 건 뭐 당연하게 만난다고 생각하고,
프로 세계에서는 누군가 이긴다면 다른 한쪽은 져야 되는 게 당연하기 때문에 그래도 아직 저희가 100% 아니라서 다들 열심히 하는 분위기입니다.
페이커랑 같이 우승했었고 이번엔 제 차례입니다.
G2 Esports, the best team so far in the side 2022.
RNG, they are very similar to us in a way, but I'm confident that we can do it better.
我认为在这场赛当中 ，G2 的中野就是表现出来的统治力是所有队伍中最强大的。
Being on every single player of RNG is a threat. Shaco is really insane.
明天对战 G2 的话，具体的计划就是不太方便说的，但是这一次再面对 G2 的话，我们是势在必得的，要拿下这场胜利。
G2의 영광은 더 이상 과거형이 아닙니다. 전 세계가 주목하고 있습니다.
지금 이 순간이 저와 저희 팀에게 가장 멋진 순간일지도 몰라요. 그렇기 때문에 저희 앞을 막는 것은 모두 뛰어넘어야 하죠.
제가 만약에 우승을 한다면 저라는 임팩트라는 선수가 증명할 수 있는 거고, 어디 나라를 가도 우승할 수 있다는 걸 보여주는 것 같아요.
EG, 이번엔 다르다. 보이지 않는 장벽을 깨부수기 위해 나아갑니다.
LCS가 불가능을 이룰 시간이 왔습니다.
자비를 보여주지 않겠습니다.
Welcome to the Caster Desk, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and Castergen never failing to give those nerd chills. Absolutely amazing. But this is a difficult time for the two of us. We'll do our very best to keep it as unbiased as possible. I know this is an LCK desk right now, so we will try as hard as we can. It has been a difficult couple of days, and this is a huge test for T1. Not a sentence I was expecting to say before a game like this.
And for the overall course of the tournament, that's incredible. The journey that T1 has had thus far has been extremely tough, and I think for EG, this is the best moment. Say that they do lose to T1 now, that T1 is able to get a win later in the day as well. I would fully expect them to bounce back, as they have done in so many best-of-3s. But if they lose to EG here, I don't know what free fall we're going to see. I don't know how much deeper they can go. And it would be, especially coming into the tournament, something that no one would have expected.
And we haven't seen them bounce back all year, Chronicler. That's the thing that's very scary if you're a T1 fan, is because they've been undefeated this whole time. We don't know what happens when they lose a match, right? They've lost games, but then they've come back very consistently across this year. And we saw a lot of emotion out of Keria after their last loss, hoping that they've put that behind them here so that they can put their best foot forward against EG. And there are some really fun stories about this match. Of course, you heard from Impact just earlier, up against his former teammate in Faker. Of course, both of them many, many years ago securing that title together. And now Impact, it's time to put his stamp on the world stage from a different region. And it is just massive. It's taken this long for him to get here into this moment, and it would be absolutely amazing if EG could secure that third place in the standings against T1.
Will be an incredible boon for the team themselves, but also for NA, which we were talking about this earlier, and I think it was Azil that actually mentioned that, yeah, NA, you know, they've had their fair share of struggles, but the performance that they've had specifically against D2, who understandably as good as they've been, has not been par for the course for NA.
No.
They are generally a team that loses more often, but they don't get any win. They don't get beaten 5 times in a row. And talk about T1 being able to maybe find a momentum switch here. The very much, I'd say, is the same for EG. Now, if we talk about the actual teams, I actually also see a lot of similarities. Danny's highlight play that he was able to find domestically within the playoffs reminds me of a lot of the things that we saw Gumayushi do on Jinx as well.
I think
right?
it's the champion pools are definitely a huge thing. You heard the desk talking about the Kai'Sa. All time, both of these players have under a 40% win rate on the champion. She is not necessarily in their wheelhouse, and honestly, that didn't matter throughout this entire season. Kai'Sa wasn't necessarily that big pick that you would take, unless you're talking to Gala, of course, who would just be playing Kai'Sa every single game if he could. This is a very different story, but now they're up against one another. Danny versus Gumayushi, both of these guys, very young players. You want to talk about age? You've got Faker against Jojo Pyun in the mid lane, the youngest player at the tournament versus one of the oldest.
And then we have Impact versus Zeus, which is the exactly flip side
the flip side. Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. It's about, you know, history versus the up-and-coming talent, and it's across both sides of the rift. Of course, Faker, the grandfather of T1, and Impact, the grandfather of EG. But here we are in the Champion Select, as Kalista and LeBlanc both banned away from T1, and you've got Lucian and Wukong not hitting the rift. So some pretty standard bans, looking a little bit like that Gwen first pick with the Jax being locked away. Ahri going to be taken off the board here as well, and there is that Gwen that was pretty face-up after the Jax.
And with the Ahri ban, there's also not a choice where you go either Gwen or Ahri. T1 generally has responded with the cannon, something that we saw T1 attempt to pull out against G2, but due to Targamas' impeccable defensive play and some unfortunate itemization choices.
I mean, if you
that
cut that video
really
at 15
out.
minutes, then, you know, would have worked out. You'd say that it worked out for T1. Unfortunately, the game went longer than that.
Yeah, having a hard time.
Yeah.
Aren't you, Atlas?
I'm just, you know, we'll pull it together. It'll be absolutely fine. Graves going to be locked in, though. You know, throughout the season, we would be saying that it's a flex pick, but likely going towards Owner here as he's thinking about what they want to take away. Of course, top is a relatively safe pick, but they might want to priority pick something for the bottom lane, and the center is what they're considering. I'm very happy about this because it's not Ezreal blind pick again.
And a lot of people have been very outspoken. I wholeheartedly share the opinion that Ezreal has been heavily over-prioritized, especially with how well Kai'Sa has been performing throughout this tournament. It's a counter that goes way back, and if you look at the caliber of Kai'Sa players at the tournament as well, it is something that didn't make that much sense to me, so I'm happy to see T1 swap away from that. In addition to that, it keeps your draft very, very open, and it allows Keria to go for more playmaking potential, because while Gumayushi has had an incredibly rough tournament. For Keria, it's been a bit more up and down, but as support, generally when your team is losing, you're also going to look a lot worse. As Twisted Fate, another pick that I think is a little bit contentious with how successful dive and teamfight style comps have been this far on the tournament.
As well as this is Twisted Fate being picked into Faker, of course. And Faker has been playing Twisted Fate for what feels like longer than Jojo Pyun's been alive. Definitely untrue, but that's what it feels like given the age gap between these two players. And this is something that Faker has been famous for many of those years that he has been playing this game. The Silas comes to mind, and they will lock that one in. As being able to follow the Twisted Fate around has been something that's already found a fair bit of success by players named Caps so far in this tournament.
And the Jax ban is paying off so much here for EG because TF is another pick that does struggle to have proper side lane influence if the Jax is packed up with the Counter-Strike. The effectiveness of the Silas we have seen be all right. Generally hasn't been a hard counter, but teams have been able to wield that very well as T1 now with what has already been picked up for them. As you pointed out, they can definitely flex the Graves, but thus far hasn't really happened. And pinching the jungle pool here for Inspired is really important. Inspired has been maybe not having the impact that someone like Jankos has had thus far in the tournament, but he has definitely been one of the most well-performing members, most stable performing members on EG, and making sure that he doesn't get a matchup that he's looking for is a good way for T1 to kind of keep EG down.
Yeah, and so the engaged support, Tom Kench, going to be banned away from Carrier here. And of course, Tom Kench center is probably one of the oldest center lanes that we've had thus far. I expect something a little bit more interesting to come out from the bottom side of the map. We know that Carrier likes to flex his champion pool, and there are so many things that you can play alongside center. My favorite being Maokai. We'll see whether the tree comes in. But the Nocturne going to be banned away. Yet another level 6 jungler for Inspired. And of course, the Darkness plus Destiny combo is terrifying. No pun intended, with both Twisted Fate and Nocturne on the team.
Really hard to match as well for T1, even with that Silas already being picked up, as the Vlad ban has been rising in priority as a Gwen
the pseudo counter. Yeah,
it has been. I still see T1 just default to cannon here. Zeus is one, incredibly comfortable in the pick, and has piloted with much success into the Gwen previously. Another pick that I don't necessarily love for the matchup into the Gwen, but I love overall, would be the Camille, but Gangplank looking to come out here, and is a pick that has been very highly prioritized throughout the tournament, has slowly dropped a little bit, as initially it was basically banned every single game.
Yep.
And now we start seeing it get through the drafts more and more.
Well, the Yuumi being considered right now for Vulcan as well. Of course, Ezreal Yuumi, one of the more famous Ezreal lane or Yuumi lanes. This one I like a whole lot more, but we're just cycling through some enchanters, and I'm making the mistake of talking about hovers, but Brad's going to come in. Ezreal Bard is a lot of power towards that bottom side of the map, some extra sustain there as well, and all of that funny business that you can throw down with things like the Tempered Fate, and that buys time for Destiny Gate to come through. I actually really like this pick, even if it is a little bit fragile there on the bottom side. Not a lot of engage options here for EG thus far. We'll see what Inspired's going to be picking up. It's going to be the Viego, so definitely a lot of map play necessary here for EG to get things working the way they want.
And that is actually a piece of criticism that I've had for T1 with how they've been underperforming, is drafting these style of comps where when you catch someone in a rotation, when you're the one with control on the map, this EG comp is insanely strong at choking out vision. Generally, we don't see the Nautilus actually pick up any farm in lanes like these.
It hasn't been since Toynbee that I've seen the Nautilus with farm, but that was quite some time ago.
Once upon a time,
it certainly was. It was actually, that was my favorite way to play the Nautilus. You know, you play, you lock in the Astro Nautilus skin, you get the Moby boots, and you just hop around the rift. And in my case, not necessarily being all that valuable. But this is a very interesting draft. Looking over the side of EG, I like the idea. The execution is going to be very difficult, but you can see how it would work. So much is on Vulcan, making sure that these Tempered Fates are going to be in the right spots, and the setup is going to be there.
Addition to that, the ability of EG to punish misrotations from T1 is incredible. And honestly, T1 this tournament has been punished so many times.
Yeah.
RNG was a really good example as well. G2 did it expertly. So I'd be a little worried for them. And T1 going to a little bit more of a standard composition, front to back, with still some skirmishing power with that Silas.
And the best thing about EG's composition, in my mind, is I looked at the draft yesterday, especially the one against G2, and I was like, I don't necessarily understand what this is supposed to do. You look at this draft and you're like, you get it.
I get
completely.
it. I understand this.
Like, we're playing some side lanes. We're going to do some Brad shenanigans. We're going to take some magical journeys, and we are going to catch T1 unawares. And that is definitely something that they're going to be able to do if they can get their ducks in a row, if they can make this composition work the way that it's supposed to. It's not a front-to-back team-fighting composition. This is definitely more of those smoke and mirrors necessary. But T1 as well. I mean, this is another one of those compositions, another one of those times where I'm like, feeling a bit better here for T1. They've got that very powerful Gangplank. Of course, Zeus, not necessarily known for his Gangplank in the LCK, but has picked it up one time here at MSI. But Ona, very comfortable on the Graves, and we've seen Faker do some amazing things on this Silas. And Carrier might be unlocked here. As you can see, it will be the fasting center. And so Carrier is going to be a bit tankier than you'd otherwise expect on the Nautilus.
Can't remember the last time, because we have seen some center lanes, particularly from Guma and Carrier, and seeing them go for Nautilus here, especially when Carrier plays things like Zac, which I would be very excited
I was,
to see.
I was hoping for some trees. I was hoping for some Majin Buu. It would have been fun, but not going to get that just yet. I think maybe Carrier is saving some excitement for later in the week. Of course, this is the end of the first half of our first round robin, of course. Yeah, we're closing out. These next 3 games be the last time. Then it'll be rematches. See whether some revenge can be picked up from a lot of our teams here at MSI. Right, Chain Lash comes out. But Jojopyun probably going to be fairly okay for the first few levels. We've seen that Silas can certainly get some surprises done even early in this matchup.
Notably here, both teams have the same amount of information, with the top side invade from T1, bottom side invade from EG, both placing down wards on the respective blue buff. So full knowledge here for both teams of where the junglers are going to be, which in practice should lead to a relatively eventful early game. But we have seen, and the most successful example of this obviously has been Jankos, junglers kind of moving away from those timers, moving away from the expected clear, the expected pathing, to punish aggressively. And this ward from EG is going to confirm that Owner definitely still on the expected path here.
Yep, you can see T1 actually aware of where that vision is as well, pinging that one out. So no surprises between the two as Zeus and Impact fighting it out here. Of course, Gangplank pretty powerful early, just parlaying with the Gwen. And not exactly too psyched about it, as you can see. Skamushi down to sub 200 here on the bottom side. There is a great chain from Faker. Looking for Jojopyun, gets him to under 200 health himself, but with that range, should be able to still stay relatively safe farming it out.
Notable here also that Faker has gone for the teleport. With Ignite, he might have had a little bit more threat there, but not going to be the case here. Inspired, spotted there, and Owner going to cover with both Faker and Jojopyun backing. Don't expect there to be any heavy contest there. And with Owner in the area, Zeus also completely fine to shove out this wave on top side.
Ooh, max range hook here towards the bottom side of the map. Another snare to come through. Arcane Shift coming out from Danny. Not going to be flashing just yet, Atlas.
And you might think that we have a horse in the race where LCK casters has hold up, saves no mana, but gonna be fine.
Piercing Darkness coming through. Vulcan taking a fair bit of damage here. Not a lot of mana for himself, as T1 reclaiming some control towards this bottom side. And look, this is looking relatively like a T1 patented early game, but you can see in the gold, EG still holding on pretty nicely, and it will be a 1-for-1 scuttle trade as well. So the shellfish count going to be absolutely fine. Ooh, barrel not going to land, but another parlay comes through. Not a lot of mana here for the Gangplank, though.
Notable here, Impact, of course, having the Ignite advantage. So Zeus needs to play this very respectful, with the ward also going to take a little bit of minion damage, but they don't want to take the risk. As I was saying, you might think that we have a horse in the race because we're LCK casters, and we do. But the real bet is what happens pre-5 minutes in that bot lane.
Hey, that's true.
You're in deep trouble, Atlas.
We only have 30 seconds. Well, to be perfectly honest, no. That bet was something that that I didn't have the right amount of information for. And let's be honest, me and bets, I'm not very good at them, Chronicler. As you can see, I'm missing a fair bit on the top of my head.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah.
When that happened.
Yeah. Well, some say it was your fault. Which is completely untrue, but I like it.
I wouldn't say that personally, because it makes me feel really bad, mostly.
No. Well, it wasn't your fault. You know, it was definitely on me. But the amount of people who are like, I can't believe Chronicler made him do that. I'm like, oh, he didn't, guys. This was all me. Hey, I can take responsibility.
You can frame it as I made Atlas lose his hair. I made you save your stomach. That's a win.
That's true, because I didn't have to eat my shoe. And that's, you know, that wouldn't have been all that fun. Faker going to be tidying up that mid lane, though. Jojopyun just hanging out. Both of our mid laners with their teleports on cooldown. But no flashes down from anyone just yet. Nothing like that. Still pretty slow here in this early stage of the game. Owner hanging around. Ward goes down. And not going to be able to clear it as Inspired. Thinking about trying to get a bit of damage onto Faker, but he successfully makes it back to his tower. And we are once again going to be in comfort LCK territory. Chronicler, I'm really glad. I mean, I know it's like only 6 minutes into the game, but still, things very tense. Not a lot of action happening just yet. And after a day like yesterday, it feels strange to not have action erupting all over the Rift.
Well, we're on the desk, and I also assume that we're going to get the immediate Cloud Drake.
I hope
the
so.
moment. Yeah, I know you do.
I mean, no. We'll get a Mountain next, and then it's Clouds.
Yeah. Okay.
Dream. We haven't had. There's been barely any Cloud Souls so far.
I want to talk about the game, Atlas. I know.
Okay.
I know you feel very strongly about this. I mean, I get it. I know your love for Cloud Soul runs deep. But with now more backs coming through and 6 being hit on a lot of the global ultimates, Faker has a fake one, Zeus has a real one, Jojopion has a real one, and Vulcan is Bard, so he's just a global champion.
Yeah.
I'm expecting to see a lot more action around the first objectives. That Drake, although it has mostly been disregarded by T1, they put a little bit more focus on that objective during this tournament, but particularly that Rift Herald. How are we going to see both of these two teams set up? Because I do think the EG comp, again, if T1 doesn't respect where Jojo is, if they don't keep good track of Inspired, and Vulcan can hit a early piece of CC, and you blow someone from T1 up, with how T1 have been playing thus far, I'm pretty sure that they are then going to contest 4 versus 5, and then lose.
Well, I mean, it's very, very difficult. The amount that EG can follow up after a pick is just absurd.
Yeah.
With things like Viego being able to get those resets, but not to mention the mobility that you get with something like the Bard. Even Impact's chase potential is very high as Faker thinking about throwing a fake Destiny towards that top side. Will not commit to it. Just threatening. Decent bit of vision there. Was available from EG. Do like how they're protecting Impact. He's certainly very important to this team and so far performing very, very well against the T1 young top laner.
And in the context of the game, it makes sense, but seeing Senna roam while a Nautilus stays in lane feels peculiar. Herald spawning coming up soon. Do expect EG, as they get shoved in here, to try and contest that, but they might also go for the counterplay, put a lot of pressure on Carrier towards the top side and try to get some plates into Vulcan, as there is the fake Destiny being used, but
I mean, it's not fake, it's just stolen, as the chain is going to be dashed out of the way from.
Is it counterfeit?
Yeah, I guess. It's hijacked.
That works.
I'm very confident in the fact that it's hijacked, knowing the name of the ability. Other than that, don't know quite as much. As Kerry's going to find a hook here on to the Twisted Fate in the mid lane. Decent chain to come out, but the flash comes through from Jojopion. Vulcan in the area perfectly. Will be able to save his mid laner, but that is a flash down on the Twisted Fate. Fake is going to return the favor, though, so neither mid laners with that option.
A little disrespectful from T1 there to try and actually shove in that wave. When they were taking Herald, can just let that wave go, and then you don't have to use your flash. Overall trade still going firmly in favor of T1, as with that roam from Carrier towards mid, going to be having enough pressure picking that up early.
Yep. Zeus just shooting Impact over and over again. Now that Sheen has been picked up, it's going to be even more frustrating for the Gwen. But of course, when that Leeching Leer comes in, it will be a little bit better with the added sustain that Gwen will have for herself. Jojopion, as soon as he enters Fog of War, T1 do need to be careful. There's now Impact going in. Trial by Fire, I believe, down onto the Gwen now as well as Ona comes on over. Needlework is out there, flashes forward, and that's going to be first blood for Zeus, continuing his amazing run here at MSI.
With the lack of vision and no defensive summoners available, big risk that you're taking there as Impact going forward so far. And I was just going to say, T1, they can probably get some plates, but getting an actual first turbo looking rough as Guma.
Yeah, this is looking rough as well. Chronicler is now Faker. He's got the Destiny Eye on top of him. Gold card comes out, the Piercing Darkness, not enough healing whatsoever, and EG fight back.
And Guma getting taken down is a prize that EG is going to be very happy to take. Unfortunately for them, overall trade still firmly in favor of T1, as with that Impact death, so much gold going into Zeus, who has been, by, I'd say, a large margin, the most consistent performing member of T1. And domestically, Zeus got basically no attention, and he didn't need attention, because again, T1 basically unchecked within the own region. But here at MSI, it's been such a different story, and I'm happy to see T1 actually pay way more attention towards their best performing player. Guma, unfortunately, at least doesn't use the flash. He's used a lot of those in plays where he shouldn't in the matches thus far. So at least holds on to that, but exactly showing what EG wants to do, which is pick off those stragglers.
Yeah, well, our MasterCard Mythic is going to be the Trinity Force as we have a look at the replay of this first blood. And yeah, Gangplank pretty powerful at this stage of the game, but committing to the flash gets the parlay, and Gwen was unfortunately not immune.
And I think also a fake sense of security there, possibly for Impact, because Jojo was roaming up. And if a Twisted Phase is roaming towards your lane, you're going to feel a lot better about it. Guma walking alone. into enemy territory with no one to really back him up. Unfortunately, he just gets taken down immediately. Nicely done there. And those type of mistakes right now are not too consequential. But the EG comp is going to be able to do this regardless of how far we get into the game. And it continues a trend of the type of mistakes that domestically T1 just didn't really seem to make as they pick up the Drake here.
Tempered Fate going to be flashed there from Gumayushi, not wanting to take the risk. So now the Senna largely going to be a sitting duck as this game continues. EG now continuing to push towards the bottom side. Carrier in position, Inspired wrapping around as well. Looking like a bit of a 3v3. There's a flash over the wall and the pick comes in! Carrier locks down the kill after the Dawning Shadow does a lot of damage. The magical journey will be followed by absolutely everyone as Faker has got the inside track. The Cosmic Binding is amazing from Vulcan, and Danny finishes off the kill. Arcane shifts out of the way of the hook and EG will walk it out.
Wonderfully done there by EG. The greed from T1 to go for that Zeus.
Yeah, Impact fighting the gangplank here and the needlework. That last one not landing. Dashing forward, let's see whether Zeus can win the 1v1. Trial by Fire is so powerful, and that will secure it. Solo kill for the Gangplank top lane.
Jojo Pyondo, he's looking.
Can he dive the turret, though? Oranges are there,
okay,
and Gangplank has a habit of being K after eating them.
Little carried away there after 2 successful plays. Yeah, top side. Unfortunate play, even with the Ignite advantage and the ult advantage. Zeus having already finished his Trinity Force. Not a necessary play, but this is a really nice punish there from EG when T1 overextends. Forcing the flash here is nicely done. Again, you see the attempt from Inspired to roam around and maybe look for a good skirmisher, as they should with the composition. And then this pick off T1, that part's great. Inspired is on vision, Carrier flashes over, and they hunt to zero in. And then they follow Bard through the portal.
Yeah,
and there's not a lot of rules.
Yeah.
That's one of them.
Don't chase Singed and don't follow Brad through his portal.
You can't. And really nice ultimate as well from Danny. Being able to actually pick off Faker there, who was hiding behind the rest of his teammates. This little less fortunate. As, yeah, like I said, maybe if you hit all the needles, you might be fine here. But in the extended trade, with the item advantage that Zeus has, this has really taken your matchup from not great to real hard for Impact.
Yeah. I believe what you were looking for there is bad to worse.
I'd like to stay positive, Atlas. Sue me. I needed this tournament, okay?
No, I liked it. You were going for the different way, and I enjoyed it. As T1 possibly in trouble yet again here, as the Tempered Fate is going to be avoided. That is the smallest little dredge line from Carrier, and is obviously not going to be enough to get him out to safety, as he is left out to dry. EG evening up the kill score yet again, and they are not down by too much gold here at all as we crest the 15-minute mark.
I'm loving EG, because with this type of composition, you're going to be always looking for those type of plays, and consistently going towards the T1 bot lane that has had so many struggles works out really, really well. Really hard for both Guma and Carrier to get away from that Tempered Fate when they don't have the flash available. And it is definitely a top-side win for T1. EG on the bot side getting a huge lead there, as we can see. Of course, with Senna lanes, there always be a little bit of disjoint in terms of gold. But suffice it to say that Danny, he's feeling very well nourished.
Yeah.
He's got a turret. He's been given over a couple of kills. And that is a really good setup for EG as they get into the later parts of the game, because the T1 composition actually does have an issue getting on top of that Ezreal. That's why I don't know if I actually was able to mention it, but also thought about the Camille in the T1 composition rather, because it's one of the very few picks that can actually reliably deal with Ezreal, or besides Kai'Sa. But we've seen that happen a lot.
Yeah.
This tournament.
And these are two players that don't necessarily like the Kai'Sa all that much. Tempered Fate is going to find Gumayushi. Let's see whether this is a kill for EG, and absolutely it is. Oh dear. Absolutely nothing the T180 carry could do, and that's precisely what this comp was built to do from EG.
It's just really well done. EG continuously keeps using their long-range punish with the Tempered Fate, and they have Jojo Pyon roaming around. Inspired and Vulcan have basically been inseparable this entire game. And it's not going to lead to an objective, but what I love about this comp from EG is that when a player isn't having a great tournament, focusing the ever-living hell out of me. It's not nice, but it definitely gets results. And that's what EG has been able to do here with Guma, who you were actually the one who pointed this out. Guma domestically had a, what was it, 28% damage share of his team.
Yeah.
It's 21 now, and the meta shift of away from Jinx and Phelios into the Kai'Sa and...
But I mean, if it moves to an Ezreal meta, I mean, the highest damage share numbers I've ever seen have been Ezreal.
Well, exactly. So, so it's still bad.
I don't think you can. There aren't too many excuses. It's just not the Gumayusi that we've been used to seeing.
Continuously killing him is great, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. Well, let's see whether Gumayusi can get himself back into that mindset. And honestly, he hasn't had too many answers so far. To the things that EG have been trying to do, and I don't think it's necessarily on him.
See that Drake?
Yeah, no, it's a mountain, and then it's a cloud.
Okay.
What were you expecting? I've read the script today, as Jojo Pun
Very well
can get out of the way of the gangplank, and Erna will be able to secure it, and it is an Infernal Drake. So definitely much more fun. Drake. Definitely much more fun than the Cloud Drake, but not necessarily my personal favorite. As Zeus picks up the tower on the bottom side of the map. Faker looking for a back as well as Ona. We'll see whether Jojo Pun's going to be able to do anything here. Of course, Skullcar's not as threatening to a gangplank. Carrier's Locket does get finished up. And Gumayusi just trying to farm things up here in this mid lane. See whether the center can get online. Of course, still a fair bit of soul farming has come through, but as you can see, he takes a lot of damage.
Soul count also not looking particularly great. Only sitting on 51,
only 51
right now. Yeah, it's just a bad experience for the T1 bot lane, and that kind of beckons the question: which team actually got the better hand of this early game? Because in terms of gold, there is clearly neither team that has been able to really break away.
But when have we been able to say that for a T1 match so far? I mean, it feels like even in games that T1 loses, they have at least a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah. That has been one of the main characteristics. So EG managing well in that regard, I think in of itself is a big win. On the flip side, I do feel like T1, when it comes to the overall composition, is going to have a lot easier time in the late game. There are some really well-scaling parts of VG, Impact most notably, and the Ezreal, as I mentioned previously, will be hard for T1 to get on top of if they don't have something like a Stolen Tempered Fate, like a Destiny from the Sylas, but it is a little harder to execute. You do need to have all the pieces in motion, and you need T1 ideally to, again, have someone roam away from the main team. Be able to pick them off, start those resets for Inspired. Also, Zeus went Hullbreaker, and that is a clear sign that T1 is presumably going to be looking for split pushing, which into the composition of EG is a, I'd say, ill-advised move, because they don't really want you to group.
But I mean, yeah, no, I don't have very many positives here. As Zeus is going to test out his new Hullbreaker here. Carrier is going to ruin it for him as Tempered Fate comes down. That is going to be Ona, though, in the back line, seeing what they can do. Cannon Barrage is absolutely fantastic, and Inspired has to break his stopwatch to stay alive. Gumayusi now back with the team in the Phalanx. It's been reformed. A stolen Tempered Fate comes down, and Bard gets a taste of his own medicine. Gumayusi picks up the kill to get some revenge. Shirley will go down, but T1 1-0 in the fight.
And the smokescreen from Ona was so big there, not actually allowing EG to immediately pick off Zeus. That would have been a huge boon. If they 100-0 him, he's the most fat member on T1. Him going down would mean a surefire win for EG. Unfortunately for them, not quite working out that way. And while the first two Drakes going over to T1 have not been the biggest issue, we do see here again, the front-to-back teamfight from T1, I think is incredibly hard to play into. If you don't hunt to zero someone, the healing that Guma provide is going to be a big problem. And Zeus, if he gets off a couple of barrel combos, even with Hullbreaker, it's going to hurt a lot.
No, it absolutely is. There's another thing that I kind of want to talk about a little bit, because I imagine a lot of people are saying like T1's got a lot of physical damage. Things like this certainly can be a problem sometimes. But of course, you know, Sylas is there, but going to be building a lot of utility in the earlier stages. But I mean, no one on EG is going to be building anything remotely defensive. So it's not as much of an issue necessarily, but still something to keep in mind as this game goes on.
You are getting a lot of value, as we can see from the amount of armor that's already being stacked by EG, right? Them being able to pick up multiple Tabis and try to deal with the, especially when Faker isn't actually targeting you, because Sylas single target damage is amazing.
Yeah, no, exactly.
But, in a team setting, it's not nearly as impressive until like late game where you can steal Ezreal ultis and whatnot. It is definitely rough, and that actually adds to Zay's going for a more tanky build. It's very consistent, but it does mean that those one-taps, especially against the squishy members of EG, is not going to be as reliable as it might otherwise be.
Well, Impact is going to come on over, take down that control ward as well as the barrel and the brush. And yes, 30 seconds until soul point for T1. They desperately want to lock that one down, get some control on this map, because if EG get map control, this composition capitalizes on it so incredibly well. True Shot Barrage to come through from Danny, just to tidy up that mid lane as best he can, get a bit of added information. As Zeus with his Scryer's Bloom sees exactly what's going on, but EG are stacked up. Carrier going to buffer the dredge line very nicely to get out of the way of the Tempered Fate. A big tool now not there for EG, as that's a max range dredge line. Arcane Shift from Danny. He flashes to get out of the way as well as Faker. Off to the side, the Dawning Shadow will help take down the Ezreal. Another dredge line comes through from Carrier, but the stopwatch is there for Jojo Pune. It's not going to do enough as Faker just dashes out of the way. And Zeus is underneath the turret. He straight up does not care about that extra damage. And the barrel does so much work. Impact is so low, and T1 wipe the fight.
And Danny is the one person that can't die on EG. He can't go down first. Their most fat members, so many resources invested in getting him ahead, and him getting taken down means that T1, even though Impact, who has been put so far behind, gets them dangerously low, they lack the crucial damage. And it might have been a soul point, which is unfortunate, but not the end of the world. But instead, T1 pick up the Baron.
Well, Inspired's going to pick up the Drake. He's going to die, but they deny soul point. So I guess there's that. Baron goes over to T1, though. And now there is so much pushing power. And EG with a composition like this, very difficult to play into that Baron at the same time, because they're the team that wants to be playing those side lanes, and T1 now with a big advantage.
And looking forward to the replay of that fight, because I think Faker's angle that he found with the Destiny was pivotal in actually definitively locking Danny down. And even with the Arcane Shift, even with the Flash, him not being able to get out there was what secured the skirmish. Now T1 going to be able to pick up so much standing gold, and a game that has been relatively even now, 7k gold lead for T1, as Zeus clearly, you know what, that damage is overrated, Atlas. we're utility gangplanking here.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. You know, you got to get all of those safety items first.
Okay?
Yeah.
He has free items.
I mean, Trinity Force by itself is tons of damage. My friend David told me about that. As T1, they do get themselves out of the way. Tempered Fate will land, but no follow-up is going to be available. Now they'll move themselves back. The Baron being utilized beautifully here as Zeus is going to take down the inner turret on the top side. Claims that, and now he's just a brick wall, denying EG any access to their topside lane. Another dredge line's going to connect as the Destiny does come on through. They're trying to take down Zeus. The barrel, the gangplank ulti, just absolutely massive. And Zeus 1 versus 3 will walk it out against EG. Odin's going to take down Danny now, and I think it's all over, but the crying T1 wandering into the EG base, and it felt close until it absolutely wasn't.
Who needs bank plank when you can have tank plank? Zeus gets collapsed upon, and it doesn't matter at all, because I think that's the play you need to look for as EG. Try to desperately find someone that isn't with the rest of their team, pick them off, and use that momentum, but unfortunately, wasn't enough.
No, Gumayushi going to try and get some revenge here against his bottom side counterpart, Inspired. Yeah, he's going to be representing Rogue here as the Nexus goes down, and T1 bounce back after a difficult day yesterday and claim 3rd place here at MSI 2022.
And it's a really big victory for T1 because, understandably, the stakes going into this match were so high for both these two teams. Previously to Rumble stage, we're like, yeah, you know, EG looking like a 4th team. No one would have been surprised by that. But instead, this could have been a turning point for them. Instead, it might be the start of a turning point for T1 as they regain some composure, regain some momentum. And even though I think EG continues to improve in every single game that I see of them, at crucial moments, team fights just don't work out.
It was there is so much upside to take away from EG in this game as well. It was one of the least dominant early games for T1 thus far. Yes, EG had a composition that was going to be very difficult to pilot, but they were beginning to make it work, and there are just a couple of these mistakes
through that mid game that the whole game just ran away from them, right? Zeus also playing absolutely amazingly on this game, playing with his Hullbreaker build, and a well-deserved bow here for T1. One step closer to regaining themselves here at MSI 2022. You could imagine they're happy with this win, but it's not nearly enough to make them happy with their performance so far.
Because a lot of the issues that we have seen for T1 were still visible in this game. Particularly Gumayushi, whose performance unfortunately just hasn't been to what we have come to expect from him within the LCK, going up against people like Ruler and Deft, who I'd argue are pretty good at the game.
Yeah, I'd say so.
And he looked really good. And thus far, this tournament, not so much.
It's not necessarily been his tournament, but before we head back, be sure to check out the game comms from G2 and EG's match yesterday in Sounds of the Game, presented by Bose.
I'm coming. Yo, guys, I'm tipping you, okay? Okay. I'm gonna look for the I still watch you, okay? I still watch. I'm ghosting. It's baiting, Wukong is very low. Wukong. Yeah. I'm looking at Udo okay? It's pretty clear, okay?
Yeah, slow down.
It's pretty. I still watch. Let's play left there.
I need help, okay?
Guys, I still watch. I'm in the middle.
Kaisa. Should we cleanse?
I'm looking around.
Here. Yeah.
He down.
I'm taking tips. Yeah, guys, we need help on lead.
Yeah.
No, I win. Okay. She's no flash. Kaisa flash cleanse.
Push
the power wave.
Yeah.
Cancel this impact.
Do you wanna?
I need to be careful. They can be catching me here.
I'm here. Blue dash. I still watch.
We need help. I'm coming.
Yeah.
I'm behind them, by the way. Yeah.
All flash.
I'm behind them. We can still win this.
Kaisa's nothing.
Move. I should do.
Look.
No flash horn. Nice.
I have TP, guys. I have TP.
Yeah, but it's fine.
You one shot, by the way. We one shot.
I'm moving. I ult as well. I ult. Look at Ezreal after. Look at Ezreal.
I'm looking. Oh, look.
Ezreal. Yeah!
Look, lead.
Go on.
He's dead. I'll kill him.
Okay.
Let's get nice.
Nice!
I can zone lead, but more can ult.
He has no flash. It's fine.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
Behind 14 epic days of epicness. Behind 61 million hours of dropped jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends MSI 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
기억나니 네가 했던 말 나만 있으면 세상 그 무엇도 필요 없다던 지킬 수 없는 약속이라도 받고 싶었어 어쩌면 우린 다르지 않을까 하지만 너무 어렸던 난 누구지 알 수 없었지 영원이란 단어보다 더한 거짓은 없다는 걸 You break me every time 더 이상은 견딜 수 없어 남은 것은 상처뿐이야 이제 나를 보내야만 해 You hurt me every time 너에게로 다가갈수록 우린 더 멀어질 뿐이야 나만 희망이란 아는 걸 소중했던 시간조차도 아픔이 되어 내 맘속을 파고들고 있어 하지만 너무 어렸던 난 도무지 알 수 없었지 영원이란 단어보다 더한 거짓은 없다는 걸 You break me every time 더 이상은 견딜 수
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where T1 finds a beautiful rebound victory over Evil Geniuses here to kick off the day. I do want to dive directly into the draft, though, and get working into this game, because we had a lot of questions around meta in general, but as well, in particular, with a couple of these teams, where they would start to put their resources. Let's start by looking at the AD carry matchup, because that was a big talk at the top of the day. Kai'Sa, Ezreal beginning to dominate the conversation, and T1 makes an interesting adjustment by taking the Senna super early, Lyric, and I feel like that forced EG to really consider whether or not they would be willing to pull a Kai'Sa into the matchup.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? When we hit on it earlier in the day of like Kai'Sa, Ezreal, Kalista, Tristana, we've had a little bit of Senna, but just to see T1 have the confidence to go for it. I know Chronicler was talking to me about this is a pick that T1 do like to go for. And I think it also does give you some versatility in terms of how you can play out your draft, and makes it a bit harder for the enemy to pick right. Even Saigon Buffalo the other day playing things like the Senna Vlad. So I think overall, I like the adaptation coming out from T1. And I mean, EG kind of just playing it safe with the Ezreal matchup.
Yeah, no, I think it was actually really smart from T1. You bring in Senna, that allows you to have the farming Nautilus. You have your kind of frontliner there, and you're pairing with some really high DPS physical damage champions in the GP and the Grave, so you're not really going to be hurt by the fact they don't have a traditional kind of farming marksman. So I think the draft was really smart. It also shores up any sort of side lane problems that they could have. They knew that TF, Gwen, these picks, like it was obviously a first pick Gwen, so they knew that it was going to be playing towards side. Senna can help whatever matchup Zeus was going to bring there. Yep. Of course, he didn't really end up needing the help.
Nope.
But I just thought it was really an intelligent draft.
Absolutely, and I'll just add a little note. I got to wonder if this is going to trigger something in EG's brain. Danny, no slouch on Senna himself, played it all throughout the spring split. So with 5 more games to go here in the second round robin, I wonder if they'll start to look and consider that pick as an option for themselves. But let's dive into the play itself, because as you mentioned, it was kind of the tale of 2 lanes. On the top side, all for T1, and on the bot side, EG getting work done.
I mean, for me, they needed to win on top side, EG, to really kind of have a pressure point in this game, right? To be able to play through this powerful Gwen. If Gwen is ahead, then TF can play through it. Bard can be roaming up there. You make your plays around that, draw extra members up. But unfortunately for them, Zeus gets way ahead early off this Owner gank. Owner had already taken Herald, so of no damage to the tower, goes from that to a full tower taken in his face, and all of a sudden Zeus is just enormously ahead off that 1 gank.
Yeah, and I think it's really rough for EG at that point. They were able to kind of bring it back a little bit with some of these plays in bot, but even then, I feel like a lot of them were response plays to the aggression that T1 was bringing. Luckily for them, I mean, even Tempered Fate coming out from Bard can buy time. You can hit a Q, stun them against the wall here, and it buys time for the TF or some other members to start roaming down, punishing the over-aggression. But even with Ezreal maybe coming out slightly ahead, I feel like the whole point of your comp when you have TF Bard is enabling the picks on sides. Yep. And I mean, Ezreal's just going to be sitting in mid lane answering waves, so you don't really have a place to use your strong points.
Outplaying the 2v3 there, maybe a little boost in confidence for the bot lane of EG, who has struggled at times in the tournament, but to your point, it wasn't enough to surmount what was being done on the top side of the map for T1. And Azael, that brings us essentially, to the point where you look at Zeus and you say, again, as one of the top performing members, in the tournament as a whole, when he has that kind of lead in his hands, he's not one to give it back.
Yeah, I mean, it's just incredibly hard to stop him. There was basically one more chance for Impact to come back into it after he had lost tower and died on that first gank and then the Herald drop, where he had that 1v1 all-in, and he just missed a lot of, the activations of his R. Obviously good movement by Zeus, so it's like part A, part B, which is it now play or misplay? Probably some of both, but had Impact actually gotten the kill there, I think he could have crawled back into the game a bit. But it gets to the point where at the end, Zeus is on 3 items, Impact's on 1.5. It's just like, you're outstatted.
I know we've already now spoken about how compositionally and with where the gold was on the map, that this was going to be a difficult comeback for EG to mount, if at all. But we also earlier today talked about the struggles of T1 in the mid to late game, that when you get to the team fights, that's where a number of teams who as well found themselves in deficits against T1 were able to find openings. And so we'd look for T1 to give us the kind of coordination that we had seen all throughout their domestic split. And here at 22 minutes in the mid lane, Lyric, we finally got it.
I absolutely love this play. They pushed out sides because, they have that winning composition. Keria finds an amazing hook, and Faker just so ready to follow up, gets Danny Khan out, having to force summoners out from him, holds the Everfrost, they lock him down, and without that key carry who's been getting all the gold, it just felt so doomed for EG. And I mean, even just all the champions on T1 able to jump in with slows coming out from the cannon barrage, Senna able to just auto from that range. It was beautiful.
Azale, from there to Baron. They pick up Baron while that mid-outer turret is still up.
Look at the gold graph, right?
And then it just, boom.
It was close until it wasn't. I will give EG credit. I do think they played the earlier stages of this game very, very well. You know, even prior to the game, we talked about how, hey, T1 still has, at 15, their average goal lead is what, like 3.2K?
Yeah.
You know, this was a close game, even with top lane getting blown out. And Impact has actually been one of their most consistent members, so that hasn't traditionally happened. The rest of the map was actually doing very well. But, you know, T1 crushed this game after that point. They closed out incredibly quickly. It was a great hook from Keria to actually land that max range hook onto Danny. And as you said, everything layered over top. GP ult, Senna ult, you know, Everfrost, everything used. Take down the Ezreal. Inspired wasn't even with them. There's just nothing you could do after that.
They seem to find that next gear to close out the first round robin, as T1 always manages to do. So while they pick up the win and are sitting a little bit more pretty in third place, we're going to recap EG's first round robin here at MSI 2022 Rumble stage, as Lore is standing by with Jojo Pyun in the Verizon post-game interview.
Jojo, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. I'm sorry it didn't work out this time, but it was the first time you met Faker on the Rift. How was it?
I mean, Faker's the greatest player of all time, so it was, you know, a good feeling versing him finally. So yeah, it was just great versing him.
Yeah, I can imagine. And you came here with a very specific setup and win conditions, having to play on the sidelines, which is a tricky thing to put on place, I guess, against T1. What was the turning point of the game for you?
Turning point when we lost, or?
I would say so, yeah.
I don't know.
Because you had it, I mean, you went toe-to-toe with them, and then at some point...
Yeah, I mean, I felt like we were in a pretty good spot, and then that bot fight kind of, I guess it didn't work out, and also the fight before Dragon, we kind of got shit on, so I guess after those two fights, the game became really hard, but yeah.
All right, well, I talked to your coach, I talked to Vulcan. A lot of what came out from these discussions was that it's all about learning also from this tournament, especially with you being one of the youngest players at MSI today. Tell me about the experience so far at the tournament, especially facing one of the most experienced and veterans of the scene.
I mean, it's been great versing all these MSI players, and I really think I improved a lot. I felt like I can do whatever I wanted in NA, and no one would exploit me that much, but I kind of have to really think about what I'm doing in MSI. In LCS, not really, so I mean, it's great that I'm really put to the test, and I think I learned a lot, so it's been good.
I always think it's interesting that you take a lot of learnings, especially from this game. Could you maybe go deeper into what you learned, especially when it comes to the laning phase, facing Faker, Xiaohu, and other mid laners maybe?
I mean, just every movement they make and every ability they cast is like in lane, they think about it, you know, so you kind of have to think about every movement you're making in lane, and you can't just autopilot or anything, but in LCS you can kind of autopilot and just, you know, scale. I mean, that's not what I did, but that's like what a lot of players would do, right? So I mean, just you have to constantly keep thinking about every move. So yeah, I mean, it's way more fun that way too, because I mean, it's obviously way more fun to verse better players. So
yeah, I can imagine. Now, okay, focusing on EG and the rest of the competition, we just wrapped up the first part of the Rumble stage, playing the first 5 teams. How do you reflect on the performance for EG so far, and what kind of expectations can we set for the second part of the round robin?
I think like the games we played, and even this game, I would say sometimes we're playing too scared. I feel like we can make more plays and we can be more proactive. I mean, yeah, I feel like that's the biggest thing, because, you know, I feel like what's holding us down is we're not too confident in making aggressive plays. And I feel like once we get in the mood of doing that much more better and much more consistent, that the results will be way better, yeah.
All right, that's a contrast though, because not too confident on the Rift, but you've been very confident off the Rift, though, I
don't want to say me, but I would just say, like, as a team, maybe we don't want to do some plays which, you know, I think are, or some other players think are good plays, so yeah.
All right, I hope you can find your form in the 5 games we have next. A couple words maybe on the social media games that we saw from you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun, and that's all. I just like it, yeah.
Gotta love the spice. Thank you, Jojo, for the interview. Good luck on the rest of the games.
Thank you.
And Berlin, back to you.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Absolutely fantastic to hear from Jojo Pyun as well. His interviews are just the best.
In general, I was saying this to you as well. You can't dislike Jojo. He adds so much extra spice. He adds so much fun, so much enjoyment, and it's easy to forget with all the stakes, with all the stress, with all the emotions running hot that we're playing a video game and having fun is good.
It's absolutely very important. I actually didn't check to see whether he had a scheduled tweet for today's match, but we'll have to go back and check it out afterwards. But as you can see, G2 huddling up, preparing to take on PSG Talon. PSG Talon have been, I think, improving as the tournament goes on, but to say that about G2 would be probably the largest understatement of the tournament.
Oh, yeah.
This team has looked absolutely extraordinary, and we are already into Champion Select for our second game of the day here for the MSI Rumble stage. Gwen going to be banned away here by G2. Very interested to see what their first pick priority is going to be. I feel like they've used first pick better than almost every other team so far this tournament. The amount of times they've managed to finagle a Wukong and things like this has been very, very impressive. But the Kai'Sa going to be banned away here. Second time of asking here on G2's side. Of course, a very different first round of bans here in comparison to our first game of the day.
Wukong continuing to be taken away, and I think many people are in agreement that G2 has had by far the best meta read. Coming into the Rumble stage, there were still a lot of questions, as the group stage didn't really give a proper idea due to the big intra-group differences as to what the performance of specific teams were going to be. But G2, with the run they've had so far within Rumble, is incredibly impressive, and we're already starting to see a lot of teams kind of pivot, follow G2, follow the path that they have set, and I don't expect it to be any different. There is a ban towards Bay there. Bay, a player that we have followed for quite a while. The tumultuous path of Bay. Maybe we get to talk about this game. We'll see what actually ends up happening. Is the RE taken away? One of the other big ones that has been blinded basically exclusively whenever it's open, which is not very often. And for G2, personally, I wouldn't mind something like LeBlanc, but the Kalista is extremely high on the priority list as well.
Yeah, I was thinking the LeBlanc myself, but Kalista has seen a lot of bans more recently. Certainly has been a bit of a breakout AD carry so far this tournament, and plays so well into what G2 want to do, which is team fight, dive, get on top of the carries, finish the fight fast, and that's exactly what Kalista allows you to do. And so set up for one of these, you know, if they just respond with Diana Yasuo after this, I would not be surprised in the slightest, because their Kalista, Diana, Yasuo compositions have been working extraordinarily well thus far. And that is going to be Tristana locked away for Unified. Certainly has been focusing on that pick a lot so far this tournament. And there is the Viego, the default jungler, is what it feels like here during this tournament, if the Wukong is banned away, which he most likely is.
And with the Tristana being picked up as, okay, pivot away there from
not going to be it. I get punished for the hover once again.
That's all right. PSG, to me, needs to win through Unified and Kaiwing or Hanabi on something like Gnar, on something like Cannon, because Juan and Bay have even taken their performance alone. You don't want to play through them and try and get wins through that way. And they're also up against what is currently looking like the, by a large margin, best performing mid-jungle duo. In the tournament, Caps has been insane, and I wouldn't mind a LeBlanc pickup here at this point. It also denies a possible Lee LeBlanc combo from PSG. Works really well together with the Viego as well for setting up individual picks, and it's Caps on LeBlanc. And fortunately for all of us, we get to watch.
Well, let's see what Bay has as a response to this LeBlanc, because there's not a lot of great options still left on the table. You could imagine that he would personally love to have picked up the Vex, and yes, Lissandra is certainly an option.
There is the set.
It's been a while since Morgana was the answer as well, because I think that was like 7 years ago. Is he going to play set? Because that would be very funny.
That's definitely not happening. Or it shouldn't happen. We never know.
He's going to play nothing. That is the theory. You can see Yankos very happy about the situation, exclaiming his joy in how the Champ Select fell over there just a little bit. I imagine something went a little bit wrong, and we'll hop back in as soon as we possibly can. Handing over Busan here as G2 Esports are looking
to try and get towards that second ban phase in the draft.
If you're unfamiliar with Bay, he used to be a set player, and that in of itself, I don't think is particularly relevant to the tournament at hand when he played in the LCK, when he played in Challengers. But you actually made an astute observation that we need to share with the world, which is that Bay still plays every champion like he's playing set.
Yeah. Yeah, he goes into melee range for the flanks on his Ahri to make sure that he can get those charms working. Just to provide a little bit of extra context, it was actually his best champion by a country
they won
mile.
a lot of games with it.
Yeah, when he was playing in the LCK for Nongshim Red Force, and it was a difficult time for him in the LCK before he moved on over. Of course, spent some time in Challenger before heading towards PSG Talon to see what they could do about replacing Maple and River, which is some huge shoes to fill for the squad. And as you can see, yeah, slight game delay as we get this draft back working again.
Pauses.
But as we know,
with LCK casters?
Yeah, as LCK commentators, we know that a champ select crash is the best kind, because you can actually get back into the game. You don't have to worry about chrono breaking and things like this during the early stages of the game. So we will be back into it relatively quickly, guys. And we just beg for a little bit of patience while we take you on a Bay journey down memory lane.
No, I don't want to. It's not a good. It's not a good journey, Atlas. It's a journey that starts with underperforming in the LCK, then getting sent down to Challengers and getting replaced by a player called Fiesta.
Yeah.
Who then, in the next split, actually gets the finals in Challengers.
Yeah, we actually have just some of the best names in Challenger as well. Fiesta is among one of the best.
There was a player that was added yesterday, and his name is Sponge. And I
brilliant.
want him to get to the international stage. And I already talked a little bit about G2 and how well Jankos and Caps have been doing. But the bane for me was Targamas, who's also had just the best.
He has been brilliant
of performances.
Just to catch you guys up, there was a client crash in the draft. Will be redone with exactly the same picks and bans up until then. We're not going to pretend that we are absolute geniuses as we read out all of the picks, because that would be childish. And we've also done it basically every other time there has been a remake of a draft. So we are just going to we are going to get through this one as quickly as possible until we can figure out exactly what Bay is going to pick up against Caps, or whether they just decide to lock down a bottom lane or something like that. Of course, with Tristana already there are certainly a few supports that you would prefer to pair alongside her. So that might be the option that they are going to go towards, as G2 haven't really revealed too much with how their draft is going to function necessarily, as Viego, of course, very versatile, and the LeBlanc, a similar story as well.
And to get back to the Targamas point I was making earlier, the best example to me was in the match that hurt us the most, which was the match that they played against T1, where his tracking of Zeus and his ability to consistently hit key exhausts, find grand entrances onto this pick was, to me, one of the deciding factors, even with how well the rest of the team played. And it's really cool because if you ask people before the tournament, the list would be Guma Carrier, and particularly Carrier, expected to be a stand-up man. He got MVP in the LCK as the first bot laner ever.
And we feel better saying that now, because his last few plays on the Nautilus in the last game was actually fantastic, so we're feeling a little more justified.
The fact that Flacken and Targamas were able to not only get ahead of Gala and Ming, but also of Guma and Carrier as just an incredibly well-performing bot lane is such a cool storyline, as it is actually the Sandra, no surprises there. Good against both the Kalista and the LeBlanc. Kalista with short range, and her reliance to do anything to hop around is not the biggest fan of getting locked down. But we have also seen this counter pick a lot, and it is still very reliant. I personally think Malzahar is the truly foolproof way, because there is no outplaying that. With Lysandra, it's been a bit more hit or miss.
Yep, somewhere there is a nemesis with a wry grin on his face, as you mention the power of the Malzahar. But of course, this is the LCK special, and of course, Bay having spent a lot of time there, and also Bay with a very similar playstyle to Fly. And this was the one champion that we were very happy about Fly playing until he retired at the end of last year. So Bay, of course, was a very similar player to Fly throughout his career in Korea as well. So the Lissandra, certainly no stranger to him. They're now going to be banned away from Hanabi, and in fact, both of his most notable champions just taken off the board by G2, and that is the Ornn picked away from Broken Blade. I love this from PSG Talent. Also allows them to be so beefy with this composition. They will need some extra damage, but they only have a support slot left remaining. So Unified is going to have so much on his shoulders getting the damage down on this Tristana.
And it forces a pivot away from G2, who I would expect would have pivoted towards that. Love the Gragas.
Oh, fantastic.
Incredible into anything that PSG have thus far. Gets so much extra utility with the Kalista pick as well, being able to use the ultimate. The one thing that G2 is suffering now from, that I'd say that their previous comps, because again, I think they've had the draft edge in basically every single game in Rumble stage, is that it is a comp that can backfire. This is relatively short range. The engage is good, but if you don't execute the team fights well, if you're unable to pick up any laning leads, either towards that Aatrox or get the Kalista ahead, it can actually be really hard to play late game against the PSG comp. A front-to-back team fight that enables Unified, who has been one of the highlight players on PSG for the longest of times, I think is a really good angle here for PSG, and reasonably as good as you're going to get. Darrell, a little bit more ambivalent about.
Yeah, a little bit. It does layer a lot as far as you know, circles of CC that they do certainly have a lot of availability. Yes, I do. That is certainly one of my my favorite things. But like you were saying, I think Gragas is a beautiful masterstroke towards the end of the draft here for G2. The Aatrox is something that I am a little bit more quizzical about. In my experience, Ornn has been able to fend off Aatrox in the past, but it looks to me like G2 just want to slam this game very early on and then snowball it out of control, utilizing all of these champions that spike in the mid game to find their advantages. And you can't really fault them for it because they have done so very effectively throughout this tournament.
It's been a consistent thing for them, and for PSG, it would be incredible for them to break the win streak that G2 has been able to build up for themselves, but it's also unlikely. The reward if it happens.
Well,
it is G2.
The stats team as well has informed us that last time when RNG were undefeated, that undefeated streak was broken by PSG. And so now there is a possibility that G2 could suffer the same fate. It was when they were 12-0 as well. And right now, 8 games in the group stage, 4 games in the Rumble stage. Coincidence? Probably. But we'll see whether PSG can have a repeat of history.
Why would you do that?
Well, I couldn't finish the line. It would be wrong.
I mean, it would be.
Yeah. But I think, like, to be perfectly honest, I like the draft from PSG if they can hold on. This is definitely like you are holding on to the cliff, trying desperately to climb back up. And if G2, you know, in true Scar fashion, get the claws into the back of the hands, then it could be a big problem.
So it's a Lion King angle.
It was a Lion King reference.
I thought you were going to go for something else.
I've made myself sad thinking about that moment as well, and I want to apologize to everybody else who then just also
just a little emotional damage early in the morning.
Yeah, it's what we like to
start your day.
Yeah.
Well, it's early in the morning here. Not in Korea, obviously.
Well, yeah, that's very, very true. And of course, shout out to all the Australians. Just it's just a chill afternoon. I think about like 7 p.m., something like that.
Is that afternoon?
It's definitely not.
Oh.
But I did the time calculation after I said afternoon. I appreciate drawing attention to it as Caps and Bay now just facing off here in the mid lane. And of course, we've spoken about this matchup many, many times. It can be actually quite difficult for Lissandra in the early stages. Of course, Circle of Frost is your main power point. And right there, you can see Bay actually trading very nicely here with Caps. But Circle of Frost, when the distortion comes in, you press your Circle of Frost, you get your Aftershock, and you can then trade back decently well. But there is still a lot of harass potential for the LeBlanc into this one. So it's by no means a hard counter or anything like that.
It's also about how the later team fights are played out, because there's been a lot of comments about this already, but to echo, LeBlanc effectively plays like a poke champion, as we do see Juwon getting spotted here, but looks like he's just opting into a normal full clear. And reliably poking and looking for one-taps, even in the later stages of the game, is so much harder when you're playing against a Lissandra, due to the ease of hitting a Frozen Tomb, and especially for G2. If they try to start off a play as such, and Caps gets taken out, he has been the core of the phalanx that has G2 finding a win in every single game that they
certainly
have
feels
had thus
like
far.
Gerard Butler in this particular
G2's Gerard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because 300,
like
you know, and like he has all his Spartans and hold
I get
off
it.
the Persians decently well.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say they did an exceptional job.
Yeah, it's quite good. Anyway, Bay's going to be going back, looking for a teleport back towards this lane, having shoved out relatively well. Chains are going to come through, but Hanabi is just going to searingly charge himself out of the way, and he will be fine.
And with the prio that G2 had been able to secure for themselves in bot side, there wasn't really an angle trying to look for a gank. Yankel's also going into the full clear as they go on
Crash down here, yeah. Targamas having to flash to get himself out of the way. The Ignite is ticking, but of course, not in too much trouble. But getting that Summoner spell is going to be very valuable here for PSG as Caps going to find the chain onto Bay, follows him all the way up the lane as Jankos. Can he actually find the damage? And G2 are not going to dive at this point in time. Fair bit of damage with that explosive charge onto Flackett as Unified going to rocket jump his way out. And certainly a lot of testing of one another in this early stage of the game. No one really finding an edge thus far.
A lot of pressure, Summoners being forced, but no definitive win, and this is a very snowbally matchup, right? If you do get ahead, Flackett, and you can continuously look for the all-ins, which Gragas definitely enables, then it becomes really hard for Unified to play. On the flip side, same thing. Kalista that is behind is a miserable experience overall, but thus far, with both teams being aware where everyone is, Jankos looking for a play, but Lissandra really utilizing the safety that she has with her claw, as well as the extra tankiness from that aftershock, working out very, very well. And thus far, as you pointed out, it's a cliffhanger for PSG, and about 20 minutes in, reinforcements will arrive, although I guess they are the reinforcements themselves, and that's what you're looking towards. But this part of the game should go well, right? Like it makes sense. G2, they haven't really won any of their games through straight up stomping laning phase. It's about either Jankos finding exceptional gank angles or the skirmishes, or the fights, and that is something that this G2 comp does very, very well.
It is an understatement thus far this tournament.
It's what it does. Yeah.
Honestly, no matter how far G2 fall behind, as long as their Nexus is still alive, I will not be convinced that they're going to lose.
Oh, no.
We've been burnt by that in the past, and so PSG will certainly have to wait it out because their composition does want to scale. Even then, G2 have been able to find some of these angles. But I think with what PSG have put together, you just get late-game insurance against this team, and you're going to be feeling good about it. Because G2 navigating those later stages, finding those avenues of victory has been so good. So try and take as many of them away in the late game as you can, as Juhan almost dies to the Infernal Drake, but he will survive. Of course, yeah, it's not too much of an issue with Smite available.
Oh no, he was always fine.
And now Hextech Drake to come in, and I'm possibly going to get baited for another Cloud Soul.
Sure. Surely we'll get one.
Perhaps, as Bellows Breath comes out to avoid being pulled back by the Infernal Chains, with Broken Blade just trying to push Hanabi away as, Kaiwing's coming up very early on. Jankos clearing out this Krug camp as, Kaiwing's still unseen. As let's see, the knockup does come forward. Jankos making his way in. The call of the Forge God has come through, and that's going to be used to try and turn onto Jankos here as Juhan is in the area. Crashdown comes through for the extra CC, and there is so much of it. First blood goes to Kaiwing, who continues his fantastic run here of the Rumble stages. Bay's rotated over as well. There's the Frozen Tomb as Broken Blade now going to get caught out. They've just got so many snares, so many knockups, but not a whole host of damage, as they'd have to dive in a turret. Caps over to the side as well. Not going to go 1 versus 4.
And while this is a nice play, look at what they give up. Look at what Unified is facing here. Entire wave is going to go into the turret. So many plates going over. I don't think you've gotten enough yet.
Oh dear. Caps takes Lee Sin for a walk. And he's going to walk him all the way back to the Death Chamber. It's
Broken Blade makes its way back towards the top side, and yeah, it looked good for PSG until it absolutely didn't. Chronicler.
Yeah, the deep chase onto Broken Blade and then not getting him was a very unfortunate scenario because so many resources were invested toward that topside play, and I actually really like the pick on Jankos. That part is great. Then immediately turn it into plates, turn it into vision that can allow you to actually contest, although I'd argue you don't want to contest the Herald either way, but pretty sure that Jankos got spotted on this initial ward here and that they are aware of his position. And you see, G2 also sees you, Juana, and they're like, we're good, right? We still have time, because Kaiwing himself has not been spotted as they 100-0 Jankos without too much problem. Hanabi flashes a Flash Wolf emote, and that part was great. I actually thought that with Bay getting that roam, it would have worked out very well. And something we didn't even talk about is Lissandra's ability to play towards side lanes and set up plays, set up proactive dives that due to the amount of lockdown that she has available. But it didn't actually work out. They don't get Broken Blade, and they sacrifice so much resources on the bot side of the map. 2 plates, and Unified getting zoned up is actually still relatively even. And so is the gold score. So,
yeah. And also, after the reset comes through, they lose the Rift Herald at the same time, so it's theoretically 4 plates that they lose for that situation as well.
Good point.
Yeah, because the reset timing was just a little bit unfortunate after investing so much towards the top side and Juan dying. Yeah, adding to it. I call it a reset to just take some of the pressure off.
A friendly reset.
Yeah, just a reset.
Forced reset.
They're low death timers, right? But no, not working out so well here for PSG. But early days, and you can see it's not... Oh, dear. Oh, poor Bay. Wow, it really is the fly treatment, isn't it? As, yeah, Juhan's going to take the Gromp.
I'm going to make you walk over, and then I'm taking it.
Can you help me? Can you help leash for me? Oh, dear.
That's actually a really big problem, because Lissandra, one of the things that she can run into, especially pre-Lost Chapter, is mana issues. And being stuck in lane with no mana as Lissandra, no ability to influence skirmishes and fights, possible setups in side lanes it's really bad. And to make it even worse, you're not giving... Gonna cancel, which is nice.
Very nice.
You're not even giving it to like Karthus or a champion that actually uses blue buff well. It's Lee.
Yeah.
Subpar, I'd say.
Yeah, it's not exactly the optimal outcome of the situation. However, not the end of the world either. As Rift Herald's going to come down towards the bottom side, this is exactly what we were talking about. 2 plates were picked up with the overinvestment. And now, as the Herald comes down, Flackett's going to get even more. As Juhan's going to come through, see whether they can get them at least off the last plate of this turret. And of course, first turret blow, which will be a lot of gold to be put towards G2. And every bit of early gold that they pick up is very, very valuable, because G2 do want to be taking over this game in the mid game.
And in that regard, the initial Drake being picked up by PSG is actually great, because if G2, as expected, will take the complete overhand in any skirmishes from now till basically 20-25 minutes from here, actual Drake stacking is not going to get them to a actual soul up until the... Oh, Bay.
Yeah, Frozen Tomb comes down. That is going to be a free Q from Juhan, as now he flashes, gets the kick to finish off the kill onto Cap. Safeguard to get himself out, as Bay is going to be helpful there. Decent stun, though, to come in, as Safeguard once again onto the ward that Juhan had prepared. And they will be able to get out scot-free as the Everfrost comes through for our MasterCard Mythic from Caps in the grave.
Now the force reset coming through here.
Yeah, there we go.
These moments are really big because PSG, I'd say, barring out execution from these two, which is a very, very real threat that I'm sure every PSG fan
I like how we have to put in that caveat every single time.
We do. I've seen this exact thing also happen in the LCK, where it's like Fred and Brian, you know, they draft a team fight comp, and then they're playing against a team that just crushes them in 20 minutes. But giving over multiple Drakes and taking some of these kills to take out the tempo, the wind of the sails, G2 is really, really nice.
Well, there it is. Magnet Storm coming through here from Kaiwing as the Fate's Call comes out. Flacken still trying to get these auto attacks in. Flash out from Kaiwing. They already have the Drake secured on PSG's side as Rocket Jump gets Unified out of there. Caps darting on in, trying to take down this Tristana, but he will get Buster shotted out of there. G2 were unable to deny the Drake. So 2 have been picked up here by PSG, but now it's a Mountain Soul. If PSG can get more, then it's going to be even more difficult for G2.
Yeah, because a lot of the win conditions for G2, even in late game scenarios, are reliant on effectively blowing up a key member of PSG. And as we get further into the game, that's just unified. Like Alessandra damage is not going to be anything to write home about. Both Lee and On have decent damage, but it's not really going to be something that is going to hold you over in late game team fights. But when you add a Mountain Soul, it becomes so much harder to 100-0 the Tristana, and giving any Mountain Drake to On in of itself already feels horrible, let alone to an On and an Aftershock Lissandra and a Rel. Like, this beefy comp from PSG is going to be incredibly hard to work through, and it puts more pressure on G2. And they do have a gold lead, but I'm going to start to see... I need to see some of these turrets fail. Thank you, Caps. That would be lovely.
Yeah, he's going to go back to his distortion. And that does mean that first turret will go down for G2. So this is the start of that snowball. And on the other side of the coin, the fact that it's a Mountain Soul means that there's a possible 4-stack here for G2. And if they can do that, then it doesn't really matter that On is there as a big tanky boy for the front line, because Broken Blade can build like full damage and still be a mega tank. At a situation like that. So certainly 2 sides to every coin, and G2 will have to start putting pressure on here, utilizing that slight gold advantage that they have at this point in time.
And we talked a lot already about G2, the incredible form that they've been in, how well they've been performing this MSI, but we also got to talk about PSG getting so much better, because I'm not expecting this after their group stage.
Yeah, I would agree. Broken Blade over the wall here is PSG thinking about locking down Shirley. G2 having other ideas, and they will just start it up. Hanabi is very far away from this fight.
Just let it go.
Yeah,
let it go, PSG.
I think fighting for this one is a bit of a risk, one could say. They're getting information of the area, but yes, they are just going to give it away. That's precisely what you want if you're a PSG fan, is now inside track on the mid lane. It will crash a minion wave, but I don't think they're going to be able to get any meaningful damage onto the turret. 2.5 minutes on that Drake, likely to be where the next scuffle is going to begin.
And thus far, because of all the turrets, of course, with Caps getting first turret blood just now, not being taken, it's really hard for G2 to actually start strangling out PSG. And that's something that they're going to need to do. Defensive vision is still there, but 3-man play towards the top side.
Yeah, Bay. Certainly a lot of abilities that can keep him alive. And they are going to get the teleport out of Hanabi as well. So, yeah, a lot of tankiness to get through here, and G2 are going to think better of it, but Targamas is going to look for that stun onto Kaiwing. He gets lit up in the air, but you can see the knockups. Now the chain CC, this choke point, not good for G2. There's the knockup, a lot of damage onto Caps. He's burning, but he is able to get out of there. The clone will be taken down. That's not the real one. They're not going to lose anyone in that moment. You did see what PSG's comp is capable of, but damage isn't in the list. It's the problem. They can't secure these kills as effectively.
That's a multi-first moment right there, because if G2 committed a little bit more into that choke point against a team with as much CC as PSG, that could have been a game breaker right there. Not the case. Everyone on G2 gets out. They don't actually fully commit. Caps doesn't lose his life. No gold goes over. Because if Unified picks up a couple of points at this point in the game, or a couple of kills rather at this point in the game, G2's task becomes much harder. I do still think that if they have the space, if it's PSG that needs to move on to them, and they don't funnel into the choke point, they should have an easy job of picking up this early Drake. And I'm really happy that you point out the lack of damage, because every single Mountain Drake that G2 is going to pick up is going to make it harder for PSG. And yeah, once Unified hits 6 items, I'm sure he'll get through like 2 people at some point. But it's going to take a while.
It certainly will. And G2 will not be missing a lot of damage with their composition on the other hand. So keep your eyes on the Tristana. She is going to be so important for PSG. She has the highest range in this game by far, even just at level 10, I believe, just because Kalista isn't known for her ability to hit things from far away. So eyes are going to be glued to Unified as these fights continue. Slight advantage here for G2, but they are looking to try and push that one forward as this Drake is spawning. Kaiwing spotted on the ward. Barrel goes down from Targamas as well as Caps moves his way up. Broken Blade. Unleash teleport at the ready.
and can get himself in here if they would like. It's a really nice Everfrost. The Unified not going to be chained up. It does take an explosive charge worth of damage. Shirley going to try and distract PSG. There's now Bay looking for his opportunity. There it is, the Magnastorm onto 3 after the Frozen Tomb. Unified, can he get the free hits?
Really big risk there from PSG, because I don't think you need to contest this in the first place. But if that play is a little bit more well coordinated, because Bay went in, I think, half a second too early, the rest of his team not actually able to follow up, and G2 get the crucial Drake. They know they needed to win the skirmish. Jankos is able to survive the initial burst coming through in no large part thanks to the tenacity he got from those Merc threats. And G2 getting a pivotal win here in this skirmish surrounding the third Drake. Because if PSG gets Soul Point at this point, like that's when you really start to get worried.
Yeah, and that is any Drake that they can pick up in the next little while, right? The clock is in their favor the longer it goes, but still, a fight like this demonstrating that G2 right now are very, very strong as Bay sets up for a really nice Magnastorm on the side of Kaiwing.
Yeah, crucially here, not actually able to get in enough damage. Jankos is able to get out of it very quickly. Unified wants to rocket jump in, but he still needs to kind of stay away from the core of the fight, otherwise he will get targeted, CC'd and blown up. And if you don't time that 100% perfectly, you're just not going to be able to do enough damage. Because, again, your comp, effectively single threat. And now G2 have their eyes on this mid lane turret, and that would really start to break open the map, right? That's when you can start setting up extremely deep vision lines, make it hard for PSG to actually go in and find that 5v5 team fight.
Oh, Infernal Chains are going to connect onto Unified. He uses the rocket jump to try and get himself out of the way. You can see the fear in this Tristana as Targum is possibly caught out here on the other side. He does go golden. Fate's Call is available, so not in any trouble whatsoever as Flakked makes his way over. PSG back to this mid lane. Feeling a bit K-Rammy at this stage, but they do want to try and break open this map to give Bay more of these angles to get in there with the claw and put people in the tomb, as Unified has to be a little bit careful this far up. Caps wrapping his way over. They have decent vision, and he knows about it as he clears out that ward in the river and then slinks his way back into Fog of War.
That's something that Lyric mentioned early on the desk as well, as servers make it seem like, nope, not going to have any action, at least for now. Where how different the read of certain situations is depending on teams, depending on the meta, depending on the region. And I wonder if you put a different type of caster, different type of analyst from the LPL, and we're like, no, give up that Drake, you can skill. You can take it easy. Like,
yeah.
Like, because we're LCK casters, we've seen it happen a million times.
Yeah, no, just give it away, give it away.
How different would the call be, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Interesting to think about.
We'll have to have a conversation about it later.
We should ask them.
Yeah, maybe you could put something on Twitter, I guess, after the conversation has come through. As G2 looking to return this favor. As this turret relatively low, Caps over the wall. Fantastic Everfrost as the explosive cast. Not exactly the same situation as Bay flashes forward. They find the kickback as it's a great knockoff. And Flakked almost surviving. He burns down at the last second. They trade. Callista for Lee Sin, but Broken Blade is still very dangerous. And a 1-for-1 isn't a win here for PSG, but when they're behind, they will definitely take it. Still, Kaiwing looking for a little bit more. No Magnastorm this time, but the Buster Shot is there, so Unified feeling a little bit safer. Of course, works quite effectively to deny distortions in from Caps and things like this. But still, PSG not wanting to try and flip for anything, and 3-3 is the kill score right now. This game very, very close, even if the gold says it's a bit in G2's favor. With the composition PSG have as the game goes on, you have to feel like things could get better for them.
And it's, to me, somewhat of a throwback to what we saw in the G2 T1 game, where T1 yet had a 5k gold lead, right? The early game was going very well, but at some point, G2 just grouped up, and G2 was able to completely shut out any playmaking potential from T1. There was never any stragglers. Everyone was always helped by someone else, was always flanked. Vision was secured collectively, and because of that, the composition, which, when it comes to skirmishes, had an incredibly good time, was never able to actually fight anything but a 5v5. And PSG is trying to effectively do the same thing to G2 here. And now for PSG, the question becomes, can they do the same thing that G2 did, which is leave no openings? Because if there is an opening, you know G2 is gonna find it. If Unified is just a fraction too far forward for a second, he gets 100-0'd.
Yeah. No, this so much is on whether Unified can keep himself alive in these fights. and whether Bay can actually pull the trigger at the right times, right? The follow-up from PSG is so fantastic, but it needs to be Bay that gets in there with the Frozen Tomb to lock down that first target so that PSG can get themselves into a winning position. Targamas trying to get some vision down here as G2 trying to set up the trap where they can. Kawing not going to overstep, spots them moving up the river here as now Broken Blade alongside as well, and both teams looking to catch each other in transition. A lot of players now slinking throughout the fog of war. The Drake has now spawned. PSG, they desperately want to get to that soul point, and G2 want to continue stacking these mountains. It's pivotal for both sides. Is now Broken Blade on the flank, but he is spotted out by PSG. Control vision absolutely everywhere. The Frost goes slightly wide there from Bay, but he gets snared up. Can't find his way into the fight. Now down to about 50% health. There's now Broken Blade back with the team. Juan looking to get rid of Caps, who's now moving back into this battle. It's going to be secured by Jankos, but can the fight actually be won as well? Unified finds a couple of good assaults, and now they might be able to find their team fight. Broken Blade looking to get on top of him, but it's not going to work out. Caps gets flashed out of the way of, and he will not be able to secure the kill onto Unified, who blast cones back to his team, and PSG win the team fight.
Pings towards the Baron, they're gonna run. Try and make it. 2 teleports available, 30 seconds on Broken Blade, and they got the Mountain Drake, but the fight was won by PSG, and if they can get the Baron, that's a trade you'll take any time.
Absolutely. PSG will then be able to get more of that standing gold off the map, as well as now Caps desperately wanting to try and cause some trouble for PSG. He will spot them with the Scryer's Bloom. It is so difficult. 1 versus 5, especially with the amount of CC available here by PSG. But Caps does have a fair bit of damage with the Void Staff already completed. He has to watch as this Baron gets taken down. Targamas here just a little bit too late. And as you say, Broken Blade is going to be there. The teleport is available as well, but it's a very dangerous one if he goes for it. And there are no wards in the enemy jungle. PSG make the right call. They secure the Baron, and already that's an extra 1,500 gold they can get for themselves. We check out the replay.
And I was somewhat worried when this fight started for PSG, because it was very much a fight on 2 fronts. On the top half, we have Broken Blade and Caps putting threat on Unified and Juhan. But fortunately for PSG, they're still at the point of the game where there's enough damage coming through from Brave, from Hanabi. That body slam there, I thought that was going to be a turning point from Targamas.
Yeah, the body slam was just amazing.
But 2 of his most effective damage dealers in Caps and Broken Blade couldn't actually make it to Unified because of how broken up the fight was. And Jankos secures the Drake, but not going to be enough.
Yep. Still, I think making sure that they avoid Soul Point for PSG is still fantastic, but it's not going to be taking away any of the worries that G2 have of that situation. These team fights, they're not going to get all that much better as this game goes on. It's going to have to be some of that G2 magic to try and pick off the members of PSG unawares, as Bay will be able to lock down the top outer turret, and as these start dropping, PSG will move further and further ahead.
And on the first day of Desk, we talked about PSG Talon, and I said, in all my confidence, this was also when we thought T1 was going to win, so there was a lot of that going around. There has to be a worse team in every single group, and unfortunately, I think that team is PSG. And I think that was a warranted statement after seeing their group stage, which was
I agree.
Not impressive in terms of drafts, in terms of cohesiveness of the team. And would it not be fitting if it's this team that ends G2's win streak?
Yeah.
Like, especially considering G2's
Especially
history.
Considering the fact that they did it to RNG last time. Oh, it's crazy. There are just so many angles, but exactly right.
That's
and
the key thing.
Counting G2 out is a mistake that our region has made already this tournament.
Can you not remind me?
I've done it a couple of times now.
Look at the free wards!
It's Hanabi just walking forward, looking to lock this one down. The turret is going to fall, and now Broken Blade is taken down. Now it's the Frozen Thralls that G2 have to worry about as well. 2 already taken down. PSG, can they just push forward? This is nutty. They've got 5 still alive. And they're like, late game composition? Nah, we're just going to win at 27 minutes as Bay's flashing forward. Flacken now trying to dance his way out of the fight, but already they've taken everyone down. Caps is the last man standing, but not for long. That's the ace of PSG repeat history. The second Nexus turret of the Nexus will be taken down, and G2 will lose their first Nexus of MSI 2022 to PSG Talon.
Team fighting reigns supreme as PSG Talon reminds them that, yeah, groups maybe not the best thing, but we got to semis last time, and you would make a big mistake if you count us out before the groups is done.
I remember I was there watching Season 2, all right? We've seen players from this region do amazing things.
How many Flash Wolves emote spams did we see in that game?
If only there was a Taipei Assassin skin used. But it did not happen. PSG Talon, though, they deserve this bow so much. Because, like you said, you were one of the people that counted them out. Even Saigon Buffalo looking like they were a step ahead. But it is like, this is a team that has been tenacious for so long. When Hanabi joined Flash Wolves, that's what that team was known for as well. PSG Talon finally showing us on the world stage what they're capable of.
2 responses. Onzo P, clearly, only takeaway I can have there.
Yep.
And secondly, I don't think this changes anything about the position of
No,
G2
absolutely not.
within the group. What it does do is make what we thought was a top 3, bottom 3, and the desk earlier was talking about it, we might need to disregard it. This confirms that to me, that this group might be so much closer than we initially gave them credit for. What do you think EG fans are gonna feel when they see this win? When PSG, even T1, might be
Anything's
threatened. Like,
possible.
even T1's not doing that great in terms of scores.
No, definitely not.
What a wonderful game.
No, that was just amazing. And I really like that it was all constructed against what G2 has been able to do so much. They've weathered the storm of early game and then won late with better team fighting. Well, PSG, they decide, well, we're just going to craft ourselves a composition that can't lose late game team fights. And it worked out extraordinarily well. But we're stepping away, and as we do, check out SGB's pick Warriors by Imagine Dragons as the song that represents their playstyle. You can listen to that and the anthems of the rest of the teams competing at MSI on the official MSI 2022 playlist on Spotify.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
I want to. Don't stop me now, I'm a juggernaut. Don't turn around, cause you don't know what's behind you. Don't turn around, don't turn around. We'll see it now, seeing everything we want to.
Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it all starts with a graphic. And a graphic is all about showing you what's possible until it's ripped away from you in an untimely fashion. Azael, please do the honors.
Unfortunately.
Oh, Lord, you knew it had to happen the moment we had production make a graphic. I think Medic said it as well on Twitter. You knew it was doomed.
Lasted a ground total
for G2.
of 0 games.
Exactly. We were hoping to add a whole bunch of check marks to this, and unfortunately, that won't be the case. As we head back to the desk, I'd like to apologize to the entirety of the European region, as I was the one who made the request for that graphic just yesterday, and I continue the tradition of hosts.
James,
absolutely your fault. The region. I do apologize. But while G2 falls and unfortunately their undefeated streak ends, we have to talk about the team that managed to make it happen, PSG Talon. The casters themselves had said it, that when RNG was on their 12-game win streak way back when, it was PSG that managed to end it, and they do it again here on the international stage, and at a time when it's necessary for them to rejoin that conversation of making the top 4.
And I'm just so happy to see it, right? Having worked in the LMS before, knowing some of these players quite intimately, knowing how hard they work, and then seeing them come here, kind of take a much easier strategy to execute, and having players like Kaiwing who have been around for so long. And honestly, Kaiwing's got a lot of praise over all these years, right? But felt like he had a much rougher split. But this Rumble stage, I feel like he's been so good. His playstyle is so unique. He actually has the highest duo proximity of any support, but all of his roams are so impactful because he's always going for these crazy plays on topside, which it feels like not too many supports are doing this year like they did last year, and it feels like Kaiwing is always finding some of these big early game payoffs for PSG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is such a big win for PSG, and also, honestly, just for the kind of context of the group stage, right? This puts EG under big pressure because they're now tied up with PSG. This, I think, allows people to kind of believe in some of the upsets. We were talking about this in the green room, just how so many games felt like they're going to chalk, that you don't really believe teams can win because they're never actually pulling through, even when they have a strong early game or they have a big team fight win. PSG showing us that it is possible for some of these teams that are in the lower end of the standings to get a huge win. And that's massive.
It could be the first domino to fall, right? To make it or be the proof for the rest of the teams to start making it happen. Obviously, Kaiwing, who has been a top performer for the squad throughout the tournament, even in their losses, came up big with helping that first blood there. But Azael, I also want to talk about Bay in the mid lane because he has been kind of the source or the target of a lot of criticism for the squad throughout the MSI run. And while these stats at first glance aren't going to look pretty, we are comparing his CSD in this game specifically against Caps, top performing mid laner at the tournament, to what he's done in the rest of Rumble stage.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, to me, it's not that these are like, sexy stats. It's like, oh my God, he was only down 6. But Caps has just been blowing out everyone, and everyone has been criticizing Bay and Juhan, saying that these guys are not international caliber. They're going up against Jankos and Caps, who are the best performing duo in the event by far. He takes the neutralizing pick. He does not get blown out in lane by any means. And I think G2 with this draft had to play from a lead, had to play with an advantage because there was such strong 5v5, such strong scaling on the other side. So the fact that he was able to neutralize meant huge things for the rest of the team.
I think this is so cool too, Lyric, right? Because it is such an intelligent draft out of PSG. Yes, they're going to have to weather a storm. They're going to have to make sure they play certain things correctly, but identifying the strengths of G2 throughout this tournament and saying, hey, if we can find a way to hold on, we've drafted something that, as Atlas said, is almost unbeatable in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, especially like thinking back to G2 in LEC, where a lot of people said that it was never necessarily about this like crazy explosive early game. Like, sure, there's these creative ganks and pathings, but it's not like T1-esque where it's all about the early game advantage. So PSG picks something simplistic. They pick something where their players who have been struggling have, I'd say, an easier to execute job, and all of your resources are getting put onto your star players like unified.
The other thing I'll point out, Azale, of course, is that the first 2 Drakes go the way of PSG, which really buys them time and space while G2 picks up the next 2 to eventually find the right team fight.
And this was so big because you'll actually watch G2, like watch Jankos and Broken Blade. They're actually focusing on the Dragon. PSG don't even care about the Dragon because they have the Dragon lead. Doesn't matter if they give one up. Kaiwing finds an engage. They're all committing here to the fight. You know, even Juhan, it's more about hitting the players than trying to actually steal the Drake, and that allows them to have such an advantage in this fight that even after G2 secures the Dragon, they turn for the fight, but it's already lost.
It actually goes back to the discussion we had earlier in the day about teams being like, hey, you know, it's fine if you take the objective or get the positioning. We're going to use that to get a better position for the fight ourselves, and PSG just showed that in spades.
Absolutely massive victory for PSG, breaking G2's 24-game win streak. Lore is standing by with Hanabi for the Verizon post-game interview.
It took 24 games, but G2 Esports is no longer undefeated. And Hanabi, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. Dongxi, I believe, is in order. Congratulations on taking down G2 today. Talk me through the preparations, because you were the last team standing, maybe being able to take them down. So what was the prep against G2?
那首先恭喜哈纳比获得了本场比赛的胜利，特别是在 G2 获得24连胜之后，你们成功的击败了他们，也是非常漂亮的一场对决。也想问一下，在面对 G2 之前，你们整个队伍有进行哪些方面的准备吗？
在面对 G2 之前，就对于他们的 BP 有做了特别的研究，然后去特别针对这些点。
So before today's game, we made a full preparation to target on the opponent's ban pick strategies, and we would like to use more strategies to target on the draft.
I see. And let's talk a bit about the draft maybe, because G2 was really strong when it comes to team fights, especially, which is where you took them down today with your composition. Why did you choose the team fight angle to take down G2?
那你刚才也提到了一个 BP 嘛，所以说其实 G2 他们也非常擅长利用一个 BP， 然后进入到团战之后能够打得很强，团战可以说是 G2 的一个制胜点。但是今天你们反而是利用了一个团战的一个非常漂亮的打法，然后呢能够拿下比赛的胜利。所以说也想问一下，在 BP 拿到，你们是有什么样的想法来组建这样一个团战很强势的阵容呢？
我觉得 G2 在前3选的选择上就已经有点被第三组 counter 了。 然后再加上我是自选补了一个坦克，所以他们输出也不太好将我给打死，所以应该是已经完美的克制了对面的阵容。
So after the first 3 pick of G2, I really feel Lissandra can be a super good counter pick against their draft. And then I was able to choose a very tanky champion for the top lane. So the opponent's team, they're very hard to just shut me down. So I feel like our draft is quite perfect for today's game.
Yeah, I have to say, fantastic Ornn performance today. Focusing on the rest of the Rumble stage, 2 and 3 now for PSG. What can we expect from the team moving forward?
那也想问一下，哈纳比选手对淘汰赛接下来一个征程的看法。现在你们是一个2-3的数据，那你觉得大家可以从这个 PSG 身上，在接下来的旅程当中期待些什么呢？
因为接下来就 进到第2轮了嘛，就是每个队友又都要再打一次，所以可能要想办法拿下3场，就是才会高机会晋级。
So after this game, we are going to have the second round with other teams. So I think we have to at least get three games to get 3 victories in order to guarantee ourselves get into the knockout stage.
Well, and I wish you the best of luck in those games. 谢谢 for the interview, Hanabi. Wendy, thank you so much for the translation. And Berlin, back to you.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Congratulations once again to PSG for taking down a tournament titan. Now we turn our attention to another team that will look to do the same, but hopefully with a vote of confidence in watching what just transpired on the stage. It's Saigon Buffalo looking to take down RNG Azale, and we're going to look no further than the bot lane for them to get it done.
I mean, their bot lane has been world-class. I think they have really shown that they can compete against some of the best duos in the world, have been very, very impressive. You know, whether the team is winning or losing, I think the problems for Saigon Buffalo has been elsewhere on the map, but maybe they actually take a page out of the book of PSG and just play something really simple, play tanky topside, and put all the eggs in the Shogun basket, because this guy has been good.
Yeah, and I think even following that page of like PSG, right, because we've seen for Saigon Buffalo, it's been all about the aggression. You don't necessarily need to play that way against the RNG bot lane, because RNG's bot lane, not really extremely bloodthirsty. They're going to kind of play depending on what matchup they do draft. It's not always about the 2v2. So enabling Shogun to be that big carry when you're facing Gala and Ming and you have a bit more space in the early game, I think sounds like a pretty good plan.
He's got some pretty nasty stats and some nasty mechanics to go along with it. Is exactly the kind of person you want to enable.
And doing really creative stuff too. I mean, even in the game that they actually lost, you know, they were the ones bringing out the Vladimir Senna bot lane against G2, and in that game obviously they did lose, but they looked really good. I think in the 2v2, were able to actually put Flackhead very far down, probably the worst individual game that he had, where he'd been punished the most. So they've been great to watch, and they are very creative.
I think for the side of RNG, obviously, it's, hey, get the wins. Now that you've seen G2 fall, even though it wasn't at the hands of yourself, you want to keep putting wins in the win column to make sure that race for first place is close. With that, we're back over to Chronicler and Atlas for the call.
Thank you so much, Dash. And yes, this is the final game of the first round robin of the Rumble stage. And it is an opportunity for RNG to even the scoreline with G2, which is not something I was expecting to be saying at this point.
I thought you were going to say it's an opportunity for Saigon Buffalo to also beat the favorite.
It is definitely that opportunity as well.
But no.
Because we haven't got into the draft just yet, but this could, yeah, this is definitely going to be a difficult one for Saigon Buffalo. I think that RNG have to be hands down the absolute favorites moving into this one. And even though Bin and Wei have been doing some strange stuff throughout this tournament, it honestly does not matter. With the ability for Ming to start exactly the right fights, his mechanics have been just absolutely amazing. Xiaohu has been a superstar his whole career, to be perfectly honest, and Gala, his ability to finish off these team fights, means that Bin and Wei's craziness is honestly rewarded in a lot of situations, because yeah, they can get caught out, but the rest of the team is so good at following up, as we are already into the draft, pretty deep into the bans as well, as both of these global ultimates going to be banned away on RNG side, and the Ari and Lucian, pretty stock standard bans to be taken away here by Saigon Buffalo.
And for Saigon Buffalo, their game plan every single time has been easy to read, straightforward, and always the same. We fight, and then we fight them some more, and then we fight them some more, and hopefully that works out. And unfortunately for them, thus far in the Rumble stage, the first part has gone decently. They are by far the most aggressive team in terms of how they play out the lanes, because T1, who I'd say still has the best specific early game team within the tournament, is not really that bloodthirsty. It's more about how they play the map. But SGB, they've duo-killed basically everyone at this point fairly consistently. But the moment that the map starts to open up, that's where you really see the difference. And RNG is a team with a mid-game that is so formidable. And if SGB pick up an early Ezreal here and I have to see Gala, his Kai'Sa again, then I will be so scared. It still gives me nightmares, you know, from last year and this year as well. It's too dangerous.
It won't happen because Saigon Buffalo have been fantastic at the first half of draft.
That is
almost every time they've been very good getting through the first half. Things do slip off the rails sometimes.
They devolve a little bit
towards the latter half, but so far the Viego has been locked in as the answer to the Wukong. Of course, with a lot of these more targeted bans coming in, the Wukong does slip through, and Wei is going to have that coveted jungle pick into the Viego that has been very standard, but been interested to see what he's going to do. As yeah, exactly, the Gwen is an option. Jack's still available, but she will be locked in anyway.
And Gwen, especially with the Vladimir ban, really easy pickup to come through here for Saigon Buffalo. Still technically flexible, even though it has mainly just been that top side. The Jax works well, does mean that itemization towards the top side of the map is going to be very easy for Hazmat, as he can just pick up things like the early steel caps. And while this matchup, I'd argue, is Jack's favorite, it is a matchup that with enough attention from Froggy, from Hazmat, or from Binjay rather, or from Taki, can still be tilted into the Gwen's favor. Then on the flip side, for Bin, it's also playing into Viego Gwen is going to feel pretty good. Only problem with Bin is that he has had a aggressive tournament.
He's had an eclectic set of gameplay.
He's posturing aggressively, no matter the circumstances.
Absolutely.
As the Kalista does get picked up. Would not even be surprised, depending on what the pickup is here, to see Gala bind towards Wei as opposed to his actual support, something that we saw T1 do as well. Now, of course, throwing in a Wukong instead of a Rumble in that scenario is kind of a given.
Yeah, that's a better move.
But Wei, specifically on this Wukong, I'd expect to do really well. Wei has been very well-rounded on anything that isn't Volibear, so seeing that first half of the drafts come out from RNG must feel good for their fans, as, again, Tristana into Kalista is one of the mainstay drafts that we've seen thus far. As Syndra ban is real interesting, because Syndra right now is not in the greatest of places.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what this means for the next pick. Of course, Froggy probably wanting to line up something that he would like to take away, as the Alistair removed from Taki. And yeah, talking about binding to the Wukong instead, if Gala's support was anyone other than Ming, like maybe I'd be like, yes.
Pick an enchanter, right?
No, but
yeah.
I just think that Ming is going to have so much power this game, right? We've seen, even when Ming was laning alongside Uzi, this was one of the most terrifying AD carries for him to be paired up against, not because it's Uzi, but because Ming gets another button to play with as well, so that he can re-engage. But it will be the Galio to be banned away here as well, so obviously looking like Froggy has an idea in mind as to what he wants to go towards. We'll see. Of course, Twisted Fate already banned away, so not looking for anything like that. Last ban here on RNG's side, likely going... Oh, it's going to be the Vex, so not going to continue pinching the support role. It's going to get rid of that mid laner. Another option now is Saigon Buffalo thinking about the Rise. Hasn't necessarily been very successful so far this tournament.
Got into the dreaded second half.
This is the dream, though. Oh, there it is! The Malzahar has been locked in. Blind pick Malzahar. Oh, man. It's like I like how today has been sort of like the ghosts of very passive Korean mid laners of the past. You know, I feel like there is a... I know, of course, this is just because I'm an LCK commentator, but I feel like Crown stuck his head in just a little bit. Nautilus going to be considered for Ming, certainly one of his absolute power picks. And another option, like just so many buttons that can start the fights that RNG are looking for. Let's see what the next pick is going to be to round this one out. Xiaohu certainly has a champion pool that is about the same length as the list of champions in the game.
Yeah.
See what he's going to go towards here, though.
I do really like the Galio ban, because to me, I think Caps has been the overall most well-performing mid laner when you look at the work that he's done for his team. But Xiao is such a pivotal part of what makes RNG as good as they are in the mid game, right? He is the glue that keeps the entire team together. And while a pick like Victor, I love in terms of the damage profile, you need a really reliable AP source with all the AD that you've already drafted, otherwise it becomes really easy to itemize. Also, you don't care about Malzahar at all, effectively, as Victor. But it does mean that his ability to influence the side lanes is going to be somewhat mitigated, and that might put some pressure, especially with how aggressive Saigon Buffalo generally have played their early games. And for Xiao, it's going to take a little bit of time before he's actually able to pump out that damage, because if he gets a late game with Victor Wukong, he'll be fine.
Yeah. It's a very interesting draft. The priority pick of the Malzahar here for Saigon Buffalo, and with the bans that they had put out there as well, obviously knowing what they wanted to go towards, and is going to mean that Xiaohu is going to be largely stuck in that mid lane. Of course, Malzahar, no stranger to clearing out a minion wave or two. Victor going to be picked in order to be able to answer that, but won't have the same level of mobility that Xiaohu has been afforded throughout this tournament so far, and that has been his point of power throughout his career, right? Being able to get into these side lanes, put things in the right position for his teammates. But I'm still looking at that Wukong, right? Wei is going to have so much power on that pick. The Jax for Bin, if he gets out of control, this game could certainly just go off the rails for Saigon Buffalo. But if they hold themselves together, this could be really explosive for the team that is yet to find a win here in the Rumble stage.
What I love about the Malzahar is the setup for individual picks, and it's been such a big theme. Besides team fighting, has been kind of dive, finding one member, picking them off. It's how RNG won against T1 yesterday, that pick on owner. And a Malzahar does allow you to do that, allows you to get your Viego rolling, get your Tristana resets.
How do you answer a flash R without a QSS?
Well,
without a Q. If you haven't paid the Malzahar tax, I don't think you do, right? It's perfect.
Well, no, without you definitely don't.
We saw the power of Bay flash R-ing. He did it just last game.
That's the angle you take.
And now Froggy, the power of Bay.
Atlas.
Yeah?
Come on.
What do you mean?
Come on.
Flash R. Okay, that's all I'm saying. As Froggy going to have his personal Banshee's Veil that he didn't have to pay for broken. And he's just going to have a dance. Yep,
in
there
the
we go.
pocket.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, that is
starting off
a huge advantage.
Incredibly well.
Way's going to go back. And it's just going to be a bit quiet here in the early stage. Not going to be setting up any 5 stacks or anything like that. Very interested in how this bottom lane is going to go. As you already spoke about, Shogun and Taki have been so good at the early minutes of the laning phase. But Gala and Ming are no strangers to very aggressive bottom lanes. And this is also one of those matchups that we have to be pretty clued in on, right? Because Flack had just received his first loss here of MSI 2022. And that is, of course, our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz as well. And this is going to be a big test, as Gala will have to show that it's going to be very difficult for G2 to get that win streak back on the right stage.
As expected, early aggression coming through here from Bin. Something that he has made a trademark. His hook hits from Ming, but doesn't actually want to go in. We see BJ pathing towards the top side, and that is generally the early test as was fun to stun.
Yeah, this is a bit dangerous as Bin's going to get lit on fire. Hazmat looking for it, but we've got action on the bottom side as well. Of course we do. As Shogun gets himself out of the way, explosive charge goes off, but Gala has created enough distance. There's the Ren to come out as RNG still pushing this one forward. Ming will not be removed from the lane. Saigon Buffalo will have to back away. On the top side of the map, no one died. Certainly a lot of aggression in the early stage, despite there not being too many results.
I don't know about the all-in against an enemy lane that has Ignite advantage over you. He was lucky to a certain extent and happy, had the knowledge of where BJ was. They placed a ward on the Raptors early on. But if BJ goes for a really aggressive early pathing there, shows up on top side, and you use your flash aggressively, or rather reactive to an aggressive play like that, Bin definitely can get punished, and Bin throughout this tournament has been punished a lot as well. Now, that bot side skirmish ending up with a lot of summoners being used, but no team getting the real lead as, oh, Froggy, this is not looking good.
This is real dangerous. There's the shield broken. The flash forward, though, and yeah, it's just an auto for the stun. Froggy's very dead, and Xiaohu picks up first blood. A fantastic start for RNG, and it's early in this game, too.
And it accelerates Victor so much, right? Like especially for Xiaohu, being able to get closer to upgrading your skills, being able to get early gold, makes it so much harder to not only play around the... don't face check.
He's not in the brush. Oh my... Wow, that could have been real bad for Xiaohu, but thankfully, it wasn't. So, never mind. It's all fine.
Yeah, no, exactly. He will never know, because he just, assumes that Xiao like knew that he was there from the get-go.
Well, Saigon Buffalo are going to have to back away from the bottom side. And what I was going to say is that now, if Victor does get these leads, his ability to clear waves and just walk is actually very good. Yes, he uses a walking stick, but he can still get towards these other lanes if he does get that slight advantage so that the wave clear is online earlier than it otherwise would be.
Is it a walking stick or a staff?
It is a staff. I was thinking more about Swain, wasn't I? Because Swain's got
Swain definitely has got some issues walking-wise, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Victor does too.
Victor
has a few issues when it comes to the walking situation. I watched Arcane.
Have you not?
I learned about that, yeah.
Learned about the elaborate Victor backstory. Luckily for him, he's walking very happily as, again...
Smith fighting against Bin. Bin just unafraid entirely, throws down the counter-strike, not going to go for any sort of extra aggression. I had to check the flash, not available just yet, so wasn't able to get the stun. It feels like these top laners are perpetually low.
Ignite's available, Bin. But, Wei coming here, and with how low Hazmat is, they can 100% hunt to zero him. BJ on his way, but they should be able to read the player. If they don't, and Bin gets out as well, this matchup gets so incredibly hard.
Hazmat playing it very far back, waiting for the minions to come to him, intelligently slinking towards Fog of War, understood that there was something up, just puts the wave in a decent position for himself, and he will get himself out of there. So that'll stick around. Wei's going to move back towards his jungle as well, and it was almost some stuff happening.
No.
But in the end, not too much did.
Not allowed, and RNG, thanks to that first blood, picking themselves up an early gold lead. And the most notable one, of course, is going to be towards that mid lane. And if your enemy has a Victor and you're going towards those first few skirmishes, and he's farming, but that's the most of it, then you can feel so much safer. But now, Xiaohu with an early lead, plus a Wukong, plus Ming, is so much lockdown, so much threat, and if you overextend into an early fight, into a choke point, you don't get the reset that you need with the Saigon Buffalo comp. It becomes really hard, and I do think they need the early objectives, because playing this game out late, there's ways,
do you know what they have access
hard.
to? It's called Flash R. Xiaohu knows this. He's going to move himself back, and that's just the Doinby method, the Chaos Storm of the minion wave, and that is going to buy him a back. Not going to have to worry too much at all. He tidies up this Scuttle Crab towards the top side of the map. That's going to be traded for a dragon on the bottom side. And things continue to stay calm. The avoidance of these traps set up on both sides of the map has been pretty impressive for both teams so far. We'll see who's going to be able to get the first real edge in this game. Outside of the first blood Xiaohu was able to pick up as Counter-Strike comes in towards the top side. Bin trading quite nicely here with Hazmat, who's looking to try and trade it back. Sets up some snips, but yeah, it's just getting both top laners down to about half health, as has been happening this entire game.
Crucially, Hazmat can't really go in due to his complete lack of vision on top side, and with Wei also threatening Saigon Buffalo, not really knowing whether or not Hazmat is going to be in trouble. He's going to have to drop the wave. Great call. But it still doesn't feel very good.
No.
Especially when it's a Victor. It's just roaming towards your top side.
I like his walk animation as well. It is just a bit slow, just in general. But he's still doing it. It's Xiaohu. He's very happy to do so, as Hazmat has no teleport, so isn't going to be teleporting to his doom. Bin's going to be able to get some plates here, though, so it doesn't even really matter. This is like the perfect plate gank, right? Where Bin will just passively get an advantage, even if that dive doesn't come off.
We got that. There's got to be a good LCK word for that.
I mean,
I can't believe we don't have
plate gank for quite some time.
I feel like you can do better than plate gank.
Didn't Wolf say plate gank first? What are you saying?
What?
He's your teammate.
Well, I felt good burning you, but now I feel bad. Wolf can't defend themselves. Let's move on to the Herald Atlas, please.
All right, Shelly going to be taken down here by RNG. They just rotate back and collect that one. Froggy unable to push out the wave quite quickly enough to force Xiaohu back to lane. It's going to mean that RNG have inside track on basically anything that they want right now, as a lot of vision does go down. That's a great gravity field to avoid any sort of damage from Froggy. Outside of the Malefic Visions, get on top of himself. Bin's going to teleport back in as well, and RNG, slowly but surely, this advantage is creeping forward for them. And this is not the same as our last game, right? It's not the same sort of we need to get ahead early type comp for both of these teams. But still, any advantage is going to be a little bit more meaningful, right? Because when you have compositions that are pretty happy to fight at similar stages, just being ahead becomes so much more important. As BJ moving up here towards the top side, looking for a potential dive. Counter-Strike pretty good at countering that.
Yeah, Viego Gwen into Jax doesn't feel great. Zhao also still have the teleport available, and while Unleashed teleport isn't there yet, can definitely teleport towards the turret as he picks up
That's a pretty early Ludens.
Yeah, the Ludens Master Guard Mythic very early. And if the nameplates are off, you can argue that, and I'd say that the Saigon Buffalo team comp has win conditions later in the game as well, right? There is the opportunity to play towards your Gwen. You can single take out individual targets and then start your Viego snowball. It's relatively hard for RNG. They're more short-range aggressive characters to work as Bin.
Yeah, BJ slinking into some camouflage. Bin's just going to leap strike, and that will be the perfect answer to avoiding this one.
But this is RNG. and it's Saigon Buffalo. So Saigon Buffalo, I'd say, always want to play with from a lead, because we have seen already that their mid-game, their rotations, their teamfight setups aren't necessarily the greatest. And then from RNG, they've had early games that were way worse, and they had no trouble coming back whatsoever, and they have a 1.2k gold lead.
Yeah.
So as an RNG fan, you're lounging back, grabbing another drink.
I think you're very, very comfortable, especially when the bottom side, you know, like it's 20 CS the advantage is now Hazmat underneath his turret, has to deal with 3 members moving on up. Yes, Gwen is unable to be damaged, but she will have to move away from that turret. Thanks for calling us out, by the way, on the Gwen is immune over and over again situation, because I've struggled a lot not to say it over and over again, because she's been played so often. But that is going to be first turret blood going over to RNG. They're lining their coffers ever further as this game goes on, and Saigon Buffalo just haven't had too many answers. The rotation of the Malzahar here towards the top side is not going to be enough to save this one. 2 towers in a row? Damn, Shelly getting some value here as Froggy has to flash to get himself out of the way. And Bin just going to leap strike to get himself to safety. Hazmat now has a very long lane that he has to deal with here.
This is disaster. The amount of gold that was just put into RNG's pockets from a relatively even game state with, again, considering the teams, considering the performance of both of them thus far, still a great position to RNG having a monstrous lead. Going to be so much faster towards those mythics for Bin and Wei. And again, I'd like to reiterate, it's not like this composition is going to do has to do any of this. Like, you have Jax skills amazingly well. We've seen Wukong be incredibly effective as a pick, has basically been, outside of maybe things like the Lucian, one of the highest priorities, both in terms of bans and picks, champion in the entire game. And some of the range issues that you might argue the composition does have are aided by Xiaohu having 120 CS at, 12 minutes and having a kill and having first strike.
Yeah, Death Ray is actually a lot of range for the Victor, and also being able to do so much damage with the Chaos Storm from pretty safe distance as well. That is going to be the Drake resetting a little bit, but Gala will be able to claim it regardless. Once again, I'm denied a Cloud Soul as the Hextech Drake does come through for our third. Yeah, sometimes you just don't get it as the rocket jump is going to be interrupted. There's the Fate's Call just to mitigate the Buster Shot, and that will be the kill for Gala. So beautifully played by this duo from RNG.
So nicely done. And the one lane where it looks like Saigon Buffalo could still feel relatively well, because Hazmat has a CS lead, but Bin is still very much on parity with him in terms of game state. Now also Plate going over, Kill going towards Gala, and that explosiveness, that main characteristic of Saigon Buffalo, while we expected them to actually possibly make a splash in the Rumble stage, is just nowhere to be seen.
Let's have a look at this again, because Ming actually just getting caught out of the sky by Gala was so cool.
Yeah. Oh. He just, no, I got you. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Gets thrown. No.
And then predicts the flash as well.
That was
no big deal.
It was really clean. I don't know what you do. Saigon's Buffalo's responses around the map just have been too slow, right? That rotation that we saw from Froggy over towards topside and BJ walking over was a really good example of a pace that's just not high enough, because RNG haven't even really sped up. That was a very telegraphed play. Everyone walked towards topside. And that one they couldn't really figure out a response to. So now I'd say it's Hail Mary teamfight or bust for Saigon Buffalo. Pick someone off, hope RNG overextends. And then maybe get Baron somehow.
Oh, this bait is actually really cute from RNG, but not going to be taken here by Saigon Buffalo, as the ward is giving RNG all of the information they would ever want.
There you go.
Froggy moves back into that mid lane as Chaos Storm, Gravity Field both go down here as Froggy's taking so much damage. Look, Xiao doesn't even worry about it. He just puts down the Chaos Storm and says, get out of my lane.
Because of how fed Xiao is, he now has
paid the
QSS.
tax. Yeah, he paid the tax, but honestly, we kind of want him to get taxed that much. He earns a lot, you know?
Yeah, he does.
This is fair. This is fair.
This is proportional, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. If he didn't pay the tax, then it's like a Jimmy Carr situation. It's not so good. Okay.
And he still has a Mythic, and he's up boots. And now Froggy finishes his Mythic as I finish my sentence, but that's still... This is... This game might not be over on the screens, but I have a really hard time imagining how Saigon Buffalo comes back here, because unless RNG like horribly mispositions, playing the front-to-back team fights is so hard for SGB, unless someone overextends, right? But the amount of mobility, the amount of safety, they can just poke with Zhao, who is doing expertly, right? They can wait with actually throwing any of their hard engage they have with Wei, with Ming, until Froggy is on the back foot. Because if you focus him, like what else does Saigon do? You have a little bit of CC with Taki, and that's basically it. And
yeah, the comeback mechanics, there are not that many of them.
No. And I'm usually good at finding combat mechanics.
Wait.
You know, that's...
Oh dear. Okay, well, he is at least going to be able to take a bit of Gala's health bar. All right, Froggy staying alive. Flash has to come out to avoid the solar flare. And that was looking real dangerous, but he had friends waiting in the wings. Saigon Buffalo now pushing down on this bottom side. Signs of life here from the VCS team. Ming and Wei, though, should be able to defend this one. Shogun moving down, he'll take himself a Hex Gate, and Bin is just happily farming on the top side of the map. Xiaohu doing the same thing in the mid lane. And yes, they get the flash out of Gala, but otherwise not too much to show for it.
Oh, he's living his best life, Bin. He's just having a great time. Shoving up as Xiaohu already able to dish out so much damage.
That's a lot of damage, yeah.
Level 11 now as well. Haven't even actually seen the Chaos Storm be used for fighting, but I'd imagine that it'd go according to expectations.
A lot of damage.
Yeah. And with the gold lead as is, those are the type of plays you need to go for a Saigon, right? Hope that RNG sticks around a little bit longer, but even with that play looking relatively promising initially, by the end of it, Gala had to flash. And Hazmat used teleport, right? Stopwatch was invested as well by Froggy. So in the grand scheme of things, even that was a favorable trade, and that's the best looking play that we've seen from Saigon thus far. And it's going to require, I think, big mistakes from RNG. And RNG has had many faults, but they're not really showing up in this game.
No, not so much. Even, you know, Bin and Wei, who were certainly pretty loose cannons last time we saw them.
It's not a volley bear, Atlas. It's okay. We're safe.
Like, look at Bin.
Yeah.
It's just smacking an inhibitor turret, and no one's coming to stop him. As Hexgate's going to be used, Wei trying to look for some sort of flank, as now Xiaohu is being cornered. He flashes to get himself out of the way. Shogun locks down the kill, but can they win the ensuing fight is the question. The answer so far is absolutely yes, as now rocket jump resets are coming forward. It's a double kill here for Shogun. Bin's looking to try and lock him down, and yes, he'll get that, but at what cost, Chronicler? And the answer is almost everything.
I thought Xiaohu had stopwatch. I was like, oh, he's fine, he's poking, but he gets blown up immediately, and he's such an important damage source. And RNG, I thought they were in the freest of positions, now going to swing the gold lead back into Saigon's favor, give up a Drake that they didn't need to, and definitely some life in this game. Breathed in, which is very necessary. I was having a tough time.
No, it was definitely looking a little bit like Saigon Buffalo are just rolling over, but they absolutely weren't. Perhaps they had access to a Prime Gaming Scare Prize emote, but I'm not entirely sure. Let's check out this replay first before we go into that.
And I love what Xiao is doing here, but he gets hard focused, and crucially, he doesn't have stopwatch, so he just gets blown up, and that's a big damage source gone. And Bin comes into the fight. Wait, no, wait. Okay, there we go.
There he is.
There he is. So it's a disjointedness from RNG that even against a team that's behind, you can't do. If one kill starts happening, that's when this SGB comp can easily single out another, pick up a reset for Viego, pick up a reset for Tristana, because Shogun was hopping left, right, and center in that one. And really nice team fight from Saigon Buffalo.
Done. Absolutely beautifully done. Hazmat, huge shout out to him, as well as the solo laners from Saigon Buffalo did so much work. And you too could turn fights like that, because you can grab your exclusive Scare Prize Prime Gaming emote, so you can strut when you flash in and turn a fight, Chronicler. Would you like to do that? Turn a fight against RNG?
I'm not really a strut. I'm not really, I mean, definitely, yeah.
You're not really a strutting type guy?
Conceivable situation I would find myself in for that to ever happen.
All right, well,
I appreciate the optimism.
Well, maybe if you had a Scare Prize Prime Gaming emote, you'd be able to strut.
That'd be better.
Yeah, you could learn. There's
you
hope
like
for
strutting?
all of us.
Are you a strutter?
No, not so much myself, but I also have not got my Scare Prize Prime Gaming emote.
How many
yet.
times are you going to say that, Les?
Yeah, about as many times as I can. I'm getting much better
Really pushing it.
Well, Xiaohu now going to just be Death Ray in this mini wave on the bottom side, and RNG probably not too perturbed.
No, they shouldn't be.
But now, Saigon Buffalo know that it is possible. It's possible to win these fights, and getting that first kill started is something that they're very capable of, because they have access to Flash R. Well, they will have access to Flash R when Flash is back off cooldown.
Momentarily. It also showcases that as I think a good of a position RNG is in here, don't fight 4v5 or 3v5 really, because Xiaohu got blown up almost immediately. And now, see RNG still with a sizable gold lead, still with amazing team fights. As you pointed out, I'm not going to be too bothered by this. The main thing that this did was avoid us from going into full podcast mode as being Jay.
Yeah, Xiaohu catching him off to the side. Heartbreaker has to be used to get himself out of there, as now Wei just going to decoy his way out rather than getting in. And Gala tidies up the minion wave. And RNG, they can do this. They don't have to commit to these fights. They can see whether there's an option, but it does mean there's a few buttons on cooldown, but not anything really to worry about. Still with Cyclone available, depth charge still there, Fate's Call. So RNG, a lot still in the tank. They are going to go for a reset now and then consider what they want to do afterwards. And look at all of the vision for RNG right now. Like, it is absurd. They know everything that's going on.
Mode itemization from Gala as well, gone for Wits and Second, which in elongated fights going to give him a lot of value, and in 2D double AP threats of Hazmat and Froggy is going to help him out a lot. Secondly, I think ideally Gala stays as far away in the team fight as possible, away from Shogun, especially with the dive he has with Bing and Wei. Is looking for a play on Xiaohu there, but he is aware of the existence of Hex. I mean, he's Victor. Of course he is.
BJ walked into the death ray that Xiaohu blindly threw into the brush, which can't feel great as another Chaos Storm goes down. Gwen unable to be damaged though, but she can do the work herself. It's going to be baited out though. Xiaohu with the perfect flash will avoid it. Bin also died somewhere, but they answer it. Yep.
Not sure what happened there. I'm sure we'll get to see a replay as Bin gets taken out in the 1v2, and Hazmat returns the favors. Like, you go down, I go down.
Yeah.
Top lane is nothing but a fight between equals. If you go down, so will I. And overall, pace of the game kind of stagnating. I think the real breaking moment is coming up in a little bit when this Drake spawns. And I also think Froggy is dead.
Oh, yeah. Froggy's, this is going to be very difficult to get out of. And by difficult, I mean impossible. Gala's going to be delivered that kill. I apologize for the lack of enthusiastic play-by-play in that situation, but I just don't think that there was very much hope for Froggy to outplay it on Malzahar, unfortunately.
Is there a timeline, I ask of you?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's just,
I don't think so.
It's not quite, like Caps' Silas play where you can dash everywhere and do this stuff. Like, you just don't really have access to it.
Play.
Yeah.
Love that. Instead, it's going to be RNG just straight up picking up the Drake here, which overall just means that Saw is further away than it could have been otherwise. Maybe we'll go to the maximum amount of Drakes in this game. Would be quite nice.
That would be the dream. Just to get as many Hextech Drakes as possible. So we're going to check out what happened to Bin as we were focusing on the top side. I just teleported.
That explains it. Because I was actually ready to be like, Bin, if your team is making a play on the top side of the map, back off. But wasn't caught pushing, was caught teleporting, and died nonetheless, not able to join the play. But
he obviously knew what his mistake was, and unfortunately did not make up for it quite quickly enough. So I think we'll forgive him.
Yeah, it's like you're channeling a teleport, and then Tristan. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's not great.
And it wouldn't be very nice if we said, well, you should have got out of there earlier. He's like, yeah, obviously I knew that.
I know that. God, guys. I'm sure a lot of people have told Bin that.
I imagine, and I also imagine that he just does not care.
I mean, they've been winning a lot. I'm sure he's feeling fine.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It's
only 3.5k though.
Yeah,
Chronicler.
No,
it's not a overwhelming advantage here for RNG, and we've seen that Saigon Buffalo can certainly win fights. And of course, Shogun, as the game goes on, he's already level 14. He's been drawing a lot of beads. There's pictures of beads everywhere.
Pictures?
He's drawing beads. That's what it means, right?
I kind of assumed it meant like the act of putting him on the string into like a cool necklace or something.
Ah,
maybe a bracelet.
That might be it.
I feel like Tristana's more
Oh yeah,
because
you can draw beads along the... Oh, wow. That is another incorrect thing that it also
I mean,
isn't.
you should learn something. Don't have to
Yeah,
frame
no, I like it. I really appreciate it. As Froggy going to move back towards this mid lane, looking to try and protect his inner turret. But RNG haven't really been able to find too many more avenues of attack. And Bin looking for his opportunity here towards the bottom side, but it is a full health Gwen who's very happy sitting on 2 items.
Yeah, has Ignite as well. Just finished Nashor's, so don't think you want to go for that. And the Nashor's choice makes a lot of sense as they go in.
All right, Ingo and Shogun trying to reposition with the rocket jump, but what's more powerful, 4 members of Saigon Buffalo or 1 gravity field? And gravity field at that point did win out a little bit in that
chase
choke.
that, unfortunately. And it's funny that the most LCK game we get is a team, or is a game between the VCS and the LPL.
Yeah, I wasn't quite prepared for this level of passivity, but we also were completely prepared for this level of passivity, you know?
We've been trained for this.
Yeah. I didn't have it at the ready, you know? Like, I wasn't flexing those muscles this morning in preparation for this game, I assure you.
We get the chance nonetheless.
Yeah.
It is RNG, and as far as LPL teams go, they're not necessarily known for their aggression, but still, little tidbit as, yeah, this game has slowed down to a glacial pace.
Yeah, the gold graph, I think, is basically a flat line at this point. We will need to resuscitate it in order to find a victor, I could imagine. Well, you don't need it. There's a victor in the mid lane, but if you want to find a winner of this game, you'll need to resuscitate the gold.
Come from the Netherlands, and flat land is just as good as mountainous land. Atlas, I don't know what you're. I don't like what you're implying here.
Not land. Oh no.
That's actually one of the best parts about Korea. Is like how
you see a hill for the first time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we don't really get those. It's very unfortunate.
I remember how fascinated you were with the amount of hills there were in Korea.
It just makes me happy. You know, I just like going from up to down, and I'm sure Xiao is going to feel great when he finishes his death cap. That feels like a break point that is going to make Saigon's life really, really hard.
How do you feel about the Lich Bane in this game? Because I know that there's been a lot of opinions about Lich Bane on Victor and the amount of value that it has. As Hazmat's in a bit of trouble here, Bin is just looking to kill him. As he, it was almost Gwen things, but nope, it's going to be the 1v1, 1 out by Bin. Now RNG moving towards the Baron as well. 4 versus 5 technically. Unleashed Teleport available here for Bin to get back with the rest of his team. Teleport towards the bottom lane is a thing you could do, and that is going to mean that RNG can move towards the Baron, take that one for themselves, and Saigon Buffalo will get an outer turret in the bottom lane.
I need a moment to process that.
Yeah, no, you can have one. I think you deserve it.
Reasonably, as Saigon, I do think the core is like you're never going to be able to contest that Baron ever, right? Because you're down a member and you're fighting into a Victor, you're fighting into a Wukong. Bin can still join the fight because he has Unleashed Teleport, and you have no vision. So the overall situation is just real bad. And in that scenario, I can see a situation. You know what, guys?
Yeah,
just
it kind of
trade
makes
as much
sense,
as we can. Trade as much as we can. Get 2 turrets, so we get at least a little bit of gold. Shove out waves, so they need to take more time to actually get to us, and then go from there. As the Ignite was actually available here, and if Hazmat is actually able to elongate this fight, I think he wins, right? Like there you saw it at the end, but he doesn't, and Bin hits a level up off of it as well, so the Ignite isn't even going to take him down.
Yeah, like getting almost into the brush as well. Hazmat could have possibly weaved another auto or 2, but
that's why he picked Jax, right?
Yeah. And he also has his Blade of the Ruin King and his Divine Sundra. He's very, very happy at this point in time on the Jax. And now Soul Point available for RNG. As you mentioned, we do want to get to as many Drakes as possible this game. That will mean that Saigon Buffalo will need to lock down the next one to guarantee the 7.
So you were asking about the Lich Bane and want to go back to it for at least a little bit. In this game specifically, I think it gets more value than many LCK situations where they picked it up against like Corkies.
And a lot of range,
Yeah, in this case, there is actually short range as RNG goes in.
Yeah, depth charge onto Froggy. He's going to mitigate it with his stopwatch. Gets underneath his Nexus turrets. There's the ulti as well, and immediately they blow up Ming. But the base is broken. The inhibitor will go down. Saigon Buffalo now have to chase after RNG if they want to kill anyone. They're not going to be able to. So yes, they're a man down, but RNG do break the base.
Minions? Ah, there we go. They get the bot side turret. Overall, of course, favorable trade, even with the pickup, although...
Yeah, we have Hex Gates. We have
a lot of
Hex Gates. Yeah, BJ thinking about trying to get over, but can't really do it right now. Just going to move towards that mid lane. Yeah, getting out of your base is certainly something that's a little bit quicker, but not going to catch after them. And Saigon Buffalo now back to trying to get themselves okay. And there was a slight blip in the gold graph, but otherwise not too much, right? We're only at about 4,000, and at 30 minutes into the game, doesn't mean a whole lot. But RNG have been playing this out far better so far, despite not necessarily having the largest of Red Bull Baron power plays thus far. Then, you know, positive 15 gold or so.
Actually remarkable.
Not exactly the greatest.
In hindsight, the loss of the inhibitor, of course, is going to make it much harder to play the map. And I'd still argue, even with the gold as is, it's an RNG win, not in small part due to just how the team comps function. But the going for those turrets actually helped them a lot in staying relevant in terms of gold. Which is nice.
Agree.
Good for you, Saigon Buffalo. Just got to win the upcoming team fight.
Exactly. Well, RNG are going to make it as difficult as possible for them as Ming is back here with the rest of his team. Xiao throwing out these death rays, and it's another inhibitor just going down. Saigon Buffalo unable to actually find any sort of fight that they're looking for. As Solar Flare comes down, it's just going to slow them momentarily. And RNG is just walking in, taking their stuff and leaving.
So shouting out the confidence on Xiao. Yeah, sure, he has a QSS, but still getting absolutely pummeled in a previous fight. Like, I'm not gonna feel anything defensively. I'm all
He needs a void stuff now.
Well, you know who needs void stuff is people on Saigon Buffalo, because there is a lot of Merc threads. There is a Locket. There is a Wit's End. So Force of Nature. So neither Hazmat nor Froggy having the best of times. The one upside, if you could call it that, for Saigon Buffalo here, is that it does give more relative power to Shogun, but it also makes it easier for RNG to know we killed this guy, and it's immediately done.
Yeah, and the amount of gap close that they have is absurd as well.
Yeah, there is Ming, who can be thrown in, who can flash. There is a Wukong. There's a level 18 Jax with just a lot. He's got a lot going on.
Yeah, there's a few things there. It looks like it might be Guardian Angel to come through next, on top of the Force of Nature he already has against the double AP that neither have Void Staffs. Yeah, Bin's going to be very, very happy with how this game is going. Currently in that top side, getting that one pushed out. And of course, won't have too much trouble with that, as there are no inhibitors in the side lanes here for Saigon Buffalo. And yes, there is the argument to be made that those waves will freely push towards them, right?
Free money.
The problem is that RNG gets ownership of their entire jungle. They can easily just pick up the Dragon Soul whenever they would like to. And I don't expect that RNG will let Saigon Buffalo just sit back and farm up those waves. So they are going to push now for this inner turret, the last one remaining. And we'll see whether Saigon Buffalo do have any answers here. His shield's going to get broken. There's another Depth Charge and Dredge Line. Decent knock up there, but BJ does go into the camouflage. It's just not going to be enough to save Taki, though. Left out to dry here. Saigon Buffalo just realizing that they could not do anything to stop the onslaught.
Two choices here for RNG. The less risky one is just get Soul. The riskier one, try to push with Taki down. You're a member up, but they're going to play it slow. I think that's the right call. With Hextech Soul, losing this game becomes excruciatingly difficult. The amount of value that you're going to get with the extra attack speed, the zap for Xiao, who's making just exceptionally happy. And Saigon Buffalo, they know this as well. They also identify, again, similar to last time, they can't contest this.
Nope.
There's no way.
Yeah, so that is going to be Soul. RNG now with a lot of extra power.
Building Morellos into RNG when they're stacking this much MR.
I didn't really want to mention it.
You know me, I'm not generally one to go on too much about itemization, but this one, it hurts.
Yeah.
It hurts.
Especially when we were just talking about a specific other item that we would like purchased. Is now Froggy looking to grab Bin. Not going to be able to find the silence, but it doesn't matter if you can just press R. Counter-Strike comes down though, and Bin just walking this one out. The rest of RNG have now formed up, and the Gwen is very, very dead. Ming's going to break his stopwatch finally. Flashes to get himself out of the way. It is going to be the answering kill. Oh, very, very close to getting out. And now Saigon Buffalo trying to reform, but it is just not going to work. Some resets come in, but that is still going to be the ace, and RNG should should now win this game.
They took their leisurely time, but in the end, RNG never ever really getting threatened. Bin took a full ultimate there from Froggy. He's just like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, look at the shirt that he bought. It's a really cool No Magic Please shirt that he picked up. That Force of Nature working out. And the Nexus is going to fall. RNG now equalize in scoreline with G2 as we end the first round robin of the MSI 2022 Rumble stage. Big congratulations, and that rematch that is coming up in just a couple of games' time just became all the more spicy.
I love it. The two, or specifically the win that was gathered previously by PSG, has completely thrown off this entire group. And Saigon Buffalo, they can't quite repeat the feat that PSG was able to pull off. And as such, lose to the expected favorite RNG. A couple of mistakes left and right, but
I think
we've seen
one of
these games. Like, there was never really any sense of threat, which is why the LCK podcast made a surprise appearance in a VCS LPL game. And we see some of the individual moments, but that explosiveness that I think we were looking for Saigon Buffalo, RNG never really gave them opportunity. Like, they never really allowed them to go for these extremely aggressive plays. And then as the pace of the match just slowly went on, you know, like a river in a flat land, not that much going on, RNG just gets in nips, wins the fights.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, this was the RNG that I remember, you know. RNG did have a few more exciting moments, you know, with Bin and Wei playing towards their playstyle and things like that. But RNG was, as has been mentioned many times, one of the more slow and methodical of the LPL teams. We got a bit of an idea about exactly how that one goes if they're able to play their game. But we're stepping away for a quick break, but coming up next, it's T1 versus PSG, a newly improved PSG, both securing crucial victories earlier today, and stay tuned for that one.
T1 take their 33-minute victory over PSG Talent. They get kill number 2, look at number 3, not quite yet though. And now we're gonna try again. Baker diving in for a bunch more, and T1 just wiped the map.
我觉得下次对阵 T1 的时候，首先我要把自己的线出一个比这次还要更好。
Now the re-engage, Kaiwing finds his mark. PSG have come out on top in the end.
we letting it go on.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where with that win out of RNG, we have brought the first round robin of the Rumble stage to a close. And so we want to bring up those standings to give everybody a full picture of where things lie as we head into the back half of the Rumble stage. Things have gotten interesting all of a sudden. In a day where we kind of entered and in particular expected the first 3 games of the day to not really shake things up much, Lyric, they did exactly the opposite. Things are now close.
Yeah, seriously, that one win from PSG feels like it really just opens up the board for everyone, right? RNG now being able to try and get sole position of first. T1, you're not feeling as bad now that you're still only 1 game behind the 2 teams above you.
Exactly.
EG, just everyone feeling much better.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, EG's probably not feeling much better because PSG actually is now tied with them, right? You know, they were 1 game up, and I don't think we're expecting them to get a win over RNG. No, but it's much more interesting for the group, right? Because PSG, you know, if Saigon can upset EG, if PSG gets a win in the second half of the day, they're all of a sudden alone and in 4th. T1 potentially can close the gap there a little bit. You know, if they win there, whoever wins between G2 and RNG, you know, the loser obviously could potentially be tied with T1. So things shifting around quite a bit. And I do think it just makes the group more exciting, seeing that, hey, some of these upsets actually are possible.
Without a doubt. I mean, it is amazing what a game or 2, right? A result or 2 can do to the overall picture. And so with the first round robin behind us, I do kind of want to look towards the second round robin, but by highlighting some key takeaways, some key players that we feel were top performers throughout that first half of the Rumble stage. We will call out 6 players across all 6 teams, but hyper-focus on 3 of them, starting with RNG's Gala.
Yeah, it's just great to see, right? I feel like every time we go to an international, not only does Gala step up and just completely take over games, but also things like Kai'Sa luckily always come back into the meta.
Kai'Sa's the LPL champ.
It really is. And again, always coming back just right in time. Thank God it's not Jixabelios. But yeah, Gala, I mean, standout performer, right? He plays so much like an assassin in my mind because he's always looking to get on the back line. He's so good at doing it. I'll give a special shout out to Ming because without Ming, what Gala can do wouldn't be possible. But yeah, well, when for RNG, it's all about the mid and late game. I mean, you know this guy's going to be the one to step up.
Ming was a hero on this Nautilus game in particular. But yes, all in service of putting Gala in a position to take those late game fights, be that backline assassin of a Kai'Sa that we know he can be. And so, again, as you mentioned, Azael, now at 4-1, tied with G2, there's very much their destiny is back in their own hands as they look towards a rematch with that G2 squad, and I'm sure Gala wants to drive that team to a victory. From there, though, we have to talk about G2's top performer
in his way.
in Caps. Yeah, that mid laner, man.
Yeah, I mean, he has just been unreal. I think Caps at his best is some of the best moments you see in League of Legends, period. You know, when you think back over all his years of international success, of regional success, this is a guy that plays the line better than almost anyone else in the world. You know, he has that reputation in solo queue of being like a limit tester or a bit of an inter or whatever in solo queue, but he uses that aggression at the pro level so incredibly well, right? He will play that fine line where he says, hey, I might only live with 50 health, but I win this, right? And he's going to take those fights and he's going to find those outplays and flip games on their heads as a result.
Yeah, and I mean, like, when you have a winning record over Faker, when you have Xiao, who in an interview today saying, like, hey, this is the best performing guy here, I mean, these 2 legends putting him on such a pedestal, that's saying a lot.
I mean, I'll steal something from Reddit. Right. Uzi on his stream said that Caps seems to just find another level when he goes up against those Eastern teams and had lots to say in terms of what Caps can do to get things done on the international stage. He also does it with a wildly diverse mid lane champ pool, which I think is equally
and a lot of
impressive and a lot of flair at that, playing aggressively even on champions that maybe you don't think should play that way. From there, we jump to the top lane. We talked about Zeus at the top of the day. I mean, the man's got hands, and for T1, in so many ways, while they have struggled, he has been a point of consistency.
Yeah, and when, you know, for the past few years, it feels like LPL has really been the region to have, like, the carry top laners. It's so nice to see, once again, LCK come out with the premier carry top laner. This guy, again, just absolutely smacking everyone. His laning phase is just so impeccable. It's not even just about being able to win lane, right? Even without resources, he's doing fine. He could play matchups that should be behind and still come out even or ahead. It really just feels like he's doing it all.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw that exemplified today, earlier against Impact, you know, really getting the better of Impact in that 1v1. Of course, Owner helping get him ahead. But then really he took over the game from that point. Zeus has been incredible.
From there, we'll jump to the bottom of the standings, the 3 teams that are in the chase pack, for lack of a better word. We've got Kaiwing, we've got Shogun, and we've got Jojopion.
And I think a lot of these are maybe more debatable. I think a lot of people are going to be thinking about Jojopion and saying, hey, should it actually be Inspired or Impact in there? And I think definitely in the earlier stages, it was for sure those guys. I think Jojopion has had some really strong performances, though, back to back to back to back, and has been really stepping up. So I do think it's arguable that he is the best performing member now on EG over these last couple games.
I mean, he's definitely ramping up, right? He's the one that is continuously just getting better and better in each game we're seeing, doing more and more. And then on the other end, right, we just highlighted Shogun and how exciting of a player he could be, and just how diverse and good overall their bot lane is. And I mean, Kaiwing on the international stage year after year after year.
Yeah, I mean, yes, exactly. A mainstay of the international stage. And again, referencing that massive victory from earlier today, it all began with the roam to the top lane. I love the stat you called out, Lyric, the fact that he has such a high duo proximity, but therefore highlights the effectiveness of those roams. When he does make the decision to go elsewhere, he's generally going to get something out of it.
Always. It feels like the timers he finds, the way he does it, are always just so unique, so good at setting up. Again, specifically his top side in a meta where teams really aren't doing that. Last year, it was such like a normal thing of you gank for your top laner at level 3 or level 4, and now it's Kaiwing, just one consistently looking for these plays and always finding, you know, the advantage through that route.
Well, just some of our individual top performers from throughout the first round robin of the Rumble stage. But now, as we look towards Game 4 of the day, we move into that back half, that second round robin. These are all rematches now, which I think always colors the conversation a little bit differently. And our first rematch of the day is going to be T1 versus PSG. Both of these teams picking up wins in their first games of the day today. A big part in what's made this all so interesting.
Absolutely. I mean, coming into the day, you would have said PSG has absolutely no chance, but, you know, the big win that they had earlier. If they can replicate that, you know, I'm just really curious to see, do they now just try to go straight back to a very similar draft, you know, go for Ornn or Sion top lane, you know, go for, you know, bot lane on team fighters, just look really for 5v5 and just play heavily through that style, because that is what got them their big upset.
It's a good question, especially when you consider, Lyric, what T1 did in the mid game here in terms of shoring up some of those coordination holes that we had highlighted earlier in the tournament.
I mean, in my mind, like the fights we saw earlier from T1 were some of the best coordinated fights, not only out from them, but just out from the whole tournament so far. And I think when you look at both teams, right, I don't think T1 really has to change too much what they're doing in terms of game plan or composition or anything like that. I think it is on the PSG side of things where, you know, let's be real. T1 probably is just going to smack you in the early game no matter what you draft.
They've done it to everyone.
Exactly. So go with what you drafted earlier. Go with more scaling. That's how G2 were able to come out ahead. If you can weather the storm, not even enough, right? Even a 5K gold lead was enough to weather the storm for G2. It's like maybe you can get it done with one nice Ornn engage or a big late game Tristana or any other type of hyper carry.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess on the T1 side of things, I'm just thinking now about how many of those tools do you look to remove in draft, right? Those Ornns, while they're not going to be lane dominant, and you definitely believe that Zeus is going to be able to abuse an Ornn and build a substantial lead, it's all irrelevant if you go to the late game team fights and you're just out-comped.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a lot of questions, though, right? Like, can you actually hold up enough early that your comp matters late? I think is a big question against T1. You know, they're so strong individually. I think their game earlier today against EG was really, really impressive. I liked the draft a lot. I liked, you know, the way that they were able to execute on
as well, right? GP Silas.
Yep, and Senna scaling really well. You know, the Nautilus getting farmed, so actually becoming more of a relevant tank. So I do think T1 kind of showed that they can bring in some really intelligent drafting, because people had been pretty critical. And let's be honest, they're still massive favorites coming into this. I do think it's going to take, you know, kind of a surprise.
Loved the Lysandra pick in the context that we saw it. What other options would PSG have in the mid lane to contribute to that kind of team fight late game oriented? We saw Galio early in a couple times early in the tournament.
I guess Vex, if it's not banned out once again like it's been, but just these more facilitative style picks. We have seen him hover things like the Vel'Koz a few times. I don't know if he'll actually lock it in, but we've seen those picks hover. Just I think things that can neutralize, right? Things that can get him through laning phase, and he'll be feeling pretty good.
And hey, I mean, if you're willing to leave LeBlanc up, T1 will probably take it, and you might just be able to run back, you know, LeBlanc into Lysandra.
All right, there it is. Big brain strats right there. It gives me great pleasure to hand things over to a caster pair with a I can't read this.
Prolific are reserved personas. As any of you could wish to find.
Dracos and Dagda, baby!
Oh.
I like the amount of D words: disaster, dangerous, dashing. Yeah. This is Dracos and Dag. This is the first time we've cast together.
I know. I'm excited.
I'm excited too. We thought about Dragda. It was a little RuPaul for us. Dagkos, also questionable. Not great. So we'll go with Double D as our duo name for anyone who wants to like ship whatever's happening here already. You're welcome to. But this game is a rematch. It was highlighted on the desk. And I like what they were saying at the end there. Like this more keeping it simple angle, because PSG with Lissandra and just like big wombo combo team fights has looked like a pretty solid team. Any other situation has kind of been bot side, top side, and like the two dudes in the middle. It's felt a little bit less together, let's say.
Yeah, and I think like keeping it simple, definitely easy. And also, I just want to see Kaiwing out more. Like it feels like every time he's kind of let out of the house, he actually has a great time, you know, interacting with topside, getting some kills there, making plays in the mid lane as well. Like I want to see Kaiwing being allowed to have a bit more of an opportunity.
I agree. Strict parents, though. We'll see if they actually let him go out and hang out with his friends today on the top side of the map, maybe for Hanabi. It's highlighted by Lyric in the previous segment. For now, though, stock standard bans, everything we come to expect. But with LeBlanc taken away, it also means highly unlikely we will see a situation where it makes sense for Bay to pick Lissandra, Lucian, LeBlanc, very standard Vex. Not quite as standard, but maybe trying to set up for a potential Ahri first pick here for Faker.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about, because last time it was actually Bay who ran the Ahri when these two teams faced off, and we got the Zoe counter from Faker, which worked out really well. So I'm kind of curious if, you know, T1 just kind of posing the question, you know, Bay, are you comfortable playing something like a Zoe into Faker? We'll have to see what the plan is going to be. Also,
for context, this has been played twice. First time we saw it, it wasn't clear if it was a legitimate pick. Second time, it looked pretty solid in the hands. Both times, it was in the hands of owner. So it seems like this is now a reputable enough pick that it's getting banned.
100% win race, you know? Who can you argue with?
I still don't think it's good, but owner is a very good player, so I respect taking him off something that he has seen success on in the past. Potentially, again, setting up a situation where you can trade some of these power picks, although triple mid bans, taking the Ahri out as well. It seems like Faker's just saying, hey, look, my pool runs deeper. We can take these champions off, and I'll find something comfortable no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, when you look back at what Bay's played, it's only the Orianna and the Lissandra that is still up and available for him. But, I mean, I think you're relatively comfortable here as Bay, right? Like, trying to get something like an Orianna or even one of these control mages, I think, works out relatively well, where you can just try and play for those late game fights, and that seems to be where PSG Talon are happy.
Yeah, now, of course, the Wukong taken back. What is the option going to be here? Pick of the litter when it comes to the top tier. 80 carries still up and available. Only Wukong and Vi taken away as viable jungle picks. No pun intended. But Kalista rising in prio. And it's not, to me, it's not the Kalista that makes the whole thing together. As is often the case in Kalista metas, it's that Kalista gets to throw somebody else into enemy back.
And especially when you're looking at like the Rift Herald skirmishes that we're often getting, and you know, these big wombo combos we've been seeing like Diana Yasuo and these kind of things, it just makes sense to have a champion that can fling her support in there and make sure that you're able to win out on those fights with just the sheer amount of CC. But going to be looking at the Tristan on the opposite side. Decent push, shouldn't be bullied out too heavily from the Kalista.
Yep. See how aggressive they want to get on the bottom side as well. See if they can try to generate any greater advantages here. Gumish and Carry, obviously very talented players, but have looked up and down, I would say, over the course of these stages. First stage, obviously hyper dominant, and second stage has been a little bit sloppy in some instances. Laning phase, though, pretty consistently always a strong point for T1. That said, Lee Sin, the start of a strong jungle mid pairing. Looks like they don't want to give anything away here. 80 carry, support. Ooh, support. Rel. Rising in priority this tournament so far. Don't love it, but it has looked pretty solid.
Yeah, I was kind of interested. I thought they would go for the Lee Sin, and you're kind of going, hey, look, owner, if you want to go for the Viego here, we've got the good side of the matchup. But kind of saying, hey, look, we don't really mind. If you go for Viego here, we can still pick the Lee Sin last. I just think the biggest problem now is you can go for like Viego here for owner, maybe take a mid laner for Faker, and suddenly you're into territory of, okay, well, we get a good mid lane matchup because we can ban away more mid laners, or we end up with a really good jungle matchup because we can just ban away more of the junglers for them.
Yeah, and I think giving T1 that kind of edge where they get to shape a matchup like that is always just going to feel so difficult when they're expected to be the favorites. Most certainly in the early game, we'll see how PSG can navigate through, but might not even be a jungler. They might be fine just letting that pool get banned out, letting those champions get taken away, instead just prioritizing their solo laners and saying, hey, look, you get a counter pick for one of these, and we're going to ban away any other potential counter picks immediately after you lock in your third.
Yeah, so I imagine that you'll probably take the mid lane here for Bay just to make sure you can get like a Silas or a Galio or something along these lines. There is always an opportunity to like actually take top and go for like an Orianna or something and still have push, but yeah, it looks like they're going to go with the Galio, and then you probably ban away top laners here on T1. Make sure that Hanabi isn't able to get his hands on things like the Ornn and these kind of things that can set up for strong team fights, because at the moment T1 definitely going to be looking to try and use the globals that they have to put pressure on the map early and try and snowball the game through that.
And the Galio, obviously, with a semi-global response, is going to mitigate some of that threat, or at least be able to respond to some of those options. But it is going to be difficult to play against a T1 who are already packing so many globals. Looking for another big damage threat here on the side of PSG. Don't get me wrong, I am no stranger to seeing Unified be the center of attention and the carry, but would not mind seeing another hyper carry, maybe in the form of a jungler, something like a Graves if it is up and available, as you already have an AP solo laner. Gwen would not hurt either, but would take Hanabi away from that identity we talked about before, where he can just be Mr. Team Play, Mr. Ornn, Mr. Start the fights, Mr. Dictate the pace.
And it's what worked for them both in, well, here at MSI in the last game and also domestically, right? Was just going for big team fights at neutral objectives, specifically at Dragons. And I think that's where they kind of got their win last game. So I'm looking to see if they're going to go towards that style again. I'm just kind of surprised that they are going for jungle bans, but as you said, like, you are looking for another damage dealer. And if you're going to go with Hanabi on a mega tank, like something like an Ornn or a Sion or these kind of things, well, then you know the damage has to come from the jungle.
Yeah, and of course, Nocturne solid interaction into the Twisted Fate does limit, if timed well, some of the impact of those potential globals. And obviously, you know, it's not really a PCS special. With the VCS in the tournament, anytime I see a Nocturne Galio, I get shaky. We'll see if the PCS could have given us something similar. This is a traumatized European fan speaking. Yeah. Nocturne should never hit level 6 that quickly, never again. Anyway, Ornn banned away. Okay, so respecting some of the things that we talked about with those simple, reliable engage options on the top side, even if a champion like Gangplank would outscale, why give them anything that they would be comfortable with on the side of PSG?
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, I think you just try and take your jungle here. I imagine they will go for the Viego, looks like it's going to be, and then maybe Owner just opts into the Lee Sin. You get that good side of the matchup, or maybe the Volibear here, but certainly I think, like, if you're looking at T1, right, it's like, hey, we really need to get the ball rolling early, so let's go for that early aggression. Let's play with something that can synergize well with Faker and the TF, make some plays mid, see if we can get an early advantage, and then have him start to move around the map.
Ooh, Lee Sin, similar. Not quite the same raw early power that Volibear brings, where he feels like no matter who is playing him, he is always a big threat. Lee Sin obviously much more player reliant, but if anyone has been incredibly solid for this team, it has been Owner alongside Zeus. So ready to see what the Lee Sin can do in the early game. The Gragas coming through. Gragas close to pairing, gaining in popularity. Very solid matchup for the Rels. We've seen this one a few times now over the course of the tournament, so feels like pretty easy way to finish up the draft from the side of T1.
Yeah, I mean, easy belly pop your way out of the rel. You got good disengage now, and just the ability to kind of like pick fights as you want, right? Because you can disengage, you got the Gangplank ult to make sure that you can kind of get the slows, which makes things easier for like Twisted Fate to get in, something like a Gragas to get in. So it feels like a nice all-rounder comp from T1, whereas when you look at PSG, right, they're very heavily playing for those team fights, at least in the moment, unless they want to start looking towards those side lanes a little bit better.
Waiting?
No.
Okay, that's what we expected. You don't want your double AD. People really love, you know, you gotta have that separation of damage types. AD jungler almost always means double AP solo laner, so that's gonna be the Galio and the Gwen. Of course, again, Hanabi, solid, reliable player for this team. No doubt that he will fare pretty well against Zeus. That said, when it comes to what the team needs, I don't love seeing the Gwen Dagda.
I mean, I gotta say though, like, when you look at like opportunities for Faker to try and get onto someone with a Twisted Fate, right? You've got Gwen who goes immune, you got Viego's able to dash over wall, Galio's able to get himself out of dodge, the Tristana to get away as well. So they've kind of gone for like an anti-Twisted Fate comp here a little bit. And when you've got a decent like front line, you can still have some fun in team fights, right? I don't hate like what we're going for here from PSG.
Yeah, Faker's gonna have a great time. Gwen goes immune, Viego's unstoppable. Again, Tristana rocket jump. Still find that mechanic highly questionable, but why not? She can just ignore CC. Who cares? It's a skill thing. We'll have to see. Now remember, PSG, they did find a win early today. It's a similar story for T1. T1, I still think, heavy favorites in this game. And just to set the stakes here, we're looking at two things. We're looking at the battle for 4th, and we're looking at the battle for 1st. For PSG, if they win here, they will be tied 3-3 with T1. And if T1 win, they will be tied 2nd with the loser of our next game. Whether that ends up being RNG or G2, we will find out. But if T1 want to stay competitive in this race for 1st, that all-important 1st seed, as you do get to choose your opponent as we head into the bracket stage, they need to win here against PSG talent.
Yeah, and every EG fan is like, for the love of Christ, T1, please, please take this game. Do not give Talon more ammunition.
And that's the big thing, right, is that if you're the team, it's almost more important to be the team that can upset as opposed to the team who can do head-to-head matches. Obviously, both are going to be super important, but even if EG is able to find some edges in the individual matches against PSG, PSG just keeps taking games off top teams, it might not matter. Here we go, though, Dagda. 5 people on the top side. Getting ourselves a little PCS fight club.
30 seconds until
Just wait. Bated breath. Observers teasing us with the vision toggle. They're going to spot a large number, and it looks like all 5 here on the top side, so nothing else going to happen. Just going to be a ward and a bit of XP to the side of PSG.
Yeah, just going to back away. But obviously T1 spotting them all out. They're going to move into the bot side, just get some vision for themselves and try and spot out where Juhan is going to be on these early clears. So I definitely think when we look at like early game, I'm feeling like Owner, you know, has the opportunity to try and set up a faker here in the mid lane, try and get Bay a little bit uncomfortable from the get-go, especially trying to even just prevent Juhan from going for some sort of like Bay flash into Juhan stun onto faker as well. It feels like kind of whoever can get this early lead in mid lane is going to dictate a lot of this early game.
Certainly. And I think that there's no doubt in my mind when we look at T1, despite some of the shakier performances they've had, their early game is still phenomenal. Something that we keep a track of here. Good early vision from T1 spots out the leash, so it means Kalista and Gragas are going to be able to walk up. They've opted not to leash, so it should be easy control of the bot lane for them. Early level 2 obviously crucial in a lot of these more explosive matchups. As Bay walks into lane, just a little bit late, but can't do much as a level 1 Galio anyway, so just going to walk this out.
Yeah, he's going to get pushed in anyway, so it'll all be fine and dandy. I started off with the boots, but probably won't get a chance to use them very early with the Predator. You can already see Faker trying to make sure that he can get that early crash. Make sure that he's not going to be exposed, because like some things that you can do with the Viego in the early stages is like go for these quick level 2 ganks. So oftentimes what you see is mid laners like crash the wave super early on the second wave rather than the third wave, and you can get those wards down and like stop any funny business coming your way.
And certainly would be good to have the option. The fact that they've already tracked the early jungle pathing, knowing that Viego is clearing bot to top, does give them that much more information. He can maybe move towards more. Once he knows a few camps are down, he can play more safely towards the bottom side. That said, Guma and Keria, full control of the bot lane for now. Unified and Kyle are going to have to wait for a few more levels, and Faker continuing to just use the range advantage well, but despite the fact that he knows the Viego should be more towards this top side, that's where he's playing. He's flashing away, but the Predator is going to be enough. It looks like they might just finish the job. Faker running. Blue card comes in. Not ideal, but now Owner forcing the flash out from Bay. Bit of a back and forth. Waiting on the next Sonic Wave. Leaps in with the safeguard. If he lands the Q, somebody's dying. We'll just go for the camp instead, taking the smaller advantage. Bloody exchange in the mid lane. Dagda, you exactly called it. Early gank comes in from Juhan.
Yeah, I mean, now Juhan actually has to be careful. Like, one of the big advantages for Lee Sin is this early skirmish power, and
kick lands. Juhan! A little bit extra movement speed there as he leaps away with the stun. And now Keria on the way up already. This is that early bot priority. This is the cost of leashing your Viego. The Gragas getting to roam first, but he's not going to do anything.
oh, he's going to do so much, though. Owner already on the red buff. Juhan super low. This is a super messy, and even with Zeus as well having push in top, I mean, you could always just come across to help him out.
Oh, no. I can see it in my head already. Owner's queuing over that wall. This, yeah. He finds Juhan. Luckily, Juhan has the smite for healing, and luckily there is nothing in that Krug pit for him to jump to. Bay on the way up. Hanabi there as well, but 3v3 with Keria in the area too. Definitely favoring T1.
Yeah, Keria's just kind of sitting here, just has completely, is down a level in the bot side, but I mean, that hasn't really been able to help out too much, but at least giving that support to Lee Sin means that Owner will have full control over this matchup, and now we can kind of start to see, like, all right, T1 already off to a pretty decent lead in the early stages.
Yeah, and it's not just in terms of pressure, in terms of jungle camps that they are able to secure there with that small play in the mid lane, also just on the top side, 28-17, the CS score. Zayu's making a good effect of Gangplank and the infinitely obnoxious ranged grass procs. Oh, parlay. Even after they nerf it, it's still so good.
Yeah. And even I was really surprised when I looked at the patch notes. It was like, oh yeah, we're just going to give more burn to Gangplank. I was like, Gangplank's totally fine at the moment. He doesn't need more help.
Yeah, it's rough. This is a man who bullies a lot of early lane matchups just based on that passive. Trial by Fire is so disgusting. You forget it's there. We all see the giant barrel chains at like 30 minutes, and we forget that the early game is backed up by a giant flaming sword.
And I mean, look, T1's early game still backed up fairly heavily here. You're looking at CS leads pretty much across the board in every single lane. You got Owner, he's got good control as well. You're starting to get control of River, and this is where it starts to get really hard for PSG, because you see Bay like trying to lean down bot side, trying to see if maybe he can help out, but he just loses more CS at the tower. And it means that Faker, because he's been able to get all these waves, is going to hit level 6 in about 45 seconds, and maybe can look to make some plays down in the spot lane.
Server's highlighting this ward for us. Thank you very much. TP can't really come through at this stage. Not available for Hanabi, not available for Bay. But good bit of vision maybe in the minutes to come. Not sure how much longer that has on it. But right now, T1 full control early game. This is not a bloody early game. This is just winning across all their lanes, winning in CS, taking away camps, a game of incremental advantages, and it's tough for PSG. Yes, at level 6, they're going to get a bit more agency, but it's the same thing is true for Faker, for Guma, for Zeus. It's a tough game.
And it becomes terrifying when you're looking at like dive potentials as well, right? Because you've got Faker with pretty much control of the wave here. He can actually freeze this if he wants to. You've got full control for Guma, full control for Zeus, and suddenly you get a Gangplank ult in on top of Faker, and it's a bad time for PSG Talon. And that's why you're kind of looking at Bay going, all right, well, getting the reset in now, but he really needs to hit that level 6 to try and peel away some of that T1 aggression.
Yeah. And we could be in a very different game if Faker doesn't survive that early game.
Yeah.
Something this game does get a lot harder because now PSG have a strong point to play around. Maybe Juhan gets that kill, you've got a Viego that's snowballing. But just the little things, the fact that he's able to survive in that context is pretty massive. Faker moving up towards the top side. Ultimate available, level 6 before Bay. This is big. Hanabi, are they going to go for the dive here? Looks like they're pretty confident. Juhan on the way in, but they are not concerned. Gwen immune, dodging out of the CC, but not enough healing to come through. First blood coming in for Faker, but they're trading back. It's a bit sloppy. Now Juhan wants to get one kill, he can get the reset, but doesn't quite have the space to do it. It works out okay, but a bit messy there.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy. I mean, it's the 2 for 2, and Base gets the wave, but here we go.
Now the full commit on the bottom side. Guma already so incredibly low. Unified stepping forward, and what is happening? T1, it was so perfect, it was so controlled, and now it's just a mess.
It's all falling apart. PSG Talon actually getting that kill lead. Now, they're still behind in gold, and because Bay was able to collect that wave in the top side, at least the experience difference isn't going to be too much between the two of them, but, I mean, nice job from PSG Talon kind of finding advantages and, you know, turning around some of these plays from T1.
And credit to the bottom side of PSG for finding that play, for capitalizing on that opportunity. But top side, I gotta say, this is the reason that I think T1 fans are feeling a little let down this season, because I feel like domestically, we never would have seen those mistakes on that dive. And it's just these little bits of overconfidence or miscalculations or the wrong person taking the aggro there that I think have been plaguing T1 so much, because we know their early game is good, and this is something that where you feel like you have a strong point. But with the Viego here as well, it feels like they just bit off more than they could chew.
Yeah, I was surprised once I saw the Viego that went for this play, right? Because look, Hanabi instantly just hollowed missed the stun. He gets a ton of damage off. Juhan is left untouched as well, so he's just getting the follow-up on all of this. And even though Juhan does go down, getting these early kills across for like the Gwen, for the Viego is actually fantastic. Whereas, you know, a double kill for the Twisted Fate, not really going to do a huge amount. And bot side, we're just going to get a quick replay as, yeah, Gumayushi just takes a couple of shots, Kaiwing steps into the bush, and we walk that pit too far forward, and they get to go.
And the thing there is that Carrier burned the body slam earlier. Kaiwing, either very aware of the cooldown or just sees an opportunity, goes in anyway. Very well played. And this is the thing. PSG, when we talk about it, yes, the synergy with mid-jungle isn't always there, but the two strong points of this team are the bot lane and the top lane, and those are both the points T1 trying to attack. And I can get it, Dagda. There's a level 5 Galio. That's a great opportunity to try to make something happen. But now, T1, they hold on to their gold lead. Individually, in terms of laning, they are still smashing in terms of CS, but can't afford to make any more sloppy plays.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're looking at a team fight here for Rift Herald, I kind of give it to PSG Talon, right? Like, for T1, you're kind of waiting on Gangplank to scale into it. Faker wants to look more for picks, whereas Galio just brings more in a fight than the Twisted Fate does, but PSG trying to settle themselves into this.
Also, one thing to note is that gold leads are going to be, all things considered, difficult to track in this game because there is it's an inflation draft, so there is a GP and a TF, so they are printing money. Just something to note. So that money obviously balances out the fact that, for the case of Galio, he obviously has a passive that's going to do damage. Gwen has a passive that's going to do more. These guys are both mostly getting gold.
But yeah. I think the biggest thing here, I'm actually kind of surprised the PSG didn't try and take the fight, right? Like, you've got Tristan, who's in a pretty good spot. You've got the ability to kind of go in with Bay to have that big ultimate to spread out T1 and buy more space for Unified. But I think with the way the wave was for Hanabi in the top side, they just weren't comfortable trying to move him into position. So they'll settle for the Dragon, for the Rift Herald. But if T1 are able to open the map up with this Rift Herald, like, use Faker's Destiny again, get some of these plates, get a tower, and suddenly you can play the map as T1, that's where I get a little bit worried for PSG Talon.
Certainly, you can see PSG maybe trying to make play towards the bottom side. Galio hovering down just a little bit. Would love to get a few more plates in the back pocket of Unified. Try to snowball him ahead further again. Individually, he's about a 700 gold lead. That said, Faker, really the strong point. 1,200 gold ahead individually. Now they're going to try to shut him down, though. Big again. The CC comes in. Faker caught out into the tower. Excellent stopwatch to deny Owner. Does he have a follow-up play here? Stepping forward. Gold card. Waiting on that one, just going to throw the red instead. But second dive attempt from the side of PSG, or gank attempt. It doesn't walk away with the kill. Faker, though, giving up a flash and a stopwatch is big for the fights to come.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate timing, though, because the flash is obviously back up after the first gank. You've also got the TP for Faker, so he can just get back into the lane again and continue to push. You really need to see the follow-up from PSG Talon to try and shut down Faker, and I like what they're doing, right? If you can stop Faker from destinying around the map, it gives yourselves that time to get to the late game where you're stronger, but you definitely want to be trying to get some of these kills rather than just having Faker just walk his way out of that.
Yeah. Difficult situation to be certain. Again, has not been a game about big advantages for most of these mid lane plays. It's been about the little things. In this case, the flash and the stopwatch. See if they can punish that timing in the next few minutes. For now, however, Zeus returning the top line, continuing to build this lead very rapidly. Yes, Gangplank gets extra money, but in this case, he also is getting extra CS. 10:58 Triforce completed. This man ahead of schedule, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, definitely is the MasterCard Mythic coming in there for the Triforce. But I gotta say, like, for T1, this is a very slow-paced game. This is very different from what we expect from T1. Like, you look at them in early, like, 4.5k gold difference at 14 minutes, and we ain't gonna be hitting that anytime soon unless they start ballooning the gold with these kills.
Well, Hanabi just burned his W, and that was a bad time to burn the miss, because now he's just getting burned down. Needlework gives him a bit of healing, but not nearly enough to do anything there. Wave coming in as well. T1, Herald on the top side. You wanted them to balloon a gold lead, Dagno. It might just happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to start doing it, right? Get those kills, now you get some turret plates. You've even got the Herald there as well, and that's the map pressure we're talking about for T1.
Oh, and it's difficult for PSG because they're moving members up like they want to respond, but they're already so far behind the play. The Herald's already going to get the charge off. Maybe they can stop the second, but the tower's already down. And again, more money for Owner, more money for Zeus, who was already so far ahead. Excellent, excellent play for T1.
Yeah, this is super nice. Second charge as well. I don't know if PSG are really going to be in a position here to try and announce anything, but T1 just going to back away. Bot side, though, is where I'm looking at Unified, who's trying to get on towards those turret plates as well. See if he can try and answer back for some of the pressure, but can't really do much against Gumayushi.
Very true. Boots too early on. Kalista, very frustrating to deal with. Yes, he has the Kraken Slayer, but obviously needs to land a lot of auto attacks for now. They're just trading farm here, and look at all of the vision on the bottom side for PSG as well. Really trying to make sure that he is safe down there. And it's interesting, Dag. I was expecting a lot more like big Galio rows.
I was ready.
Or big, crazy just fights and plays. And I respect a controlled early game. But it feels like T1 were like, okay, controlled, took their foot off the gas. They did get that top lane play, though, and now it just feels like they're just really far ahead. They're just very, very far ahead. And now I feel like there's no reason for them to risk anything, and they can just play it out. Because it's like, we talk about scaling, yes, but that's a gangplank on the top side. You're kind of chilling.
Yeah, I still think you kind of want to start like getting these side lane towers down a little bit as well, just so then you can actually like get a little bit more control and look for picks. Because I definitely feel like if you end up in these late game team fights where PSG Talon have got 2-3 dragons for themselves, like that's going to be tough to take as T1, right? Like, how do you try and walk into these fights as Gumayushi against Gwen, against the Galio ult? There's so much on PSG side that you can actually deal with. So at least with Zeus having good control on top side, I wouldn't be surprised to see T1 like start to swap their lanes around, like move Gumayushi in towards the mid, and then you can start to move people into the mid lane as well.
Oh, kick goes over the wall, so they know Owner's in the area. Hallowed Mist going down, trying to deny any potential follow-up. Owner flashing out to safety, but Bay burning ulti in that exchange. T1 still getting the tower anyway. Well, ask and you shall receive, Dag. 4K gold lead. There it is. You wanted it maybe a couple minutes later than you expected it, but there it is. There's that dominant T1 gold lead.
I shouldn't have doubted them. I had to put my foot in it. But I think it's a bit to balloon as well, because I mean, with Bay now using that ultimate in top side, you got 30 seconds until the dragon. You don't have that big Galio ult available. Now you can start to actually move in there as T1 and stop the dragon stacking from PSG Talon where they want to take these fights later.
Ooh, Guma potentially in trouble here, though. Is very much in trouble here. That's going to be the taunt. Easy CC follow-up. No way out of that one. Does get a bit of damage back in return, but that's something. Slows down the push, at least on the bottom side.
So I'd like to correct my calculations. An ultimate missing on Galio is definitely better than a missing AD carry.
Okay, true.
I need to readjust here.
Yeah. We would call that, I think, a positive trade for the Galio side. That's it. Losing your mid lane tower against a TF comp with the GP. Very, very bad. That said, they're instead focusing on Kaiwin. Kaiwin caught out off to the side. There is so much CC on this composition, but it looks like PSG are getting ready for a fight. Ulti comes out. PSG debating. It looks like they're going to back away instead. Sonic Wave will not connect. T1 trying to fight their way back to the mid lane. Juhan waiting in the darkness, but has been spotted out. T1 wanting to keep this fight going. Carrier waiting off to the side. No ulti available, but body slam flash certainly powerful enough. Unified, that's going to be the buffer coming out to take him to safety in a Quick body slam out to make sure Bay does not have an avenue to restart this fight, but T1 still stepping forward. They could go mid, but there's no wave to play on, so they're just going to keep walking into this PSG jungle.
Yeah, I mean, they got Guma back now, so they're going to be perfectly fine. 5 men strong. You're still waiting on the ultimate for Bay, so T1 will be able to push in mid, look back towards the Dragon, and having zero vision as PSG in this river just means you cannot contest this anymore.
No. Solid spot to be again. Dragon stacking, always one of those outs that we talk about, always a way to start a fight when you've got a 3-item Tristana later in the game, bait them into maybe an advantageous situation. But once the Dragon stacking has been slowed at all, it takes so long to get to Dragon Soul. It takes so long to really force people to come in for those fights. PSG, though, can in the meantime look for a second Herald. Obviously less immediate gold value, but maybe we'll let them get back some pressure on the map. That said, everything comes at a cost when T1 are ahead in the early game, and right now it's going to be that bot lane tower.
Might even be the mid lane as well, because you've got Kalista who's pushing in there. You've now got the Gangplank who could start to roam around, so you've actually got still really good control for T1. And as you say, like, it's an investment of time into the top side, moving Hanabi there, getting Juhan there, and this is where you can actually get T1 trying to see if they can fight back.
Juhan trying to make his way out of this one. They're just going to force the Viego ult out of him. We'll get it back if he gets an opportunity to reset, but we'll struggle, obviously, without it pre-reset. So, again, small advantages, but they're starting to stack up. T1, 5K in the lead, 16 minutes in. Getting ready to break down this Tier 1 tower. PSG, a lot of members in the area. Seems like they're ready to fight to the death to keep that mid-Tier 1 alive, and I respect it, because I do not want to play the map against against T1 Faker on TF when your mid-Tier 1 is down. I got lost in the T's there.
There was a lot of T's. But I wanted to look at Zeus as well, because like this guy is getting very quickly accelerated, and he's going to be a pretty big impact in these team fights as well. So it feels like if you're kind of drawing out this game kind of long as T1, if you've got control of the map, it gives you pace to look for those picks, and also then just have this Gangplank come in as a monster in the late game team fights. And if he ever finds a barrel onto Unified, like that's so much of PSG Talon's damage just gone out the window.
And it's interesting because we saw, I think, this build in the first game as well, where he opted for the Hullbreaker. Oftentimes we'll see more focus on crit if you want to go for the big barrels, but Hullbreaker obviously still such an incredibly powerful item. Looking to just continue to pressure out Hanabi in the individual 1v1. And you've seen GP across the entire map. This man is seemingly uninterested in PvP gameplay. Zeus has his eyes firmly set on knocking down every Tier 2 tower on the map.
But it's actually interesting, because I thought we'd actually see this a little bit from T1, right? I think Zeus has been well overperforming expectation. I think this guy's been an absolute beast, and I wanted to see him unleashed a little bit in a side lane. It felt like T1 were always grouping for team fights, like always looking for the Baron plays. And when you're going this build, you're not so much going for team fights, obviously with the Hullbreaker, but it's the extra bulkiness you give to your kind of minion in the side lane that makes it hard for Navi to deal with, as you can see. So this is actually a different style from T1. Not looking for team fights like they usually do. They're looking to play side lanes all day long.
And that is something that the TF empowers. Obviously, the Kalista pretty solid in a 1-3-1 as well. Very difficult champion to lock down. Can play more aggressive in the mid lane with the freedom to pull back support at any moment. See what the call is for now. For now, just 4-1. T1 holding strong in the mid lane while Zeus just tries to build an advantage in side lane. And Hanabi, you can see down in CS. Yes, he has some early itemization, but it's just impossible to trade against this Hullbreaker Gangplank for now. Might change when the second item comes through. Nashor's can be quite strong. But for now, T1 just feel like they got exactly what they want out of this game.
I mean, it's the balloon and gold lead, right? You're looking at 6,000 gold, and this is what always boggles my brain against T1 whenever I watch them. Like, well, you know, there's not a huge amount of kills, but just the way they play the map, the fact that they're getting CS leads, the ability to just get this gold out of towers, it means they have these massive advantages. When you look back and you kind of do a double take, going, they're that far ahead.
I mean, it's 4-4. You know, you look at it, you look across the map, kills seem balanced. It's the CS. It's the towers that are really making the difference. So much early gold picked up by T1 on the back of some of these individual laning advantages. Zeus basically solo building that advantage. Yes, the team came in and helped him capitalize on it, really helped him push Hanabi down to make sure he could sustain that advantage so he could knock that tower down. But even before anyone else showed up in that lane, this man was 20, 30 CS ahead. And that's something that has to be recognized.
Yeah, I mean, T1 across the board have just been absolutely dominant in that laning phase. But we'll have to see now if they can try and translate it, because I think that's been their biggest issue. And certainly this is a different look, as I said, for T1. Like, I think their biggest weakness has been trying to play side lanes where they've, not that they haven't been, it's just they've been unwilling to actually go into a side lane, even when you get, like, say on the Aurelia and he can pop off. So I think having him now on a side, it's actually going to be interesting to see how T1 do deal with this. And so far, it's been great from them.
Certainly has. Zeus continuing off on the side lane. Faker now going up to match Bay. We get the full-on 1-3-1 in the mid lane. Carrier, though, looking to make a play. Knockback clean again from Unified. Not going to make a sloppy mechanical mistake. Perfectly timed on the buffer.
And now PSG still just going to pop down this Rift Herald, make sure they can get the push. They're trying to get control of mid for the Dragon that's in 20 seconds. Faker now even Destiny in.
Just trying to take away this Herald. Again, remember, that was traded for a Dragon and a Tower, but now is going to amount to nothing. So overall, very, very positive trade for T1 previously. Turns even better here. PSG, though, it seems like they feel like they have to force a fight. They're immediately going in. The Wombo's looking solid. Gumayusi off to the backside. Zeus, if he can set up a perfect barrel, he might get something done, but it's not working out. T1, you had the 1-3-1, but you went for the fight anyway. Unified so low off to the backside of the fight, but they have not taken him down. But now the spears, they're starting to stack. Guma, can he finish this one? Zeus, so incredibly powerful. Bay, buying space for the rest of the team. Now going to go golden. Gets a little bit more room. Carrier forced away. The rest of the team now on the retreat. They might lose their mid-tier 1 for this, but overall, kills in the favor of PSG.
That looks so good for PSG at the start, but unfortunately, Zeus comes in with the hero play to get Unified out of the equation, and now T1 can move over, claim the mid-tower, claim the Dragon as their bounty as well if they want to, but looks like they're going to get the quick reset. But watch this fight as it kicks off, right? You get this great engage, but watch Zeus on the side here. Flashes over the wall onto Unified, and suddenly the main damage source from PSG is just completely out of the equation. And it looks great, right? You're like, oh, I can move forward here as Unified. I've got the advantage, but completely takes him out of the fight. And because Gumayusi and Carrier is still there, the 3v4 is still too strong for T1.
And look at that health bar. You're talking sub 100 health in that context. Ooh, stunned up. Leaps back to the wild cards. Owner now trying to finish the job. That's going to be Owner kicking him out. T1 already advantage in this fight as we come back from the replay. See what else they can get here. Juhan down. Rest of the team ready, potentially. Predator now coming out. Looks like it's just going to be the retreat. Hanabi dashing over the wall. Throwing down the mist. T1, though, still ready for a fight. Still going forward. Kaiwing already taken out. Hanabi in the midst of the entire team. The needlework doing lots of work. Unified, though, does take the Sonic Wave and get knocked down. It's clean from T1, and now that they've torn apart the front line, there is nothing left. As they knock PSG down. Hanabi, the last man standing, goes golden, but it's perfectly timed on the rent. Tower now to fall as well.
Man, they keep sneaking by onto Unified and just taking them out at these crucial moments. And now T1 with the mid lane turret, going to be totally all right to start moving around again. And it's just heartbreak for PSG because you can see how close these fights are, but they just can't find the success.
Yeah, the fights have been close for a lot of stages of the game, Daddy, but the gold lead just keeps getting more and more in favor of T1. And again, you highlighted the barrel previously. As we go to the second half of this fight, Owner's kick landing on Unified is everything.
Yeah, I mean, I thought here, you know, this is all going to be good, but Juhan having to tank the Sonic Wave there, able to follow up onto Juhan as well here means that you just get access onto Unified, and PSG Talon are pretty much just running for the wings here, waiting for Hanabi to try and join in. Then map hacks happen and their OP is all hell, so T1 are just able to follow up here. And again, like, I'm kind of like, okay, you're going in real deep here, Faker. You've got, like, Unified in a really good spot. He's able to use the terrain as cover, but Owner just about landing that Sonic Wave across the wall with that barrel chain once more, and Unified just lights out every time.
And normally it's so hard when you're the GP and you're stepping forward to find these barrels. If people are coming into you, GP feels great to play, but it's really a credit to Zeus and Owner finding those avenues. 2 barrel chains in a row across 2 fights. This is not a battle between 80 carries. This is a battle between a Gangplank and a Tristana every single time.
And I even love the itemization from Zeus as well, going for the death stance, knowing that realistically the damage that he needs to be worried about is Unified, but also just buying more time for him in fights as well to get these big barrel chains off. And now, with Baron started, PSG trying to go in blind.
Of course, concerning for PSG, that's a whole breaker Gangplank, and he's about one-shotting the 80 carry. Doesn't even have any crit. Yeah, that's the knockback, though. Fight getting kicked off. Juhan already burning the ultimate. GP ult just to further isolate him away. Juhan, is he even going to try to go into the pit? Baron getting lower. Owner still staying focused on that one. It's a bit of a split call. As Hanabi leaps into the pit, he gets kicked right back out. Carrier in the midst of the entire team taking so much damage. No ulti reset from the Callista on that one. Faker pulling out the wall axe. Sees everybody, but it looks like it's just going to be both sides backing off. That said, one creep in the mid lane, not enough for PSG to do a lot here. Maybe they can try and force the dive. T1 get the fight around the pit, but no one's going to grab the objective.
It's a split call from T1. Owner's still trying to finish off the Baron. They're like, hey, Juhan doesn't have flash. He's got no ults. We can actually try and finish this off. But, I mean, they end up losing out in the fight at the front of the Baron pit. Owner doesn't feel confident to finish it off. And then PSG Talon able to push them back. And just T1 again, just trying to overforce when this isn't their win condition. This is why I want to see them in side lanes. Like, this was working out super well for them. But the second you start going in towards these team fights, you open up for this front to back from PSG.
Still fishing for the 5v5, still forced out a fight, ultimately goes against them. When Guma's ult is up, maybe they can make a similar play and have the safety to pull Carrier. back out. But for now, Tristana getting stronger and stronger, Unify getting closer and closer to 3 items, so we have to keep an eye on as well. Of course, going to get harder and harder to land those Gangplank barrel changes. Tristana gets more range from her draw a bead passive. Shout out Atlas. Drawing a lot of beads. We don't know what it means. It's fine.
But it's provocative.
It's provocative.
It gets the people going.
From a distance. All right. Well, Dagda, 8K gold lead. Normally I'd be like, man, this 25 minutes, I'd be like, this game is donezo. But PSG, credit to them, have been finding some opportunities here and there, and they've been willing to fight more and more. That said, T1 just setting up one more time in the pit. Control ward down. This one has been spotted. 6K getting lower. TP's now coming in. 3K getting lower. Kaiwing in the midst of the entire team. Gallivald right on top of them, but who gets the Baron? The Baron is all that matters. That's the shutdown. Oh, Faker gets the Baron, but T1, are they just going to get routed into the pit? Already taken out. Zaya's looking for the barrel chain over the wall. Where's the Gangplank barrel going to go? Looking for it, but he's not even going to go for it. At the end of the day, they get the Baron, but what a price. PSG take the fight.
T1, why are you flipping these? It doesn't make sense. Just try and play out the map. You literally all funnel into the pit, and PSG just wipe it up with a silver platter.
They got Baron on 2 members. They threw away a decent chunk of their gold lead, but they're still ahead. It's just, this is gambling League of Legends right here.
Yeah, but I mean, look, great engage from Kaiwing and the ultimate coming across. And look, Faker just with this smite manages to steal this one away. But Unified is in a great spot here, just dealing a whole bunch of damage off to the side. Everyone's still in the pit here, so you're getting like a ton of taunts off. Faker in trouble. You've already got Gumayushi out of the equation. Like, this is exactly how you group up for PSG Talent to actually like take those objectives, and they'll get the third dragon for themselves as well. It's just messy mid game from T1.
And shout out to Summoner Spellbook. Good catch on the smite there, Dagda. I thought it was a wild card or a wild auto potentially that had secured that one, but heads up play to have the additional smite. It's still high risk, even if you're packing an extra smite, I want to be clear. And at the end of the day, though, they do secure it. They do force PSG back. Gives PSG more time to farm, however. Gives them more gold on their individual carries. 4, 1, and 4 for Unified. Infinity Edge completed. If they kill him, I think the fights are pretty easy. If they don't, it can fall apart very, very quickly. However, for the next few minutes, Owner and Zeus, empowered by the Baron buff, are going to make the siege that much easier.
Yeah, PSG in a decent spot here to try and defend, though, with all 5 members here. Faker still trying to get control of the side waves and mid wave to make sure they can actually have pressure. So just be careful here as T1 that if Kaiwing does go for some sort of engage, and could be a bit worrisome.
TP up for Faker, ward in the brush, as well as over the wall, so he does have somewhere to play. Phase ult not quite available yet. Ooh, Dagda, it's tense.
I know. Yeah.
Wave stacking on the top side. Eventually, all these waves are going to crash at the same time. PSG will have to give up something. The question is, do they pull the trigger before that happens?
The lone cannon minion. Nobody wants to touch it, because you know the second you go forward, Unified is like, I know there's an Owner kick coming. I know there's something coming my way.
And I like that they've just set Owner in the mid lane, though, as well, in the context of this one. Because he's just sitting there, ushering in the wave while the rest of T1 can move in on the bottom side. They've still got the luxury of the stun card to stop any potential engages, or at least threaten. PSG, it feels like they're fiending for a fight, but they certainly do not want to give up any of their inhibitor towers.
This is the last wave for the Red Bull Baron power play, though. You can see just 20 seconds
Taunt
left.
goes in. Owner off to the side. Kick still up and available. They just zoned him away. He's half health now. It's going to be difficult to get that health back without a camp in the area. Maybe PSG see this opportunity. Dead man's played on the Viego. He can't get in there very quickly if he needs to. Some of the recalls. Remember, only 2 have the empowered recall. Owner now completely out of the fight. But PSG really in no position to respond here. Instead, just going to focus on clearing out their camps and getting control back on their side of the map.
Yeah, and that's the big one, especially with 2.5 minutes until this dragon. They want to make sure that they're getting control of side wave, not letting T1 have control of the map before that big objective comes up, because the Hex Tech Dragon is going to do so much for PSG. Even just helping Unified out in these fights so damn much.
Unified, how to be instance. It's a terrifying prospect. That's a very powerful soul. Every time we get a Hex Drake, I just laugh, because I can, I met Ox for the first time at this tournament, and I did not think any man could love a Rift more than that man loves Hex Gates.
Ox is a very passionate man when it comes to League of Legends.
I've noticed. I've heard a lot about Wade's Volibear over the last few days. We'll see if that shows up in our next game. Of course, G2 versus RNG. But for now, there's no Hexgate gaming. There's no crazy mobile plays across the map. It looks like it's just going to be stock standard. Get mid control. Get a little bit of vision. See where the objective's going to go. 2 minutes on Soul, 2 minutes on Baron, and you have to feel like this might favor PSG as they are the only one who can actually take Soul in this contest, or context. T1, it's just another Drake.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, though, I think T1 are doing the right stuff. You know, pushing inside lanes, make sure that you've actually got pressure on the map, because at a minute 30, realistically, you know, this is where you want to start moving in as T1 and trying to get that vision. See if you can get that early vision for the early pick before the Dragon actually comes up. And at least with Faker down the top side, Destiny popped to know that it's just Hanabi here. And maybe look to move in towards the mid lane.
Alting down. Yep, just again, the battle. Get mid prio. Once you see people respond to your mid prio, get vision. It is stock, standard, chess like League of Legends, but T1 obviously very favored because they have significantly more mid towers to help make sure that PSG cannot push their vision line any deeper. So that powerful early game still paying off alongside the 8K gold lead. Still very, very consequential, obviously, but I think it's mostly about tracking the big damage threats in these fights, aka Unified on the side of PSG. He lives, he autos, good fight. He dies, he doesn't auto, bad fight for PSG. That's my analysis.
Yeah. I was going to say, we went from like chess, which was super intense, to like 5-year-old math. Like we're getting both sides of the spectrum.
Look, I'm not even good at chess. I'm not a chess theory guy. A lot of people got into it after like Queen's Gambit or whatever. I couldn't. I'm not a chess man. I'm a hit the Tristana man. You know what I mean? Go in, push your buttons.
The Unga Bunga go for it.
Unga Bunga shoot the Trist. Yeah, that's me.
Okay, PSG looking to see if they can try and push forward here, get that mid prio that they're looking for. They do have pressure on bot lane here for T1, so PSG definitely going to lose a wave here as they go forward.
T1 confident that PSG can't realistically start the Baron, and obviously the 5-second discrepancy between spawn timers means that they have priority access over the pit.
I mean, this is great for Zeus as well. He's just getting to set up his barrels as he likes. Now you got Hanabi going, we need to get the flank.
Going into the pit, now it's a little bit more chaos. That's Hexgate Gaming, but Owner's clean on the smite. Unified off to the side has been zoned away by the GP, but Zeus is completely out of the fight. If PSG can start a fight right now, they are very favored. Predator now coming forward. Kyling mounting up the stun to Bay as well, but Zeus is just retreating. PSG not able to get anything off of that. It is an opportunity, it is a window where they can force a 4v5. Gangplank ult is down, but they just cannot find the engage as T1 pull back, giving the respect that PSG deserve.
Yeah, you need to look for the flash engage from Kaiwing. T1 now kind of leading them over towards the Baron as Zeus is going to deal with that wave in the top side, and PSG still looking, but you just don't have those big tools to kind of get these fights started if Kaiwing isn't in a position to follow up on anything.
No. Ultimately well played. T1 got exactly what they came for, denied the soul, give themselves a bit more time. Baron, yes, still on the table, but now it is one central win condition. And they lose nothing despite Zeus getting zoned out of the initial fight.
And PSG Talon actually lost a good amount on sideways, right? You had T1 pushing topside initially. There was the big wave of bot that got lost as well. So T1 now get to collect the waves as they crash back into them, which means they're, as you can see, the gold lead actually ballooning a little bit off that play. So T1 kind of get away with a lot off of that. And we'll have to see now if PSG can find this team fight at Baron, because T1 all starting to swarm around it once more.
Yeah, I think it's so good that you highlight the wave control. It's something that people might gloss over in the midst of what have been a chaotic almost fight, but it continuously feels like it's favoring T1. Again, you can see waves stacking. PSG, if they stick to this fight, if T1 keep them in the area, they may lose out a lot in terms of CS, and Zeus is just playing on the edge here.
I'm just watching Kaiwing. Every time someone steps close, I'm like, Kaiwing, you've got the flash, what are you going to do? And maybe they're going to go for it here.
Oh. Gwen burning the miss, though, very early on. Small window where she's quite vulnerable, and Keria sees it. He's going to try to get this fight kicked off. Gold card goes in. The rest of the team now being split up. Unified, the kick has connected. Trying to create as much space as they can with the Galio, but now he's leaping out to safety. He's still standing, but TF can go in anywhere he wants to. Baker on the backside is focusing on Unified. Unified, the spear from downtown. Guma finds his man and knocks him down. Juhan going golden, but T1, they've already taken the fight. It's a TP to the top side. They might just end this game.
Keria is a beast. The absolute Chad going in, managing to get that moment of time where Gwen was not immune, and T1 will now expose the base of PSG Talon.
And you wanted to watch Kaiwing. Here he is in the picture-in-picture, Dagda. He could not find the engage, he could not find the opportunity. Now T1 just moving in for the win. Mostly clean, mostly controlled, a few oopsies here and there, but ultimately proving themselves the better team, moving themselves up to 4-2, keeping PSG down at 2-4.
Yeah, I mean, look, T1 had good control from start to finish there. We got those early plays towards the mid lane where nearly they were able to take Faker down, but unfortunately not able to do so, which meant that Faker could actually get out on the map, start to roam around. The lane advantages that T1 had picked up just proved too strong for PSG Talon.
Certainly did. A few moments where You might have gotten sweaty palms as a T1 fan. You've seen a lot of hectic games in the last few days, but ultimately really coming through clutch. And again, Zeus, absolute tyrant on that GP alongside Owner, consistently finding. I rarely see a Lee Sin, despite all these beefy boys on the enemy team, thread a Q, find the angle, consistently unified. Never got to sit comfortably in any of these team fights.
Yeah, I'm real glad that we're starting to see Zeus like step up again, because the fact that you're actually getting T1 playing towards the top side, he looks so good in the GP, so many of these early fights clutched out by those gangplank barrels, and as you said, alongside Owner with that threat in the back line. Like, this is what made T1 win this game. I'm delighted that at his first international competition, Zeus is stepping up with the best.
Yeah, pleasure to watch. Gangplank, not always flashy, but the barrel combos are the flashiest bit, and he hit those barrel combos very good. Well, after the break, we're going to be tuning into our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, RNG versus G2. Don't go anywhere. This is the banger. This is the big banger.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Hey, say something funny.
What are you doing?
All of our streaming subscriptions were starting to add up, so I decided to cut back, and now you're my guy, so play better.
Hold up. You don't have to sacrifice. State Farm has options like combining home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Keep talking, Jake from State Farm.
Hey, everyone. Jake here.
Subscribe. Unsubscribe.
What? I thought I was your guy.
Not anymore. He's my guy.
Whatever. For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Welcome back to MSI 2022 and Neighborhood Tactics presented by State Farm. Before we get to the later stages of the game, I wanted to break down PSG's 2v2 kill early on in the bot lane. This was just a really nice play for a number of reasons. First, I want to talk about the Gragas versus Rel matchup. Gragas considered a good matchup into this because you can interrupt the crashdown from Rel with your body slam, making it very hard for Rel to actually find these all-ins. But as we're going to watch in this clip, Kaiwing finds a really interesting way of actually circumventing that matchup and circumventing some of the weaknesses here. So, going back and forth, dips into Fog. They don't have vision on him. The E tether is, of course, connected there to Justified. You can see he'll flash in straight out of the bush. He stuns immediately and then right into the W. So both these guys are stunned. There's no ability for Keria to actually react with the body slam whatsoever because of that E flash on top of them, the W to follow that up. So the crashdown will follow and chain directly out of this stun. Unified jumps in on top. Again, still CC'd this whole time. Unified landing the slow there on Gumayushi. The E is out on top of him, and he's just going to get these couple quick autos down for a nice, easy kill there. This was just really, really well played by Kaiwing, and I think it does deserve highlighting, that he is playing at such a high level. Everyone had Keria and Gumayushi as the #1 bot lane in the world coming into this event. I think some people are kind of questioning those evaluations because they have been struggling in these 2v2s. But I just think it's beautiful to see, Kaiwing coming into a matchup that people would say, hey, you're counterpicked here, just play passive, wait for team fights, wait for 5v5. And instead he says, no, I have a way to circumvent this. I'm going to make this happen in a creative manner.
Support players take note. That's exactly the kind of creativity that you want to see on a world stage. Of course, it did not ultimately net them the victory, and that's where, Lyric, I'll kind of come to you, because in so many ways, a lot of what we had talked about in the pregame did come to fruition. While PSG made T1 work for it, and it did get a little scary at some points, T1 ultimately was able to push their advantages and those gold leads over the edge to victory.
Yeah, I feel like both draft and just the way the game panned out is kind of exactly what you can expect from what we saw earlier today, just T1 games overall. They drafted this composition that I think is very early game oriented. You have this very aggressive bot lane duo. You have the Lee Sin and the TF who can follow through with the Destinies, and they find those early game leads, but the mid game struggles has always come through. Gumayushi, just constantly kind of giving picks over to the side of PSG, and PSG kind of relying on more of one of these team fight comps to come back later in the game. You have the Tristana that can scale up.
Was close.
Just sadly weren't able to get it across the finish line.
I think T1 had a much stronger game against EG. Yes, it was closer in the early stages as far as the gold league goes, but this was T1 up 8,000 gold and honestly struggling to close. It felt like they're losing fights, and you start thinking, are they actually going to lose this game against a team they're massively favored up against while up 8,000 gold? It's kind of shocking.
Yeah, that Baron fight, of course, was scary, securing the Baron, but losing the fight. It took creativity of their own to win that final fight with a great Gragas barrel to isolate Hanabi, while Owner finds a phenomenal flank on a ward hop for the kick. And so T1, they'll be happy to scrape by with a victory, but this is going to bring us, of course, to our featured matchup for the day, presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's RNG versus G2.
It seems as if both of these teams are destined to have an international tug-of-war over the MSI title.
RNG! Destroy Damwon Kia!
And despite RNG winning last time, G2 are back on their feet and ready to try and take it back.
I think Caps is back to clubs. He is brings a lot of confidence into the team, and as well a lot of fun, and sometimes a little bit of trolling as well.
The scariest thing for a competitive League of Legends player is seeing Caps with a grin on his face. Last time these teams faced off, Claps was unleashed.
Going right back in, Wukong for the knockup on a one. Stopwatch burn, and down goes Samu. Oh, he's healing, he's staying alive. Two-shot barrage, Gala playing to his limits, but ignited and falls, and G2 mop the floor with RNG.
But RNG with Xiaohu returning to the mid lane this year are the reigning MSI champions and flagship of their region.
Gala gonna pick up yet another kill. It's a double, it's a triple, is it a quadra, is it a penta? Gala's gonna get it again! The penta kill for Gala!
Today, they look to even the score versus G2 in this featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz.
I think having fun is G2's superpower, yeah.
You better take notes! It's MSI and G2 are back!
Will RNG be able to finally take down G2, or will the unstoppable force just keep on rolling?
As Dagda said, it's RNG looking to even the scoreline in the matchup, but more importantly, looking to put themselves one win ahead of G2 in the overall standings. We opened the day, Azael, by talking about the importance of this matchup, just securing RNG, a guaranteed tiebreaker if both teams win out.
Yeah.
But because of that upset loss for G2 earlier today, the stakes have risen even higher.
Absolutely. I mean, it would put RNG in sole possession of first place, and then G2 would be depending on someone else to really take down RNG. T1 has not been looking as sharp. RNG have been dominant against the other squads, so you not want to be putting yourself in that situation.
And of course, Larry, this is not to ignore that if G2 does wrap this game up, move to 5-1, not only will they also have that game separation, they will own the head-to-head. So for them, it is still just as important if they are looking to secure that first seed out of the Rumble stage.
Yeah, you're right. The first seed, again, just trying to be able to get maybe a more favorable matchup going into the next stage. Also, like you're saying, the momentum, the mental victory over taking down a team like RNG, a team that...
Defending MSI champions!
Not a lot of people expected you to be. Like, sure, they were put in the same tier as RNG coming into this event, but... Reigning MSI champions! You just said it. I can't say it any better.
Well, we'll see if they can get it done. And we talked about it at the top of the day. We'll talk about it again. The 80 carries for both of these squads. While, yes, Caps had a pop-off performance on the Zoe in the first meeting, we've been talking about Gala as a top dog in the tournament, but as well how Flacket has stepped up and surprised and impressed so many here as a rookie on the international stage.
I mean, the way he is playing, with so much confidence, so much aggression, really kind of exemplifies, I think, G2 at its best. And it's been wonderful to see, a rookie step on the international stage and have those huge pop-off performances. Gala, of course, I think has been amazing for RNG. And while these two teams have clear strengths in the bot lane, it's interesting because I end up looking more almost towards the top lane for potentially where G2 can get an advantage, because I do think Bin has been struggling on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, especially with, going back to Flacket and kind of connecting it to the top side is Targamos, right? Because Flacket has to play by himself quite a lot because his support is constantly roaming around the map. And I mean, Bin, us in the LPL have a pretty strong divisive opinions about Bin, and I think his gameplay showed us why.
I will never get over this clip, I don't think. Either way, your point stands, right? And I think in particular, we talk about the attention that can get paid to the top lane, for G2 against a player like Bin, who has struggled at times, maybe putting up a few more deaths per game than he would want to. And you also put that in the context of stylistically how these two top laners play. They have 0 shared champions between them here in the Rumble stage, which I find incredibly interesting, completely filling different roles for their teams.
Exactly, and it just goes back to the point even more, right? Because this is pure volatility right here. You can gank this, you can 1v1 kill this. BB, okay, we got Ornn, we got Sion, we got Vlad, kind of being the role player, zoning in team fights, just kind of providing what G2 needs.
I just think the concerning thing, for RNG is it's always coming out of tails, right? Like they're losing out on the coin flips, it feels like in a lot of these times. Bin is taking these aggressive plays. Everyone is thinking to the Camille game, obviously, against T1. Yeah. That one was really rough. But his Jax game earlier today, even with a tremendous amount of assistance from his team, he was down like 30, 40 CS in the matchup that he wanted, Jax versus Gwen. So he has, I think, been struggling in the lane. I think he has been struggling with some of his decision-making. And I think on the other side, Broken Blade has been very stalwart, very consistent, and he doesn't need to be the guy to carry.
Yeah, and I mean, even just going back to the Jax point, right? Jax and Camille, these are Bin's go-to champions. Bin's solo QID is love Camille. It's like these are his signature picks, and he's not delivering on them. It feels like that this is a good time for Broken Blade to capitalize. And he's been a member that has been, I'd say, one of the more criticized members of G2. They haven't really been too criticized when they are winning consistently. But
it's hard to criticize when you win 24 games in a row.
Exactly. So I think this will be a good chance for him to maybe step up and be the big carry and win one of G2's critical wins.
You would absolutely love to see it. From there, we will, of course, hop to the mid lane because we'd be doing a disservice to the individual ability that exists in the mid lane on both sides of the table here. But let's start with G2 Caps, who had such a pop-off game the first time around that these two teams met.
Yeah, his Zoe, I think, was really, really good. One of his best champions historically. This guy has so much creativity, has the aggression to really be able to make some incredible plays on the pick.
Oh, this play hurts.
And his positioning, I think, is just so good consistently, being able to fish for Qs, fish for E's over the wall, overall in team fights. You know, he can go for these aggressive plays, utilizing drop summoners to make things happen in situations you wouldn't feel are normally possible.
And he was one of the players to bring out the Zoe against the Ahri when people were kind of looking for answers. Before that, we were mostly seeing the Vex, the Veigar. Neither were really working. He brings this one out, and a lot of mid laners have followed suit in this game. Was exactly why it was highlight reel play after highlight reel play, constantly roaming, huge advantage in the mid jungle. And I mean, that's even what enabled Flacid to start carrying in those later team fights.
Now, Xiaohu's won this tournament as a top laner. He'd love to do it as a mid laner, and I'm very curious to see what, if anything, he's taken away from that first matchup against Caps to try and get the better of him this time around.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see, you know, if pick bans actually do change up, right? There's been more footage, obviously, now on G2. We saw them play against T1. We saw them play against RNG the first time around. So, you know, will that be some sort of an adaptation that they're trying to ban out some of these picks? Or are we going to see Xiaohu try to play like a more defensive style and be more playing for the team? Because I think he can do it all, right? Like, he can be the guy playing Galio, being the team that is the enabler. So it'll be interesting.
Absolutely. And if today's been any evidence of it, anything can happen. And so I'm very curious as we pull up our MasterCard fan predictions for RNG versus G2, where the fans at home lie. Of course, before today, I would expect many a vote in favor of G2, and that will be very much the case. But honestly,
okay, James, what is this?
It's not like I voted that.
You're the host. Everyone knows you control what goes on screen.
It is the English broadcast.
I chose
to
those
be
numbers,
fair,
yes.
right? You know, I do think if you include the Chinese fan vote, the numbers could be different. Given that it is the English fan vote, there's a lot of G2 fans, and rightfully so, because they've been amazing.
Also, if we did this poll between the first few games of the day and this one, I'm sure it might look a little bit different. Now, you can vote for your favorite teams every day at MasterCard Nexus on Twitter to get your voice heard here on the broadcast. With that, we're tossing it over to Dracos and Dagda to get us straight into Game 5 of the day.
We're doing the hands meme because it's not even intentional. We're just really excited. I'm not gonna lie, we both have a lot of proverbial skin in this game. I'm an EU pundit. This man's an LPL pundit.
I appreciate that 13.7% of you. You're the real ones. You're the real ones.
I appreciate the 83, whatever the left, all of you. I appreciate the majority out there voting. Look, anyway, we're going to put aside, I think, our mutual loves for our respective regions to give you a great cast of what is potentially going to be the best game of the day. A lot to see, a lot riding on this game. You heard about the stakes on the desk, the battle for first, how important first is when we look at this tournament overall, and draft is going to show us too much. Dagda, there's a lot of things you want to see from RNG, and there's a lot of things I know you do not want to see from RNG.
Yeah, no Volley Bear, please for away, and please no Blind Ezreal, because we already saw what happens, and Flacid pops the hell off in Kai'Sa. So I would like to not see either of those things happen, but I mean, when you saw T1 yesterday, right? They came in against RNG, just banned 4 junglers, were like, hey, look, what have you got left in the tank way? Always an opportunity, but it actually is going to be G2 banning away the Lucian. And I'm curious to see if we end up seeing things like the Ahri and these kind of things banned away, or if Caps is happy to go back towards the Zoe once more.
Big debate. I am curious, too, to follow up on what the desk said, what we see Xiaohu focus to. If it's two very more carry-focused style mid laners, if there's going to be a lot more playing towards side lanes, if we see things like the Galio. For now, though, very standard bans. Interesting to see the Graves hit the bench as well. A lot of the AP champions that have been powerful still up and available. LeBlanc and Ahri both still on the table. Rare thing to see. Kai'Sa. Interesting. Don't want. Okay. I mean, fair. To be fair, because Gala also very terrible. They're two very good Kai'Sa players in this game.
Yeah. And I'm kind of curious that if they're trying to like bait this Ezreal pick a little bit as well, because now you got rid of the Kai'Sa, so makes things a little bit easier. But I feel like the Ahri is going to be the big one here for Xiaohu once more, and probably we'll see Caps fall back towards the Zoe. But Ahri's just such a strong pick regardless. You just probably got to see it here.
Yeah. She was incredibly powerful across just about every region's playoffs. Yeah. She was not hit, to the surprise of a few people on the patches coming into the tournament, so she remains the premier option. Does have some small weaknesses, but generally just feels like a safe all-around, like the perfect mid-lane blind pick in most circumstances.
So yeah, now I'm curious to see what the plan is going forward here. Like, we've oftentimes seen kind of a mid-answer prioritized here. You could go towards the AD carry with Ezra still up and available. Maybe Flacid wants to go towards something a little bit different for himself in that bottom lane as well. But yeah, just going to go towards the Ezreal. And I feel like coming through in RNG, we'll probably see something like a Tristan or something along these lines coming through for Gala to try and still have that big team fight carry, but at least give you something that can push in the bot lane and have decent control.
And Gala and Ming are obviously very, very explosive players on the bottom side of the map. Not that Flack and Targamas are not, but we have seen some of that aggression on the bottom side turn against them. Despite G2's incredible record, there still have been some sloppier moments from the G2's bottom lane. We'll see if that's something that RNG can look to expose. For now, though, keeping it pretty safe in terms of pick spans. Could opt for a mid laner there. Jungle always feels like a pretty safe, blind, pickable role.
I also like just taking the Viego away. It's by far and away Way's best champion. So the fact you're taking that across the board means that I had to avoid it. I couldn't say taking that away.
Far and away his best champion. You're taking it away.
You know what? I've landed too many already in here. But Way will go back towards the Lee Sin. And again, we kind of saw it in the last game, right? Lee Sin has a good matchup against the Viego, especially if you can get in towards these like early 1v1s and you know, small skirmishes. But we'll have to see if both Wei and Xiaohu can kind of make that link up in the mid lane, because it feels like that's your best way of trying to push this game forward.
Certainly. It feels like one of the strongest jungle mid duos that you can draft currently. Obviously still time to go for the LeBlanc if that is something that Cavs feels like playing, but instead opting to go for the Gwen. Looks like they're really saving the later portions of their draft to make sure that bot lane can get a solid matchup, and Gwen feels, again, similar to Ahri, like one of the best blind pickable champions for solo lanes in the current meta.
So I actually like this as well from RNG, because you're going, right, you can either get the counter pick for Caps, which is what we get from the LeBlanc, or you can go towards the Vladimir, which Broken Blade has been taking as that answer into the Gwen. So now you ban away the issue with the Vladimir, you ban away another top laner as well, maybe something like the Camille from Broken Blade as well, and suddenly you've set up at least one of your solo laners in a decent spot.
Yeah. Of course, we'll have to see what the last pick is going to be for G2. Certainly, you would assume at this point that it would be the support. Not a whole lot more information can be garnered about the top side of the map. But again, both sides just looking to sculpt their individual matchups. We expect RNG to take away the premier top lane options. The Vladimir, which has seemed not as an all-around counter pick to the Gwen, but we've seen success with that champion on the top side. For now, though, Karma limited, which is, you know, fair. Not range support's not normally what I associate with the boys in any region that isn't LCK, but, you know, hey, got to take some of the good ones off the board.
I mean, I'd be looking to respect the Pyke realistically from Targamas, right? Like, he's been looking so good on that as well. If you can kind of take that away, because Ezreal champion that, it's pretty all right to just sit there and is lonesome by the bot side. And if you open up a game with a Pyke, a LeBlanc, that's a ton of assassination potential, especially in these early stages.
Definitely. And if you snowball at all, it becomes so impossible to play the game against a Fed Pyke, a Fed LeBlanc. If you break tier 1 with either of those champions, it just feels like there is literally no room for Wei to exist. So it can be a very threatening proposition. Tristana, though, taken away. That's the champ you highlighted earlier. This is, of course, the cost of locking in the Gwen. This does mean giving up that premier AD carry option. And while Born, yes, can lose out on side lane to Gwen, still respecting that Broken Blade has been incredibly confident on that pick, and G2 are very good at playing around it.
Yeah, I think they're just worried more so about the team fight than the actual laning, right? Making sure that you can actually maybe go towards something like a Scion here still for Broken Blade, but at least it's not as big of a threat with a long-range push.
Dagna, that Riven is locked. That's not a meme hover. Are we getting the Broken Blades? Broken Blade? This man is named after this champion.
All right, whatever about the rest of the draft. This is hype. I am so ready. This is why I love watching Broken Blade. Like, every time I see this guy, I'm like, he has some funky stuff in the back pocket that he's willing to bring to the main stage, and now we're getting the Riven lock in. Oh, this is beautiful.
I have so much anxiety about this pick, but mostly I am incredibly excited. That said, has opted for the top lane pick. It does mean immediate responsing upside for RNG. Do expect to see this Rakan locked in. Xayah Rakan bottom lane, conventional, powerful, good engage, good roams from the Rakan too. Not as vulnerable to the dive threat of champions like Viego, like LeBlanc, like a Riven as well. So see what the final option is here. I don't know what's real and what's fake anymore, Dagda. What's a meme hover over? What's not?
I don't know.
Oh no.
Oh.
This is the dark technology.
Okay.
Oh
boy.
Oh.
All right. So we've got Broken Blade with the Yuumi that wants to just go and pop off in the Riven. You've got like at least a good matchup in the mid lane, but it feels like a huge amount of this is, you know, trying to get Targamas out of that bot lane, trying to link up with Jankos, link up with Broken Blade, even with Caps as well. Like, you have 3 champions that do so damn good with this Yuumi. So on the opposite side, it feels like when you're looking towards RNG, trying to see if you can play towards the team fight, see if you can try and set up some early plays with this Ahri and Lee Sin to maybe get control of the map is your best bet, because I'm not going to lie, I haven't exactly prepped the Riven versus Gwen matchup?
I'm furiously
not sure.
Googling. I just probe it. No, I'm going to shameless shout out to like LOL VVV right now because I just Googled what the hell Riven does. I forgot how she builds. It's the same as it usually is. Gore Drinker, etc. Conqueror. We'll see what Broken Blade's particular flavor of Riven looks like as we get into game. But Dagda, it's going to be hard to talk about any lane that is not top lane. There is a world where G2 get ahead in this early game, and Targamas is suddenly strapped to the back of any one of these 3 champions on the top side of the map, and the game gets very hard for RNG. There is a world where G2 fall behind, and everything falls apart so quickly. Ahri snowballs incredibly well. Xayah gets ahead, depending on what build she wants to go through. Lethality, obviously nerf, but even crit Xayah is so incredibly powerful in the patch.
Yeah, I feel like especially for this game, like trying to get Ming out of that bot side for RNG, actually have him influence the map as well, because certainly you expect Targamas to be linking up with the Viego in the early stages, trying to make sure Jankos has a good time, but as you say, like if you fall behind for G2, it's done and dusted, so you need to come off the bat swinging here, and it's not like you don't have the tools to do so.
I'm just getting flashbacks. He went longsword 3 pots. My brain from like, it's like, is Red Pot back in the game? Okay, here we go. Riven versus Gwen top lane. It's going to be thrilling. We are going to look at it at some point, but for now, level 1, safe setup, and look at this. Adaptation from Bin. Like to see it. Not going for the Ignite, instead going for the Exhaust. Obviously, Broken Blade. Ulti on Riven. Very telegraphed, all-in skill. Means it's very nice to have that Exhaust.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this is going to be a case of like Broken Blade, at least kind of theorizing, right, is going to have like the shield to get in off his E, he's got 2 good stuns, he's got good knockups, and you can take these quick trades against Bin and kind of make sure that you're able to find the advantages in that lane, especially if Bin ends up trying to like dodge away with the snip. You can then quickly walk out and make sure that you're able to be all right. So I'm excited for this. Again, like Broken Blade brought out the Vladimir as a counter, now he's bringing out the Riven. It just feels like G2 have such depth of champions.
Definitely. But of course, the question is, anytime you see a new pick like this, is will it work? Because that ultimately defines how much more we will see a pick like Riven into Gwen this tournament. Riven, obviously already a pretty niche pick. You need to put a lot of hours in this champion to play her well. You cannot just plug and play this champion. Has been a pocket pick for many years at Broken Blade. Caps taking a bit of damage back. He got a positive early trade earlier as Targamas was able to land a Q uncontested. Here trying to extend the trade to make sure he still wins out on top. Well played.
Yeah, nicely done. Ming actually walking back down towards the bot side, so not actually going to be able to help out. So nice trade for Caps. I don't think they'll have full information as to where Wei is starting. He is on the top side here, but I mean, I think you can kind of put 2 and 2 together for G2, where your bot lane has already shown up, and Xiao, who was playing so aggressive and denying vision there, you can probably figure it out.
Yeah. Lee Sin's still on top. I wonder if he goes for a cheeky early gank. Broken Blade obviously just going to try to maximize value off the passive. Conqueror easy to proc on this champion. That said, looks pretty even for now. We'll see who gets level 2 first. Obviously, 3 pots for Broken Blade means he can trade a lot more aggressively, as he will have more effective health over the course of the lane, but less effective health in the all-in.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this is going to be trying to like balance the shield from Broken Blade and making sure that Bin, as you can see, like the second he doesn't have any of those snip damage stacked up, that's when you're able to go in as Broken Blade and get these good trades. So I think it's going to be a lot of back and forth here and trying to deny Bin access to wave, and thus far, Broken Blade doing a pretty good job.
Jankos now moving in just to really track Wei to make sure that he can't have any early impact here. Covering Caps, he looks to push in this lane. Obviously a bit difficult with Cannon Minion Wave. But just fighting for every little bit of vision, fighting for every Raptor, fighting for every camp. As Broken Blade gets level 3 first and feels like starting to win out there just in terms of individual XP. Jankos will get the Raptor camp. Does of course mean that Wei just moves down to the red buff and should take that one as well. Can't imagine that Jankos is going to fully commit to try to contest 2 and doesn't have the information to know if he even can go for the buff. Is Broken Blade getting a little frisky there. That's not the tower shot that you wanted to take. Third Q comes through. Bin going in. Broken Blade barely able to walk away from that one, but now Targamas is in trouble. That's one dead cat. That's first blood on the bottom side. Ming, yes, he's burning, but he's so far away. He's under absolutely no threat. Blackhead has to be careful. So feathers are already set up. A huge start for RNG.
Yeah, I was about to say G2 doing a nice job. You know, Yanko's playing off of wave state in mid to get to invade, get a little bit of an advantage for himself, and suddenly the wheels start to come off the cart in both top and that bot lane. But Broken Blade will actually be able to get himself out scot-free and will get back in towards the lane without losing too much CS. The big winner here is going to be the RNG bot lane.
Absolutely. And we talked about this before. Now, normally, when G2 had gone down before, it was maybe getting a little over-aggressive, Targamas maybe over-engaging, or Flacken not being able to walk away as the Kalista. But in this context, yes, they are the weaker bot lane and the all-ins early, but definitely hurts to start down a kill in this lane. Ezreal is going to be a safe pick, but if it means that Ming is now freed up to roam around the map, that's going to be a big problem for G2 to deal with.
Yeah, I think as well, like, at least when you're looking at Gala, the only person you really have to be worried about is Caps having threat onto that backline, right? Because you will have the Featherstorm to keep yourself safe. Broken Blade, because he opted in towards the Knight, isn't going to have those, like, flash 3 Qs into this massive stun. Like, we're not really going to see a huge amount of that. So if RNG can actually get Gala into a good spot, that is a bit of a worry for G2.
Certainly is. A lot of champions who can dive in, and Gala obviously a lot of protection for himself. Targamas caught out here. Yuumi nerfed so many times. One of those nerfs, obviously, that you can't just immediately reattach when she's been CC'd at all. Stops Targamas from getting out of that one scot-free. And while Ming was close to going down, good positioning means he does not cost him a thing. That said, all summoners except for Flack gets flashed down on the bottom side alongside Gala's. And so far, pretty quiet from the junglers. They're battling each other for CS, for crabs, but not really showing their faces in the lanes yet.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Jankos is trying to use the fact that Caps has that pressure in the mid lane from that early level 1 trade to get some control in the enemy jungle, but at the moment, just with the lane states the way they're going, it's not quite in his favor because you've got top the lost out bot as well. So I want to see what Jankos can now do, because it feels like off this big wave, Caps has the opportunity to look for roams, and I already see Jankos on the bot side. It feels like trying to correct some of the mistakes that happened for the G2 bot lane.
G2 potentially just looking to secure this uncontested. They have pressure in mid as well as bot. Should be a pretty easy dragon to pick up. Of course, Infernal early on, not huge value, but with no Herald on the table, they don't really have to trade anything for it. It's just a product of some of the lane push and wave states that they've been able to build for themselves. So small advantage to the side of G2. Gold lead still very much in the favor of RNG on the back of that first blood.
Yeah, and even just as you say, like the CS lead is opened up on the bot side as well, so they're doing a pretty nice job here for the RNG bot lane, and this is kind of where you get a little bit nervous, right? Because when we talk about the standout players for RNG, it has been Gala, and I mean, when he's got this lead now, that's where we're going to be seeing if he can actually try and carry these through in the team fights. But I mean, again, I think you've got opportunities here as Caps. I mean, we're talking about standout players. Caps can look for roams, can look for these plays and try and shut down bot lane when given the opportunity.
Certainly, and with both mid laners now at level 6, the time starts to be now. Of course, Caps for now push under his tower. Xiaohu just using his little roam timer to move down and secure some of the honey fruit, make sure that he can sustain up in lane. Is for Gala and Ming, pretty easy to crash these waves. Xayah obviously very naturally good at pushing these lanes, and Flackid for now has to play on the back foot. That might change once he hits level 6, but they're pretty far behind when it comes to XP. Level 4 for both of them. Ming and Gala level 5 as Wei moves in. We could see a dive. Exhaust almost up for Targamas. That would be a big one. Flash up for Flackid as well. Targamas has to be very careful not to detach at the wrong time. It could cost him his life.
Yeah, it looks like Wei might have snuck his way around all the wards that G2 have on this bot side as well, so I don't know if they actually know Wei is here. Should be very close to level 6 as well, which is why I'm assuming he's going to start up this blue camp, take it away, but also hit that level 6 and be a bit more of a threat on the dive.
Question mark ping's coming out. Acknowledging that Ming has gone on the roam. They're not entirely sure where he is. They might spot him on the control ward, but as highlighted, Wei does take away the blue. Doesn't quite give him level 6. Jankos waiting in the darkness, has vision advantage. I think might just go for the crab here. No real reason to take a full-on fight. Can just block him up, but Flackid's now coming up too. Wei potentially caught out. Instantly, they're just going to burst down the Lee Sin. It's clean. That was a ton of damage coming out from G2. Now Caps poking Xiaohu out as well. Big tempo play for G2. Get a kill, get some prio in the mid lane as well.
Very nice job from Jankos as well, because you saw Wei thought he was safe. He saw Caps leaning up towards the top side. He's like, there's no way there's G2 down in this bot lane, so I'll take the crab. But Flackid roams up alongside Jankos, and it's a quick kill. So nicely done by G2 to get one back in their own pockets.
Certainly. Does cost them 2 plates on the bottom side. Important to note, Gala and Ming obviously had enough of a push there that it does cost Flackid and Targamas a decent amount of gold to make that play happen, but slows Wei down a little bit. Further puts Jankos ahead in terms of gold as he has the 54 CS to 46. Now on top of the assist, and Flack and Targamas slowly getting closer to level 6, but have to be careful about stepping too far forward in this lane.
And I think this is the story that we've kind of seen between RNG and G2, right? G2's mid-jungle has been so incredibly strong. I mean, the strongest that we've seen in the tournament thus far, where you have Jankos consistently working with Caps, the communication is great, whereas it hasn't been so hot for RNG. Wei obviously going down there, not having Xiaohu for support because of the matchup, it's really been hurting RNG, and especially Xiaohu, when we think Xiaohu's kind of been the puppet master of the early game of RNG.
Certainly. Now we get to see the impact, though. Between a level 5 Yuumi and a level 5 Rakan, I have to feel like that's going to favor the Rakan as G2 move into the darkness here. More members of RNG in the area as well. G2 can maybe go for a steal on this one. There's still a decent amount of health. The eye's going to open one more time. Should be a quick burst down. G2 playing with caution. RNG good, recognizing that they can just take that Herald uncontested.
Yeah, had first rotation coming through from the bot side, so able to move Ming and Gala into a position, and already Flack had gone for the reset of his own, so not like you're going to be losing out on too much pressure or even having a response from G2 on that. So nicely done, and I expect RNG to try and move this down to the bot side, right? You've already got 2 of those plates gone. You want Gala to be your main damage source in these fights, so giving him more of that gold just seems like top trumps.
Absolutely. Ming is also ticked over to level 6. Targamas still sitting at level 5, wants to move into this lane, wants to be able to get that ult so he can at least disengage if RNG do decide to put their attention here on the bottom side. For now, though, Gal and Ming just going to have to catch this wave. Cannon backing them up, though. They could look for a full push here. And I'm sweating. I see way on the bottom side. I see a level 5 Yuumi who is very non-threatening. Good news for G2 is she does have Exhaust and Ignite and has now ticked over to level 6. But RNG, if they want to play towards bottom side, it should be an easy tower. That said, Yanko seems to be ready for it as he is playing down towards that Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, I feel like the slow game, though, doesn't really, like, at least team-wise, stylistically favor either squad, right? Like, G2, even though they're the top dogs at the moment, aren't actually the ones that have the biggest gold lead in the pre-14-minute mark. They're only sitting about 2k. You look at RNG, about 3.5. You got T1 that are 4k, like, but G2 come alive in the mid-game, and with already a dragon there, 30 seconds until the next one, you'd love to see G2 try and get started stacking these dragons up, but Xiaohu has push in mid. Wei also has this Rift Herald as well, so at least for G2, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to contest the second dragon.
Caps pulling back. Not going to get out by Wei showing his face at the mid lane. And I think it is a solid point. I think that you can argue on the side of RNG that there's maybe a bit more engaged with the Lee Sin and the Rakan, but obviously Yuumi, again, strapped to the back of a LeBlanc or a Riven, turns either of those champions into functionally a raid boss when it comes to damage output and survivability.
Yeah, I mean, that's the terrifying part about Yuumi being attached to anyone with Xiaohu.
Caps, kick back into the wall, get caught out and taken down. Way clean over the wall. Caps not sure what he was doing on that one. Have to take a look at the replay, but ultimately gets hit by the CC. Easy follow-up from RNG, and he's going to get knocked down. Has a CS lead in lane, but does not stop him from getting picked off.
Yeah, just trying to poke out Xiao as he came back into lane, and now RNG get the pick in mid. They get to hold on to that Rift Herald that we were talking about, and they should get the Dragon. So you don't actually have to try and brute force your mid priority with the Rift Herald, and you can see Wei more than likely going to move down to this bot side with Gala pushing the wave to get a tower off the back of that play as well.
Such a good play from RNG. That pick is coming at such an important time. Moves down, gets a kill, gets a Dragon. Now he's going to get a tower on the back of this Herald, assuming he does opt to use it here. Will do so. RNG went from about dead even gold. They're going to have about a 1k gold lead now on the back of this first tower, and there's really not a counterplay. Broken Blade gets a little bit of isolated time. Yankos has to catch a lane and mid lane. But overall, RNG pulling pretty far ahead with that one, 1.5k lead.
Yeah, and about 900 of that is on Gala as well, as you can see in the bottom of your screen. This guy actually 1,000 now on Gala, so huge amount, as you said, on the RNG bot laner. And Yankos trying to see if he can make the play towards Caps.
Xiaohu, no ulti available, does have the flash. Caps, of course, no TP. Flash Ignite on this LeBlanc, so a bit more kill pressure. Yankos fully committed to this one, flashing in, not giving Xiaohu any time to react. A little bit slow on the trigger there, the Ignite already ticking down, but Lee Sin with the safeguard means it's only going to be the 1-for-1 in the end.
It was so close to being so nice, but that charm just stops any sort of follow-up coming through fast enough. And we're way over the wall. They're able to turn that one around, but Caps now, we'll have to see as he pushes this one in. You can already see movement here from Ming towards top side. I think Caps needs to go and cover this.
Yuumi on the way in. Looking to mount up here. Broken Blade. Level 10. Has to be careful. Ming on the way in. Needs to dash his way out of this one, but he's already got the charm prepped and ready. Broken Blade just running away. There's nothing for him to do on this one. Can try to get tricky. Alco Gaming not going to be enough. Gala grabbing another kill.
And that's the downside of not having flash, not being able to dodge away from Ming, and ends up just running back in towards Gala's waiting hands, and unfortunately just recalling at the wrong spot at the wrong time, and now it's another kill going to the AD carry of RNG.
And the map play from RNG has just been flawless. Yes, there have been some individual moments where Xiaohu got caught off guard by the flash W from the Viego in the mid lane, but across the board, it just feels like RNG are consistently making the more advantageous plays. That said, Caps tries to make a bit of a difference here in the mid lane, gets the ult out.
But such a different feel from the last time we saw these two teams face off, right? We looked at the early kills. Oh, wait a
Caps
second!
Vision for the all-in. That man knows his damage. He has to use the clone to body block the Q. Nope, gonna connect. Wei gonna grab the kill. Caps taken down 1-for-1 in the end.
I mean, Wei just seems to always be in this mid lane, but that was so nice from Caps. Burning the ultimate from Xiaohu earlier, knowing that he'd be able to get the damage off and manage to pick up the kill, so at least you're getting something back for G2. But I was about to say, like, this feels like a very different game, right? Caps had to end up getting those 2 early kills because he turned around the RNG aggression in the bot lane the last time these two teams faced off. Now, though, you're not getting RNG going for these aggressive plays, kind of taking a step back and going, right, let's see if we can just match them toe for toe in the mid game. Let's use the map play that won us MSI last year and see if G2 can keep pace.
And so far, Caps in the mid lane, yeah, he gets a 1-for-1, but still a 2K gold lead for RNG. They're tied in Drakes. They have a tower advantage. You can start to look to break another one on the map for now. 80 carries matched on the top side. Targamas still strapped to the back of Flacket, and that's one of the big things here. It just feels like it's so hard for Targamas to have an impact in this game as the Yuumi. We know the value of the Yuumi. We know her theoretical ceiling, but difficult champion to get those roams off on, and Xiaohu forced away, and Caps feeling very confident. Waits, I think, for the last dash to expire and just full commits.
I mean, even getting the blind distortion over the wall as well, just kind of timing Xiaohu coming back. Super nice from Caps, and is a bit unfortunate. Stops for the chains, but it was unfortunately betrayed by his own chain.
There it is.
Yeah.
Lines it up, and credits away. 2 1-1. Making his presence known on the map, stopping Caps from taking over this mid lane. Again, Caps still individually decent CS advantage, but compared to what we see on the bottom side of the map, all the gold is being funneled into Gala. Whew! Thank you, team. 7K.
Oh my God.
That is a terrifying, terrifying champion. Gale Force on top of that means she's going to be hard to lock down, and Ulti on top of that. This is one difficult champion to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the difference between Gala and Xiaohu. Gala already well on his way to a second item. Xiaohu still trying to get his shop together so he can at least get his first mythic complete. But as we start to go forward, you can Gala getting that Rift Herald taken for away on the top side, as G2 considered a play onto RNG's bot lane, but going to back away.
Yeah, a bit of a calm map state at this particular point in time. 55 seconds and counting down until the next Drake on this Cloud Rift. But finally, Xiaohu will complete an item. And all I gotta say is, like, we got lost. We get lost a little bit in itemization in terms of the fantasy stereotypes. Why does every magic item have to build from books? Isn't there, like, can't you lift, like, magic weights? That's my question. Like, surely there has to be something magical that is, like, could be physical prowess or, like, not just reading. Why is every mage just really good at reading?
I mean, well, every time I've, like, looked into, like, you know, if you read, like, a fantasy novel, it's all about, you know, I studied for, like, 15 decades, and then I learned how to, like, light a candle, and you're just like, well, you know, you got to do a lot of reading, it feels like, as a wizard, but I don't know what else you could really bring to the table. I feel like if you're going to, like, start your journey into magic, it has to start off with, like, oh, yeah, this is how I, like, read a couple of books before you just get lobbed in with, like, a magic grenade or some kind.
Yep. Caps has read a lot of books, though, and will not only make it out with his books intact, but his life intact. Now, as RNG, complete control over the Cloud Drake here. Ulti goes across, but really no recourse here for G2 at this point. Can maybe fish for a few picks. Again, Targamas strapped to the back of Caps, a terrifying prospect. Single piece of CC connects, though, and things are going to get pretty hard. Caps now leaping out to safety. Targamas using the ulti, but with that cooldown down, it might be a little bit difficult. Ming locked up for a brief moment. Bin, the entire team now looking to collapse. Moving into this funnel could be difficult. Caps still stepping forward, still fishing for a little bit more. Gala coming down. The entire team sole member to pick off. He's isolated Bin. He sees Bin picked out, but Bin has the exhaust as well as the miss, so we'll just walk away.
Yeah, and I mean, look, G2 at least got some vision control established on this bot side as they were running through, but it does mean RNG get pushing. Mid could actually look to group up potentially with Ari on the top side of the map, as G2 will funnel resources into Broken Blade, making sure that he can get this bot terror.
Ooh, Mid going for it. But again, the exhaust is so important here. So many summoner spells being traded back and forth. Caps still standing, outplaying, outmaneuvering, but no, the mist making it work. Targamas now going to be in trouble. Broken Blade on the way down. Bin still standing, but mid lane tower's already down. G2 overcommitting on the play means the second charge is now going to come through. Way waiting over the wall too. No minion wave means they cannot clear the second for RNG, but no, Ming caught sleeping just for a brief moment. Did not expect G2 to be waiting there for him.
Yeah, now G2 might actually be able to get a little bit more pressure as RNG are sticking around in this mid lane to get the tier 2, but going to call off the play on the bot side and see if maybe they can cut off RNG's escape as Broken Blade making his way through. But, I mean, again, G2, yes, you're getting the picks, but RNG, they're playing the map better.
Certainly. And we've seen G2 across a number of games in this tournament find single explosive team fights to shift the gold in their favor. But so far, RNG really have not been letting any of those opportunities slip through. We saw one solo kill in the mid lane for Caps where he got the edge of Xiaohu. We saw that play on the bottom side for Broken Blade. Those feel like really the only two instances where they've maybe caught RNG unaware or unprepared.
And again, you're kind of looking like, okay, G2, well, because we're falling behind, where does that big explosive play come from, right? Because we talked about the Flashless Riven, not going to be able to do that. Yanko's not really going to be the one that sets it off. It feels like it has to come from Caps, has to come from Targamas, and your key damage dealers like, are the key people that you want to take out of the fight are people like Bin, right, who's running this exhaust. People like Gala, who's got the Featherstorm as well to keep himself safe. And even Xiao, who can kind of hop his way out of that.
Yeah. And obviously well played individually by Caps to kind of outmaneuver there. Bin whiffing on the snip just because Caps is moving so quickly. The clone to bait it out too. Caps playing very much on the edge, but ultimately Ming there in time with the shield. Miss coming up just in time. Slight miscalculation. Ming will ultimately fall here as Broken Blade was ready and waiting in the darkness. But as cool as that play looks, Caps now in trouble, gonna get zoned away. Ming, there's no way Caps gets out of this. And the rest of G2, they don't even have any recourse. They can maybe push in mid, but RNG, that costs them nothing.
Yeah, Caps caught completely with his pants down. You look at where the wave is, and it's like, okay, well, I'm back underneath my tier 2, going to be totally fine. But the RNG vision control in this top side is absolutely insane. Look at all the wards that are littered there. They knew exactly where G2 were moving and knew they could make the pick. Now, Flakkid going to see if he can try and get some damage on mid, but Wei will be there to answer.
Again, just masterclass of map moving from RNG. They've been getting so much, and it's cost them so little. League of Legends, when you're on even footing, feels like a game of trades left and right, back and forth. But G2 aren't trading in a lot of these circumstances, and are certainly not trading well, as you can see the gold lead continue to grow for the side of RNG.
And this feels like the RNG that we got last year, right? This is what they won MSI with, where they were playing for smart map movements. Now, it was Xiaohu in the top lane playing things like the Lucian that brought it to fruition, but you're still seeing that when the chips are down, RNG can kind of fall back to this style. It's not just the team fighting behemoths that we started to see coming out of the LPL towards the end of playoffs.
Yep. And again, Gala getting stronger and stronger, almost 10k to about 7k for Flakkid. A terrifying prospect to be dealt with, especially as we start to look ahead towards the big major objectives. Yes, no one is on Soul Point yet, but the 4th Drake of the game. 3rd potentially for RNG if they can take it. The Cloud will spawn. Baron now up as well. So G2 have to be careful because the cost of mistakes as we get later in the game just continues to go up. Xiaohu now flashing in, but he whiffs the charm. Definitely not ideal. Flakkid now leaping out to safety. Q has connected, but they will not follow up. RNG taking control of the mid lane. Caps now knowing he has a lot more opportunity to leap in. We'll just look for a little bit of poke. Bin off to the side. Miss now goes down, but can they follow up? Can they punish on that missing cooldown? For now, the answer is no. Flakkid just clearing out mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, with 40 seconds left, though, RNG are just going to look for the quick reset before that dragon comes up. G2 should be able to get decent vision control established, though, and that makes Gala a little bit of a sitting target.
Well poked. I mean, if they burn Gala down, there is not a gold lead on the side of RNG. That's what's important to remember. 3k advantage for Gala. All of that gold will disappear if they can pop it before a fight kicks off.
It's also just having control of River, right? Like, look at the amount of control wards G2 have. You walk in here as RNG, like, you got Caps pops over a wall, you got Targamas that can do a bunch of damage, Broken Blade gets access to the back line. Like, this is terrifying. You see Caps using it so well here.
Certainly. That's all coming across as well, but again, it's always costing them something. They are going to get priority access to the Drake. They're going to get their 2nd Drake of the game, no question. Hard for RNG to contest this one, but you've got 2 members on the top side of the map. Bin and Xiaohu pushing in. Broken Blade going to respond on the bot side with a tier 2 of his own. So for now, could be an even trade. But he's going to be forced away. It's going to stop them from taking the tier 2. G2 look at the Drake in exchange. Ming and Gala seem ready for a fight. Jankos and Flakkid potentially in trouble here. Wei on the way as well. TP coming. This is going to be bad. If G2 can't make it out of this one, Flakkid, fancy feet, already using the flash. Wei kicks him right into the wall. Knows the follow-up is there. Takes him out. Caps. Targamas strapped to his back. Ready to respond, but RNG already out clean.
I mean, it's a quick pick, yeah, but look where the wave is, right? Xiaohu had to push it all the way in, so they're not going to get a tower, they're not going to get much else, whereas G2 at least did get the dragon. It was in favor of the tier 2 and top, but at least G2 are still managing to get some of these objectives where maybe they can force fights, maybe they can find ways back into this game, but for RNG, again, just picking off G2 around the map.
It's so difficult, too. Because the pressure just continues to raise on Caps. Because if you look over at Wei's itemization, this man now has a death stance. 2, 1, and 3. You got 380 champions on the side of G2. It's hard for them to kill this Lee Sin. Caps is really the only one who can do it, but if Caps burns his cooldowns on a Lee Sin, that's a 3-item Gala that will not die. A 3-item Gala with Cleanse and an ulti, and it's only going to get harder for G2 when it comes to execution because Gala has all the tools to protect himself before we take into account the entire rest of his team.
And now RNG trying to establish vision control for the Baron. Wei stealing away the red buff just to add salt to the wound as G2 going to start to back away. But again, like, you got Broken Blade on bot side, and you don't want to TP in his Broken Blade here just because RNG are getting vision control, but it makes it so much harder for G2 to find that moment with Caps, to find the damage onto Gala, and RNG going to start up the Baron and see if they can get that TP from Broken Blade.
Jankos laying down a bit of vision, but it's not a control ward. RNG going to ignore it for now. TP coming out. RNG happy with this one, though.
That's all they wanted.
They're fans of chess. They don't need to play the bloodbath game. They're backing off. They got the TP. It's classic League of Legends. Just get the small advantage. Go back for mid control. They're waiting in the darkness to set up a pick. G2, if they get overconfident here, are going to get burned down. Caps dashing out to safety. Jankos unstoppable, but he doesn't make it over the wall. It's a disaster. Gala now on a rampage. RNG with enemy jungler down have priority access to the Baron, but instead, they might look for a little bit more blood. Broken Blade dashing out to safety. Mid-control reestablished. RNG back on the objective.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure G2 couldn't take the mid-wave as they went for this, but Caps hovering over the wall here. And RNG just a nice pick onto Jankos. And G2, what have you got?
11K getting lower. There's no spellbook, there are no miracle smites. They have to go for the fight. Ulti coming out early from Gala. Gives them a lot of space to working with. Eyes on Broken Blade, eyes on the ribbon, leaping into the pit. Baron getting lower and lower. Who's going to take it away? Lee Sin gets it. It's so low, it's almost disaster, but they managed to make it work. Bit going golden. Xiaohu, Ming off to the backside. Ming burning down. Flacket getting cut down by Gala. Broken Blade, the last man standing. Yuumi strapped to his back, but maybe, just maybe, it's possible. We know the power of a bruiser with a Yuumi on top. Broken Blade, how clean can you be? Backing away instead, giving up this Baron feels so bad though. Maybe, just maybe he pushes for more, but instead shifting his attention towards the top side of the map. Massive play for RNG.
Oh, nearly a big mistake from RNG as well. 17 HP on that Baron, but they managed to get it and managed to get away. And G2, they were so close. I love the amount of poke that they have here, right? Like, they're doing the right thing. Let Flacket take free shots into the pit. Caps is getting some good damage as well. Like, Xiaohu, you can see so close to going down. But as the damage starts to rain in, the Baron is going lower and lower. Bin steps forward, buys space for RNG to finish this off. But look at the health, 17 HP! And that was so close to Broken Blade stealing that.
Sometimes it's a game of inches, sometimes it's a game of millimeters in that case. But ultimately the auto comes through just in time, and credit to RNG. They saw Broken Blade, they knew he wanted to go into the pit. The second he queues over that wall, Lee Sin kicked out, Exhaust goes down on him. Still, RNG, when they go back in the tapes, they're going to say, why did we let that Baron get to 17 HP? But ultimately, a Baron is a Baron. They have secured it. G2 shut out here. 6K gold lead, playing against the Baron of RNG. It's a tough, tough game for G2. Maybe they can fish for picks, but RNG have not been giving them anything. Gala off to the side, though. Isolated. Gala is his ulti back up. Caps now trying to retreat back to the middle of the team. Everyone pulling back now. Caps has been locked up. Caps has been isolated, but another distortion comes up just in time to stop the follow-up. Yanko's body blocking the Q, going unstoppable over the wall. RNG pushing forward, and here comes Bin on the backside. The Gwen maybe to finish off the LeBlanc. Caps dashing away. Ming dashing in. Flacket trying to retreat. All of G2 just running for their lives. The needlework coming out. Xiaohu finding the kill onto Flacket. G2 picked apart in their own jungle as RNG will look to push down the mid lane.
And with the battle for first there, RNG know that they can take that top spot as they chase down Caps. Gala is feeling himself.
Gala stepping in. Caps can't distortion away. Gala now godlike. Broken Blade. Last hope. Him and Yankos. What can they do? RNG pushing in for the win. 5-1 record staring them down. T1 waiting hungrily for G2 at 4-2, looking for a bit of revenge, looking to put themselves up in the days to come. Broken Blade into the midst of the team. It's a 5-man stun. It's big, but it's not going to be enough. They have too much CC. The Lee Sin, the immediate kick out. Broken Blade, he wants to do something. He wants to take down Gala, but he cannot finish the job. Targamas the last man standing, but he has no hope as RNG tear G2 apart. Systematically dismantled. G2 cannot find any advantage in this game as RNG push in and end it in their favor.
8-0 for Gala at the end of that game. We talked about how he could be someone that could take over these fights, step up, and we see it once more. Gala reigning supreme in that AD carry matchup.
And fantastic again from RNG. Felt so clean, felt so controlled. Caps, you can see so many instances where it felt like maybe this is his moment to shine. Maybe this is his fight to shine. Towards those last few fights, you might have seen the same for Broken Blade, but never did he get that opportunity. 1-1v1 in the mid lane, one other pick. Other than that, nothing there for him.
And it's heartbreaking because realistically, Caps was the better mid laner in this matchup, right? Like, we saw him pushing Xiaohu out of the lane. He was trying to get control, but unfortunately, Wei literally just babysat mid. Was like, look, as long as we keep Caps in a cage, there's no way that G2 are going to be able to take over this game. And you can see there, Yanko's unable to give him help. Caps not really able to find those advantages. Then RNG could just take over the rest of the map and just avoid the mid lane completely.
Certainly. And it felt like G2's composition never really got to come online. Felt like RNG did not give them a chance to do anything with the Yuumi, anything pairing until they were already so far behind that it just did not matter. Give the LeBlanc an extra 50 AP of stats, give her an extra heal. You're just back to even. You're not even ahead, and that's a crushing thing to go up against. Well played from the side of RNG. Not a flawlessly clean game from either side, but RNG, like you said, back in that form that we saw them. Tactical, controlled. It was incredible to watch.
I mean, look, it's LPL. I've never expected a clean game. Let's be realistic.
To be fair, it's also G2, so it's like, this is like, this. I think we'd be doing you all a disservice if we said this is going to be the cleanest game of League of Legends we've ever seen.
Yeah, exactly. But look, I mean, again, it's at least heating things up for that top spot. Right now we're looking at RNG that are sitting at the top, but G2 still massively in contenders. T1 kind of going, all right, well, how far can we climb? I think that the battle for that top spot is still insanely close right now.
Absolutely is. Well, we're going to be back in a moment for the post-match, but first, let's send it over to Rivington for our Assist of the Week, presented by State Farm.
We're pulling you back in for another Assist of the Week, presented by State Farm. This week's assist comes from the top rope, with Taki stopping the show when he hits a 4-man face breaker.
I don't know about that one, buddy. You're going to have to flash away from that, and now we've got a Kaisa into the back line. Taki is going to put four of them together, and that might just be enough, but a really nice turnaround and a huge ultimate.
Hanabi goes golden, but that's the shutdown. And now the ult comes forward. BJ looking to lock down Unified. Can they find the ace? Can they turn this game?
Those are at the moment our competitors, so they are definitely must-win games, and we can't afford to drop games to them.
Danny leaping back in. It's Madness with the shield just barely keeping alive. Danny manages to survive.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
State Farm Analyst Desk, where we are burning any and all evidence of our G2 undefeated graphic after they fall yet again here to RNG in our 5th matchup of the day. And again, what that means is RNG is now in sole possession of first place. So within just a span of 5 games today, our standings have been entirely flipped on their head.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on, right? Today we're coming in, we're like, I mean, we asked it at the start of the day. So guys, what happens if G2 go undefeated throughout MSI? And now that's a little bit of a cursed take.
Yeah. I mean, it's G24 and 0 to the G2 0 and 2 really quick, right? I mean, I wouldn't have been surprised if you came in the day and said, okay, you know, G2 lost to RNG. Obviously, the earlier game was the bigger upset on paper.
Absolutely.
But I would say that the way in which they lost to RNG was really shocking after how incredibly dominant that they have been.
And there's going to be a number of things that play into that, and we're going to try and work through all of them. We're going to start in the draft because the draft is a little bit wild. Obviously, the Riven pick is where everybody's eyes are going to first go. We spent all this time talking about how different the styles of these top laners are. Role player Broken Blade playing things like Ornn, playing the Aatrox, and then boom, he brings out a signature pick in the Riven.
And I mean, it's really interesting because when you go TP Ignite, like I feel like Riven basically can't team fight without Flash. And that's kind of how I've always felt about that champion. Like if you can really pull it off in a combo, you flash on the carry, you 100-0 them, sure. But without Flash, it felt like you were hard committing to slamming this 1v1, and it just didn't happen, right? There was very little interaction. The only interaction we really kind of saw was actually early on where Bin almost solo killed Broken Blade, pushing him out, and then it felt like they were just kind of trading farm back and forth. But like, how in the world is Riven ever going to get on top of this monster-fed Xayah without having Flash?
Yeah, and it just felt like you know, an invisible pick overall, really had no impact. But I even think looking at the rest of G2's draft, there was like some exciting things there. Yumi LeBlanc was something you were hitting on a lot during the game, Azael.
Oh, yeah.
Even just having the Ezreal, right? You have so much range, so much distance you can put between yourself and RNG. And RNG don't have a lot of lockdown in their composition. Really, only the Rakan. We really never got to a point where it mattered. RNG just kind of pulling them all over the map.
Yeah, that's where it does kind of feel like G2's strategy was about either matching the side lanes, you know, letting the LeBlanc roam, look for picks, never take those straight up 5v5s. But because of, like you said, Azael, the performance of Bin in the top lane, but as well our OP player of the game in this one of Wei. These are two of our most criticized players on the side of RNG coming into this game here. They've underperformed at times, and both of them stepped up in a big way here today.
I mean, absolutely. I think it was for Bin, it was more about the neutralization of what was the counter pick, you know, aggressive pick. For Wei, you know, was getting, I think, you know, very kind of active. Gala obviously having an incredible performance as well. You know, he was the one that I think was a beneficiary of a lot of this action. But I do think Wei is deserving of credit, especially for being able to kind of shore up what was the weakness in this game in Shahu's mid lane, because Caps was gapping him in that 1v1. It was a 20 CS lead early on. He was forcing out cooldowns, got that solo kill, but it was Wei flying in, getting return kills, covering his lanes, and I think really creating the action to get his carries fed.
And that's the thing, right? I feel like Gala is just like a giant artillery gun. You need the other guys to point that gun in a direction. This game, it was Wei, it was Ming, it was Bin, it was these other facilitators that really felt like they set up this game for the larger carries.
Without a doubt. And once again, RNG, very much the kind of team that they get control of the game, solid control of the game. They're going to be able to close the game explosively. They did just that. Granted, things for one tiny moment did get a little terrifying when we saw yet another Baron go almost the other way. The smite comes through for Wei, leaving the Baron at 17 health. Still manages to pick it up himself, though, so correcting his own quote-unquote mistake. I'm not even going to call it that because I did see a little bit of conversation on Twitter that it leveled up again and may have healed.
And so it's basically, like, my understanding is that every minute on the minute, it just increases in level, so it gets like a little bit of a bonus heal. I honestly can't see the clip close enough from where I'm standing. But, you know, that's what happened to Santorin, actually, you know, in the LCS playoffs in the very famous Jinx Penta from Danny. This is something that happens. It's unfortunate when it goes awry. In this case, it made him look a little bit silly, but didn't actually matter because he secured it with the auto attack thereafter. But Riven's ultimate was touching the Baron as he secured it. So it was actually a hair's breadth away from being a G2, you know, steal off of that.
Yeah, game could have been very interesting at that. Ultimately, my takeaways here as RNG moves into first place here in the Rumble stage is the fact that I think the perception around G2 is going to change quite drastically because of the O2 day. Again, people were beginning those conversations about how infallible they were. There were the talk of a 36-0 run to a win for MSI, and now all of a sudden there's a shakiness to it, and there's going to be questions that are raised around this team and some of the weaknesses that maybe were shown today and can be exploited by other teams.
Yeah, I feel like shakiness is the key word, not only for G2, but just pretty much every team on the day.
True.
I feel like even, you know, really no matter the result of the next game, whether it's Buffalo or EG picking up a win, every team now, it's like, okay, there's vulnerabilities everywhere. Like, you really have there's no clear favorite in my mind in this tournament, even with RNG picking up this win here.
Yeah, I will say one thing to kind of give a bit of a benefit of doubt over to G2. I mean, Riven with TP Ignite, we're probably never going to see it again, right?
True.
Like, I do think that they're in a pretty comfortable position. They're playing for first. You know, they're very secure in their position to go through to knockouts. So maybe they take a swing to try to find an answer to what is an incredibly common pick in that Gwen in the top lane. It didn't work, but they can just say, hey, this is a throwaway game.
Right. I mean, if it does work, again, you change the entire conversation about how you approach G2. You introduce new things into the meta. So, yeah, a swing and a miss, but that's all right. They're still in solid position at 4-2 and tied for second place with T1. Now, ahead of us, we have our final match of the day. It's EG versus Saigon Buffalo. This is an incredibly important match for EG, looking to pick up another win here to keep them in that top 4 conversation, while Saigon Buffalo is still hunting for their first win here of the stage. Obviously want to pick that up, but of course also the opportunity to play spoiler to a number of teams. And I will refer back to what you have said, Lyric. This is still a dangerous squad for a number of reasons.
Yeah, I mean, right, they still have the same explosivity out of certain lanes, like their bottom lane. They still are able to bring out some, you know, pretty interesting drafts like like we're seeing on our screen. Sadly, we haven't really been able to see it converted more than like a spectacular moment or spectacular moments throughout a game. That's what we need to see, right? Get that crazy kill, get the 2v2, and then we need to see the resources used to turn it into an objective.
And honestly, for EG, when you're looking at the other side, there's a lot of pressure on this game, you know, less with what Saigon Buffalo have done and more about what PSG did earlier today, right? You know, PSG picking up a big upset win, actually started looking pretty competitive even in their loss, which was like a massive gold disparity against T1. But like that game started getting competitive and you're like, wait, if they win here too, you know, they're a sudden leapfrogging EG, already having lost to EG. So EG needs to keep pace, you know, pick up another win here, make sure that they're getting those ones that are kind of those expected wins because they have yet to be able to pull off an upset against T1, RNG, or G2.
Yeah, massive stakes for EG in this one. And the reason I bring up the bot lane is because of one, the performance of Saigon Buffalo's bot lane being, as we've stated, world-class, but also at times the vulnerability of the EG bot lane. And that has been kind of our focal point of criticism, at least in the early game at times, and where we could expect Saigon to get some real advantages.
Yeah, definitely through the bot lane, right? If they can find the explosive 2v2. I mean, we've seen Taki's one to go crazy, even in the 1v1. But even moving up to the top side, right? Like, Impact has been solid. He's been a rock. Like, I think it'd be quite hard, but Hosman had a really good game earlier up against Spin, and that would be like another place where Saigon Buffalo can look. So I kind of view it as side lanes for Saigon Buffalo need to try and find an advantage to where we know for EG, I feel like mid-jungle will definitely come out ahead.
Yeah, and I think that's really the tricky part, though, for Saigon Buffalo, because we know what happens when mid-jungle get ahead, the side lanes get affected, right? And I think that is the difficulty, and that's sometimes where things have kind of gone off the rails for them. If they create advantages in side lanes, but their mid collapses, well, all of a sudden now your side lanes have no vision. They're having to play further back, and I think that's kind of what EG will be looking for here. But I will say, I think some of the criticisms towards EG's bot lane are starting to feel a little bit overstated because, you know, in the Rumble stage, Dady and Vulcan have been pretty fine in lane. You know, I don't think we're still getting the performances that we expected from them, like, outside of lane. But, you know, while they were getting gapped pretty hard in the group stage by G2, it feels like moving forward in this tournament, they are dying a lot less.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll look for them to continue that trend, though, that upward trend, as they look to ramp up through the Rumble stage and keep pace with the other teams in the top 4. With that, we're back over to Dracos and Dagda to close out the day.
I'm hoping for that, too. Although, to be fair, I really want someone to die 2v2 in this bot lane. I'm not picking sides either, but given that Shogun is one of the bot laners in this matchup, someone's dying.
Yeah.
Most certainly. And I'm ready for also more spicy picks. We got some sweet spicy picks today that were like Riven. We got Malzahar. None of the spicy picks have worked today. So well. They've all looked terrible. That said, would love to see some curveballs in the draft. Would love to see some curveballs in the early game strategy because it feels like the meta's starting to settle. And I don't like that. Let's get weird.
Look, that's the thing, right? Like when you initially start into the spice, you know, you got to find your levels. You got to gauge a little bit. Sometimes you go too hot. Sometimes it's not spicy enough. You just got to keep trying until you hit that, you know, that sweet spot.
That's exactly. We're getting like the Hot One interviews. Like every game is a new level potentially.
Okay.
That said, it is big stakes. Obviously, for Saigon Buffalo, it has been a pretty disappointing first round robin. Not finding a win. That's understating it. It sucks. It sucks to be in this position. That said, at this point, hope is running low. There's still a chance. It's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot of upsets. But most importantly, for EG, they are very much still alive in this race for 4th, in a race for that final spot. And as highlighted on the desk previously, PSG, a hot contender. EG, their destiny is in their hands, but that will all start to slip away if they lose this game. Anyway, I mentioned Shogun earlier, and it seems like EG also happened to notice that Shogun might be a bit of a solid player. So Kalista, Tristana, Lucian, all 3 of those are going to hit the bench.
Yeah, and I'm curious what else we're going to see hit that, because it just feels like, you know, let's get Shogun off of anything that he's been comfortable on ever. So, I mean, we've seen him bring out the funky picks like the Vladimir already, and he's even gone towards picks like the Ashe as well. So not going to be hurt from his champion pool perspective, but definitely getting rid of these aggressive AD carries that he can look for the 2v2 kills on.
Yeah, I wonder what the first pick is going to be here from the side of EG. Senna, a champion that's been highlighted. Wukong, what am I talking about? I forgot about Wukong. Wukong first pick, yes. Now could be paired potentially with a Senna, or just a Senna picked up generally. We've talked in the past about how strong Danny has been on that champion, even if it's not, you know, a flashy carry champion like we got used to in the playoffs.
I think probably looking at something like Jungle Answer here is probably going to be your best bet. And I imagine that we're probably going to go towards the mid lane as well. The big question though is like, what do you want to go for? The LeBlanc gone, the Ari gone, maybe be something like a TF where you get this Nocturne Twisted Fate combo that can always work out. But we're actually just going to go back towards the Blind Ezreal, which means I think we know what Danny is going to go for.
He's got choices. I'm never counting out a Senna Wukong bottom lane because I just, again, weird. This is my MO. That said, yeah, Kaisa feels like an easy, quick pickup here. I would be surprised not to see it. It's also not bad in Nocturne. Nocturne leaps on you and doesn't immediately one-shot you. You just get a huge shield.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's already hovered there as well, right? And I feel like if you're going to end up going towards like what has been the traditional JoJo Pyun mid laners, it's like the rises, the TFs now to actually try and maybe steal it away from the combo that Froggy and BJ can go towards. But whoa, actually just going to go straight for the Ornn in the top lane.
Yeah, we knew when the Gwen ban came out that probably EG had something up their sleeves for top lane. Ornn, very stock standard, very reliable champion. You've now got Wukong Ornn. You have the makings of a fantastic team fight. This could be a Trundle support now coming through. Trundle somewhere is what I will commit to. Trundle somewhere could come through.
Top Trundle? You just steal all the Ornn and then you just literally ram your way through the terrace, but no. Okay, I was kind of ready for that. I was like, all right, I'm ready for a bit of that spice, but we're going to go back towards the Kennen. So at least kind of going, hey, look, EG at the moment playing a very short-range composition with the Wukong and the Kaisa. So Hasman going to see if he can have some fun on the Kennen in ruining that short range.
Certainly. Of course, we'll probably expect to see the full-on AP build coming in from Kennen. Absolutely skip over the stopwatch, just full AP. We've gotten used to it in the past. We did see the more laning focus build come out from Zeus, ultimately not really working out, as it costs you a lot to go for that one. We'll see, though, what the choice will be from Hazmet as we enter the second ban phase, taking away some of the big engage options. Karma, again, going to hit the bench alongside Rakan and the Nautilus.
Yeah, also just things that can do pretty well against the Ezreal as well, right? Like the point-and-click CC with the Nautilus, the ability to charm up the Ezreal, means that you're actually able to play with the freedom that this Ezreal offers you. But I still think, you know, the blind Ezreal, we see Kaisa come out to it so often, it's going to be in a pretty good spot. As it's always banned away, Leona is locked in, and now we'll have to see what Vulcan wants to go for in this bottom lane.
Be interesting. With Leona now locked in, you don't have to worry about a Braum that could interrupt any potential dive threats or limit the impact of the Ornn. Could go for a Braum yourself, as Leona does like to go in. Nocturne likes to go in. I like the pick a lot in certain circumstances, but it usually either feels super overpowered in the case of going against something like Diana Yasuo, as we saw in some of the previous games, or it feels pretty underwhelming. It's kind of a champion of extremes, and instead, we'll see Silas locked in as a mid lane champion. Maybe.
I mean, look, some of the Korean supports have been playing a little bit of Silas support, but I don't think we're going to get it here. I think the best bet is probably going back towards something like the Alistar here. I actually really like the Braum. I think the Braum can work well in just like dissuading the follow-up engages whenever Nocturne goes in, like interrupt Leona, Kennens, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, Alistar works perfectly as well. Just a good follow-up engage, and my god, EG just have one button and it just says go.
And I love it. And frankly, the Alistar is so great to me because we've seen we saw, starting pretty much since Worlds last year, Kennen stay away from Hourglass, instead focusing on full AP, because ultimately if you just kill everyone, it's fine. But the strength of Hourglass is that you could stop Alistar from headbutting you out of a fight, and it feels like Alistar in this game, on his own, as long as he knows where the Kennen is, will always have a way to push him out or force stopwatch itemization, which already mitigates a lot of that impact.
Yeah, I was surprised to see the Veigar lock in here, though. I was kind of expecting to probably go towards some sort of global champion, which is why I believe Jojo Pyun was like, hey, I'm going to preemptively take the Silas. But now Froggy kind of going, okay, well, I'm going to look to try and be a bit more of that zone control, try and dissuade the engage that EG are going for. And when you've got a composition like EG that does want to try and get in on top of you, you can actually get a lot of success here with the Veigar being able to separate at the fight, the Kennen as well, buy space for Shogun, and kind of let this Ezreal be your mainstay carry.
Certainly. One team, they want to go in. That's all they want to do, because they don't function at any range past melee or like 500, 525, or 500, yeah, Kaisa. And on the side, Saigon Buffalo. Look, they want to keep you as far away as humanly possible. Ezreal, Veigar, they want to sit on the back line. Maybe Kennen will counter-engage, maybe he'll full-on engage. But it's a pretty simple, clear-cut compositional story. Fist fight versus no, sir. I am not interested in that confrontation.
Yeah, you've got the chess boxing going on, right? One is primed for actually punching you in the face. The other one's kind of like, hey, we can set up these nice little circle compositions right around here. Make sure you can't get in. So, but yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see, because I honestly thought we'd nearly have a flipped, from the way these two teams play.
This is the least regional thing we could have expected. We thought, more control, and not, to be fair, not like EG are afraid to get super duper scrappy, but they've also, when we saw it in the playoffs, much more willing to scale, build compositions around that. Saigon Buffalo, we expect all-out aggression all the time. Not that the VCS can't mix it up. Again, mixing it up what we like to see, but definitely the thing that we've gotten used to over the years.
I don't know. I mean, I see Veigar and I see Ezreal, and it just screams all-out aggression to me. But I definitely think the best plan here is for BJ, just farm the crap out of all of his camps, get to level 6, and then maybe see if you can make some funky business happen up towards Hasman in the top lane. Because again, I think if Kennen does get ahead and you are going this like full glass cannon build, you can do so much damage and really just turn these fights back around for Saigon Buffalo.
Yeah, and if you don't, Silas is taking a Kennen ult, and that's also a very, very scary thing if the Silas is hitting harder than you. Really interested to see what happens. Again, when we talk about we heard it on the desk that Jojo Pyun is a guy who has stepped up a lot over the games. Now, if we looked at this team coming into this stage 4-4, obviously smashing order, losing a lot to G2, you would expect Impact and Inspired, as you're seeing a bit of aggressive trading here on the top side, to be the guys that you focus on. And you can see why, as they're already building a little lead for themselves. This is what we talked about, the level 1s. Just kidding. This is new. But Jojo is the guy who's been stepping up a lot, and I think a player that we're going to have to watch in the context of this matchup versus Froggy, because if he does super well, if he gets out of lane, this champion could take over a game, but it's going to be so hard against a champion like the Veigar.
Yeah, exactly. And you're going to get push here for Froggy in the early stages, and Jojo Pyun is going to have his work cut out for him to try and make sure that he's going to be in a good spot to counteract that. But I think the fact you have Impact already with a good health lead in that top side makes things a little bit easier, opens up for Inspired to try and at least have some help from Impact, because if Impact can actually get control of the wave just because the health advantage he has, well then maybe he can actually go for a cheeky gank in towards the mid lane. We've seen it from Impact in the past.
Certainly. And that setup CC, so nice for the Wukong to have early on. It's a similar story across every single lane. There is good setup. Love the confident dash forward there. You don't have to hit the knockup. People forget that. It does the same damage whether you get the knockup or not. So just leap face first into the Kennen. Push that health advantage in the lane phase. Of course, Cole, if the lane goes long enough, will heal him back up. But when it comes to the all-in right now, Kennen out of pots. And dire straights here as Jojo Pyun now stepping forward into Froggy. Goes a little wide on the stun. Froggy now laying down the cage, but he's just got some autos. So it's not too threatening quite yet.
Now, long cooldown on both the E and the W there for Jojo Pyun, so not able to actually follow up on that. But it does mean at least Jojo Pyun stacking a bit of this wave, opening up for Inspired to do some funny business. And gonna see if you can wrap around, because BJ hasn't done his red, and you may actually get help from the EG mid laner here.
Inspired could go for the cheeky steal. Nocturne is just a gigantic ball of stats. So if Wukong gets feared, this is going to be a very tough one. But with the Q down, maybe there's a small window of opportunity here. Waiting to stealth to the last possible second. Won't even stealth. Leaps in, gets it, takes away the red buff. Now BJ is going to be in trouble. Spell shield already used. He's running. Can he get there in time? Inspired just going to back away, but solid steal coming in, taking that one away. And suddenly Froggy has to be careful here because there's a Wukong in his jungle and he does not know where he is.
Yeah, I mean, this is just really well played from EG. Working off the lane pro. Now Vulcan's here. Inspired spotted.
Flash headbutt pull. Going forward, not even going to flash for it, just going to go in normally. Froggy's now flashing out, looking for the finish, looking for the follow-up. The red buff not taking quite enough. BJ now backing away. Nobody's going to drop quite yet. Jojo Pyun lucky to have a wave there. Well placed to make sure that he can just walk out.
No, Vulcan didn't want to go underneath the tower. Could have followed the flash with his own, but having the exhaust means you don't have the ignite, which makes things a little bit trickier, but just going to be able to walk away. Jojo Pyun did get the crash the wave, though, so you can see that massive CS lead and the experience advantage for the EG mid laner.
And that's big. Because even if ultimately it's going to be hard to solo kill the Veigar as we move forward into the game, once his wave clear really comes online, you can start to make that impact felt in the jungle. BJ already a little bit behind, trying to steal some camps back while his Veigar pushes out. But Vulcan's already on the way. Jojo Pyun's already on the way. They are not interested in giving this objective up. They are ready to fist fight for this red buff. BJ, impossible to spell shield the combo. There's 2 spells. Now BJ's going to be in trouble with the exhaust. Now taking BJ going to be forced out. No, sticking in the area for now. Red buff has reset now. Inspired on the way out, has turned invisible. Danny now moving up. They get a kill onto this Kai'Sa early. It's going to be big. Baby Cage stops any further aggression, but the red buff has been secured, Dagda. Mission accomplished for EG.
Yeah, I mean, look, EG managed to get the red buff. They also get low health bars on the Saigon Buffalo bot lane. So actually look at Danny and Vulcan here, right? They get to push in that wave. They're going to be able to reset and get a nice little bit of shopping done for themselves as well. So you're kind of getting those advantages on the bot side thanks to the low health bars in Saigon.
Certainly. I mean, no heal. Got Flash Cleanse still up on Danny, so easy to force a fight if they want to. Yes, Vulcan does not have an exhaust anymore, but still has a flash. They can still make these big plays. Inspired waiting over the wall. Looks like they are going to go for the back cancel, but it was all a bait. The Baby Cage, it'll stop them, but not enough. The flash comes out from Inspired to finish the job. First blood for the Wukong.
Nicely done by Inspired with Jojo Pyun, especially, I mean, you see him on the ward, right? You know that the play is there, but Froggy just not giving it its due respect. And now Taki here just with BJ to try and hold this wave and give some of that experience back over to the Saigon Buffalo mid laner.
Ooh, but it feels bad.
Yeah.
Good news is Ezreal on the bot side still catching a wave. Won't cost them too much yet. Level 6 is getting closer, though, and this is where we get into Ornn solo kill territory. When he's got the Summoner Spellbook, he can just pop an Ignite on and ulti that cannon. Osmond, again, no pots. Will slowly heal up because of the coal, but still very far away from cashing in on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big issue for Hasman is going to be when he takes like bad trades like this, right? Nice job resetting, because honestly, I think Jojo Pyun going to come back mid, shove in that wave, hit 6, and then instantly start to roam up towards his top side as well. With the wave under control for impact and level 6, you're in such dangerous territory, especially when Inspired on the top side here.
Yep. Impact uses full combo here, knowing he can just push this wave out. Hosband now forced to stay. Impact gets it back. Can probably just walk back to lane for free as well. So solid performance so far. No major CS advantage for either side, but definitely is not suffering in the lane phase whatsoever. And level 6s is what I'm waiting for, Dagda. We're going to be a far way away, however, because Vulcan's level 3. The man has been roaming a lot, which is potentially a point of weakness. It is not Aftershock Alistair, it is Phase Rush. And ooh, this is cheeky. We wanted it to get a little wild. We wanted it to get a little crazy. Froggy's not ready for this one. He's going to get locked up. Knockdown comes, and he's in the middle of the cage. That's not where you want to be. You're stuck in there with him, Froggy. You're stuck in there with Jojo. Now stepping in, though. BJ looking to turn this one back. Maybe he can knock him out. No, stun now coming in. That's going to be the Silas W. Massive healing. BJ desperate to finish the kill. He's going to get one back in exchange. Will they finish the Nocturne? Yes. It's just a matter of
creep block.
The creeps?
Oh! The trade block?
What?
The creep block?
Oh, get in the dog emo, BJ. Oh! Execute to the tower.
Is it going to work?
Oh my god.
That creep.
Oh my god. You can, doesn't matter who you're a fan of, you're going to boo Sonic go wild. That was... Wow. Creeps MVP.
Yeah. BJ working with the map better. You know, outplay completely. He calculated that if he moved there out of the creep, you know, and then walk towards him, he'd creep grabber and then be able to... I'm just fumbling here, but no.
No, yeah, please, break it down. I would say it might have been Boots too. You could say Matt.
True,
that's also fine. Engage on the bottom side. Vulcan talking now locked up under tower. That's going to be big. Danny, again, had the cleanse for that exchange, had the flash, so Taki just overstaying his welcome there in that engage. His Ignite came back up, and I guess he wanted to kick a fight off.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the best option, though. You know, go straight underneath the tower when it's there. It's like starting a fight in a nightclub when the bouncer's like over your shoulder. It's not really going to work out too well, and Taki gets sent to packet.
Yeah. Casual, classic mistake. Taki, you know, thought he could take the bouncer on too. No, you can't.
No, you never can.
You never can. It's a bad call. Impact continuing to push in on the top side, and this man, again, playing around the mid lane solid. That said, Saigon Buffalo responding with a play of their own, make sure that it's not a disastrous moment for them. But Froggy struggling in lane, just doing his best to farm up, just doing his best to take time, and Impact and Inspired already moving into the enemy jungle and just taking over more and more of the map. BJ got away before. Round 2. Is he going to get in? Doesn't want to risk face checking a level 6 Wukong, and I respect that.
Yeah, I mean, had a feeling the Vulcan was in the area. Hex flashes over the wall.
Super
Are we going for it here? Nah. I mean, you know it's getting funky in the mid lane. Oh, hang on. Shogun.
Danny. The Qs are big. Shogun hitting 2 is ooh, sidestep. Yep, Danny can't continue to go for that one anymore. Vulcan, Hex Flash enthusiast, it's safe to say. Froggy has to be careful here, but here comes the Nocturnal. They're going to try to lock down the level 5 Alistar. He's so incredibly squishy. They see their opportunity, they take it, but now they're getting fired back on Silas and instantly steals the Leona ult, and now they're coming in. Impact's going to make it to this fight first, but who's going to make it out? BJ not escaping this time. Taki now leaving, but I feel like
minions,
Impact.
Taki. Get to the minions.
They'll save you, the wolves. Oh, unironically, the wolves.
Wait. No. No way.
Yes.
Wait.
What?
Okay.
Cannon's pushing in the wave. He gonna escape. He's
get to the minions.
They can't keep getting away with the Dagda. Taki's great escape. No, Taki bad. Back to your Kennen. No, he's gone. Yeah, it's a phase rush, Alistar. It's just who gets the kill at this point.
Yeah.
I think it's probably Vulcan. Vulcan gets the kill. There you go, Vulcan.
Yeah. I mean, look, he was trying to mind game. It didn't know where Impact was. I thought if he got to the top side, Hasbin had to push. Maybe that could have saved him, but no, couldn't quite get out. It was very close, though.
Yeah. You wonder. One thing slightly different.
I know.
But ultimately, I feel like EG just need to, like, invest in defensive resources on that side of the map. As a meme entirely, because but people keep escaping into that part of the jungle. Like, clearly, like, the towers need to be adjusted to cover that entrance.
How much is a fence in League of Legends?
It's hard, you know, difficult to say.
I gotta say though, like for Saigon, this isn't actually going terribly, right? I mean, yes, they are behind in kills, but you look at the gold, they got advantages in the bot side of the map for them. Although the mid lane has been a bit of a fiesta.
Danny now in trouble. Danny should go down. No magic escape this time around. Froggy to take that one, get a little bit of extra AP. Vulcan now coming back to the top side though. Can't just knock Hosmid down. Gonna go for the knockup first. Goove around him. Phase rush now. Progty runs in. It's a wombo combo. It's all the CC you can ask for. Hosmid, no ult for any fight to come. Gonna get finished off. Will not escape from that one. So traded back and forth on both sides.
Yeah, that's a bit of a lose-lose, unfortunately, for Hasmid. You either try and, like, walk through the cow, which is never going to go well for you, or you got to try and burn the flash early, and you just get comboed down. So,
well, Dagda, since there's a Nocturne, I'm actually, you know what? I'm just going to do it normal. I'm not going to make a weird reference. Guys, here's the thing. There's a lot of things that you could forget in this game, like the cleanse on Kai'Sa. Taki did that once. But it's important to remember that you can get your Scare Prize emote. They took down the thing. You can't see it. Don't forget to grab your exclusive Scare Prize Prime gaming emote so you can strut when you flash in and turn a fight. There it is, Scare Prize.
I was terrified, frankly.
Yeah. And you should, as you should be. You know what's really terrifying is someone getting away on like 3 HP and then dying to the tower and no one getting the gold, Dagda. That was a Scare Prize for me. I thought for sure Binja was dead. We'll see then. Ooh, this is going to be tough for Shogun. Hard to get out of this one. Yeah, that's a phase rush, Alistar. You cannot escape the cow. You can escape the cow. Vulcan, rough pulverize there. Not going to find the knockup. They're going to pull back.
Yeah, all you need is, you know, a flash, arcane shift, heal, everything to get out of that. But, I mean, look, realistically, Vulcan's been doing a great job roaming around the map, now getting some more pressure on this bot side. But I do start to wonder, you know, what are we going to see as these objectives start to come through? Because we do have the Rift Herald already picked up for Inspired. You assume that that gold is going to try and go in towards Jojo Pyun or down in towards Danny. And you already have Dragons being started up for Saigon Buffalo as well. You know they're going to want to try and start up. As a little bit late for the Mastercard Mythic, but
there it is.
Yeah,
that was their Mythic, which is fair. It's Rocket Belt. They're going to be very important in the fights to come. I want to see how these 5v5s play out. Again, the goal for EG, pile in. Get a lot of guys in there, start pushing your R buttons, make some stuff happen. Froggy checked a bush, but not the bush that Jojo Pyun was in. We'll spot them on the retreat here. Taki now going to be in trouble. Has flash, sticking around, flirting with disaster. Ooh, Ward. Spotting Inspired. Means they know the play is coming. Wave already cleared out. Danny going to be forced away. If Saigon Buffalo want to go in, maybe now is the time because Nocturne is on the way and things are about to get dark and scary. Here comes BJ with a little lone Scare Prize. Now locked up. Jojo Pyun, no way, starting to go. The baby cage is right there, shut down, and that is the power of the Veigar. So hard to maneuver in these fights. The short-range champions. Danny now running. Inspired coming in as well. Second stack of the ultimate about to fade away. He's going to use it just to escape on the movement speed. Danny flashing out early just to make sure that nothing else comes through. And Saigon Buffalo taking advantage in that fight.
Yeah, Hasmid even roaming down as well, knowing he didn't have the TP, just to make sure that they could have the numbers advantages for Saigon Buffalo. And it's a nice little pick-off for them, just punishing EG, overextending in towards their jungle and cutting off any sort of escape.
Yeah, and remember, for Saigon Buffalo, it looks like dire straits when it comes to making it into top 4. But for EG, hope is very much alive. It's a neck-and-neck race with the PCS right now, with PSG Talon. That will all fade away if they lose a game here. For now, though, moving in onto Shogun. Taki in the area. They've got the man advantage. Shogun, no real way out of this one, just trying to finish off Danny, but will not get the chance to do so. Meanwhile, on the top side, Impact trying to come in clutch. Summoner Spellbook doesn't look like he has any summoners, other summoners up and available, but both these champions with their ultis down. Impact with the health advantage. If he can push this wave and he can get something done. Can't see the minimap, so not sure who else is in the area, but for now it's Herald on the bottom side in favor of EG. Hosmed forced to back away, but here comes JoJo. Quick kill pickup, quick Herald crash on the bottom side. EG, just like that, even up the gold.
Yeah, nice little passage of play from EG. They get the big bot, they get the turret plates onto Danny, and even JoJo moving up to get that kills. And you're not really getting a response here from Saigon Buffalo, right? You still got BJ trying to farm it up, not really in a position to try and answer for a lot of this. Is
Taki?
Maybe, no flash.
Supportal combat, he has the flash. Here comes the Nocturne. Yeah, that can't, nope. No outplaying that one. Well played by Binjuk. Excellent, excellent Ezreal to come in. Taki moving forward just to make sure he can't recall, and Binjuk comes in to finish the job.
Yeah, so nice little pick, and unfortunately Danny now didn't, with 3 deaths that were a little bit messy coming through. And now you got the push coming through for Saigon Buffalo on this bot end as well, as actually a lot of members from EG starting to rotate down. They really want to try and fight for this dragon in 20 seconds, but you don't have an AD carry.
Sure. Will he be up in time? 2 seconds, moving down. BJ definitely overstaying. And again, Spell Shield great for everything but Alistar combo. Is just going to walk along with him, knock him back into the team. Hosmed on the way down, but there is no play to be made here. Big shutdown onto the Nocturne, going over to Joju, already the strongest member of the team and the strongest member in this game for gold from what we saw earlier, ticking over to level 11 too. So Saigon Buffalo, if they want to keep playing out these fights, they need to take out JoJo fast and early.
Yeah, I mean, JoJo's just been doing such a good job of getting these last few hits onto picks and side lanes, right? And unfortunately there, BJ, as he said, sticking around that bit too long, gets dragging towards EG. Yes, Froggy will get the tower top, which is nice to get some gold back in favor of this Veigar, but EG still just finding these moments to pick off Saigon Buffalo is a bit worrisome.
Certainly. See, though, we haven't really had these big fights, I think, as we were expecting. We've had a lot of skirmishes, and we've had a lot of, like, 3 people running at one person, Dagda. There's just been a lot of, a lot of people have been getting jumped in this game, Dagda, I think it's safe to say. No one getting the honorable 3v3, 4v4. See how that changes as we go further. Ezreal completing the first item. Kaisa just finishing the first, working towards the second. I like the Trinity Force. Always a sign of confidence from Ezreal's when they go with that as opposed to the Divine Sunderer.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we've had some very slow burners here today for ourselves. I thought that at last we get EG versus Saigon kind of going like, all right, we got the Buffaloes in here. I'm ready for the flash level 1, go for the kills. But as you say, it hasn't exactly been like full-on 5v5s, but we'll have to see if maybe we get it here for the Rift Herald as Saigon Buffalo start to move up. Hosmed has TP, but you've only got Shogun just coming out of base now.
EG priority access, getting the vision control down. Froggy trying to get mid control, but can't push too far. You see Taki moving in just to clear out as much vision as he can, taking his time to step forward there and clear out the control ward until he knows that no one is in the area. Full on 5v5, we're looking at things like the Kennen ultimate. See what he can do for Hosmed. Froggy as well, very strong. He can protect the backline incredibly easily. Shogun, the other big focus point. Ooh, Cage comes down. Once this cooldown is gone, it's going to be easy opportunity for EG to force a fight, and there it is. Darkness now coming out, not quite sure where to aim it. Impact a blinded man just takes a chance, but EG happy to just walk away here. Saigon Buffalo trying to take control of the mid lane, but EG already got the prize they wanted.
Yeah, and you have multiple members of EG here, so should be able to happily clear out this wave. Saigon trying to zone them off, but shouldn't get the Terra here.
Ooh, might just try to brute force it. This is some raw determination. JoJo stepping forward. The team is split. They have to be careful not to just get collapsed on here.
Yeah, I saw Vulcan on the flank. I wasn't sure how aggressive that you wanted to go, but with EG, the Impact backing and Danny not really having the wave clear you're hoping for, unable to approach the wave. Saigon Buffalo do get the Terror, so nicely done at least for the moment. And I mean, a 2,000 gold lead still for Saigon Buffalo. You haven't really got much of in a way of advantage of objectives, so it still feels like we're waiting for that one big fight to kind of blow this game open in either way.
Certainly, and I feel like it's an interesting game because a lot of what EG want to do is mitigated by the Veigar. But when we look at like relative scaling of junglers, Nocturne ult is always going to feel good if you're super far ahead. But in an even game, no doubt in my mind, Wukong just outvalues. There's a reason that Wukong is such a high priority pick. So a lot of this is just going to be on Saigon Buffalo's positioning around objectives, how they use that cage. Because JoJo is still a massive threat. It's just so hard for him to do anything. against a Veigar on the opposite side.
Yeah, I feel like the best option for Jojo Pyun here is like try and play side lane a little bit, right? If you can actually like answer for Hazmid, you got a good amount of kill pressure, especially with the Zhonya's Era class now complete as well. You can like bypass a lot of Hazmid's initial damage. You can even steal away the ultimate for yourself, and it means that Froggy isn't really in a position to try and match you. So then you can have Impact actually join in with the team, and if Jojo Pyun can get control of a side lane, group quickly with the other 4 members of EG, Impact goes to engage. That's how you can very quickly catch members of Saigon Buffalo out of position.
Danny's still farming up, and I think it's a good idea. It's a good concept. We can see EG now grouping up, trying to find a man advantage in some situation. Again, Froggy misuses the cage one time or is caught unaware. He will drop incredibly quickly. Part of the reason why you see that stopwatch come out from him, just to make sure that he has one get-out-of-jail-free card. Spinja inspired, fighting for control of this area. Taki very deep in enemy territory, though. Saigon Buffalo feeling pretty confident on this one. Stealing away the Nocturne all this big, though. Taki, if he gets spotted here, could just get leaped on, or left on in an instant, rather. TP now coming in. It's going to be a full-on fight. It's a brawl in the midst of everything. Jojo Pyun perfectly in the middle of the cage. There goes the cannon ultimate. Big damage coming down, or not. Perfectly timed stopwatch to make sure that he doesn't take too much on the backside. That said, still more than enough to finish the job in the long run. Impact caught in the cage. Froggy taking his time. It's going to take a long time to burn down Impact, but the same will not be said about Shogun as he falls. BJ also falling on the backside, inspired stronger in the 1v1 overall. It's a messy, messy fight, but EG, 4 members standing strong as Froggy and Hazmid are on the retreat. Oh, the sad Zoe. The absolute BM. Veigar, no more cage to keep him safe. Big shutdown to the side of Impact. EG monster that fight.
Yeah, great timing on the TP from Impact. Just gets in before the vision goes dark. And it means he's actually there for that fight. And now with so much money going into the hands of EG, they should be able to set themselves up nicely. But you'll see it here, right? Impact TP's the wave right before the vision starts to disappear from everyone. And now, as you get to move in, great engage from Vulcan as well to stop the follow-up, buy space for Wukong on the backside, buying time for Jojo as well. And eventually Danny's able to show up. He takes care of Shogun on the top side alongside Vulcan, and Inspired is just keeping BJ separated from the team, even manages to pick him off with the kill as well. And it means that EG just corral Saigon Buffalo into their last breath.
Oh. And really well played by Inspired in the 1v1, recognizing that there's no mana on the Nocturne, using the healing coming in from the Divine Sunderer just to win out on that despite a blinking health bar at the start. And obviously the cleanup to be expected in the final moments. That's just the power of the man advantage.
Yeah, and that feels like the fight that we were kind of waiting on, right? To actually get the big... I didn't hear what he said.
Something about flash on something.
But yeah, getting the big team fight now kind of feels like you've got control of the game. Second Dragon going your way as well. Now you get to start to push in as this unit. And again, I think your best bet is to have Jojo Pyun kind of off towards the side, but he is grouped here with the rest of the team to make sure they can use that Rift Herald and get that mid lane turret.
And the thing is again, I don't want to overvalue the importance of the cage, but the cage is probably the most important ability to track these fights, because it is easy for EG to re-engage if Froggy ever makes a mistake, because Wukong stealth leap in, you've got the Orinalt, which allows him to engage from such ludicrous range. The second that cage is down, easy for EG to force a secondary engage to try to force again. That said, does get harder as Kennen gets stronger, but Hazmid not getting a chance to play in this fight, is getting isolated. The cage comes down. Orinalt has already been used, but Jojo Pyun, not sure if he saw that one, but can just try to force a fight in the next few seconds before that cooldown's back up.
Yeah, really nice pick for EG. They're posturing from the Baron, but I don't think you want to do this. 3 ultimates burned on the side of EG, and I mean, yes, you're missing Hazmid, but I still think there's enough damage from Saigon Buffalo, enough poke that, yeah, they're just going to back away here. So just a nice pick from EG, and able to get some vision established.
Yeah, solid look. Not quite enough of an advantage to take the Baron quite yet, but Kaisa obviously going to shred through that objective, especially gets closer and closer to 3 items. It was a difficult early game for Danny, but he's definitely been doing a solid job in these fights. And Vulcan, of course, the second he gets past level 6, a very tanky boy. Not exposed to nearly as much risk as he was for those first few engages.
Yeah, I like the Maw picked up by Inspired as well, because you know that there's going to be a ton of damage coming in from Hazmid, from Froggy as well, and having that tankiness is going to be so valuable to Inspired. And the fact he has 6 kills as well, you could always look at something like a Force of Nature or something along those lines, but you're just going to try and be a big carry here with the Wukong.
Oh, Vulcan is going to go for it. Inspired can just instantly come over the wall. There's really no way out of this one. You can turn the lights off, but it will not stop you from going back to the fountain. Jungler picked off. EG multiple members on the bottom side. Counterplay from Saigon Buffalo looks like pushing down the mid lane.
There's a nice opportunity from EG though, right? They had push in mid. They're able to move across over to the bot side and make sure that they're all set up nicely there. And again, now they can start to get side lane control. push in, get more vision on this top side of the map as well. Although it looks like with 2.5 minutes until the third Dragon for EG, they may be more focused on just getting that vision control on the bot side and having the next big fight against Saigon Buffalo.
And very back and forth game, as you can see highlighted by the gold difference. But EG in the last few skirmishes have just felt like they've been so confident in execution, been pulling ahead now. Gold lead is not insurmountable by any means, about 2,500, but still EG in total control.
And especially for EG, this is a big win, right? Like PSG Talon having that monstrous win over G2 earlier today,
Certainly.
Definitely going to light a fire under Evil Geniuses. So the fact that they're, getting these much-needed wins against Saigon Buffalo. Now, I know Saigon Buffalo, obviously 0-5, haven't had the best of times, but you can never really count out this team. They're just so aggressive at times.
Certainly. The story of the BCS. A lot of people have doubted BCS in the past. It has not always worked out well. Knockup coming in, though. Getting the cannon out of the fight before he can use the ultimate is brutal. EG, free access to the bottom side of the map. There's not even a recourse Baron here for Saigon Buffalo to try to start up. So, EG having their cake, eating it too, really getting everything that they could want. And Hazmet cannot afford to get caught. If there's not a cannon ultimate in these fights, Saigon Buffalo don't really have any way to re-engage a fight on the back of a good pick.
Yeah, Saigon are trying to establish vision in turn for the tier 2 and bot side. Impact is going to actually just keep pushing the bot lane though, so at least they're looking for the picks, trying to see if maybe they can trade it with Shogun acting as bait.
Talking in the brush, Bija just going to try to steal away some camps, it looks like. We'll probably get spotted by this control ward though, which will be a clear indicator to Danny Inspired that they can move in for a bit more vision. Shogun already marked no mana either. That's going to be big. They know the Ezreal really cannot stick around for a fight. He's going to be forced to recall. Inspired now hunting, moving in. EG going to get full control of the Baron Pit. I wonder if they're going to feel confident enough to start it. Remember, Kenneth didn't ult, so it will still be up for this fight. They do want to fully commit.
Yeah, I think EG were able to just lazily walk over here because they're like, look, if Shogun's showing on the wave, well, they don't really have the damage right now from the rest of Saigon Buffalo to take the Baron by themselves. And they know there's 35 seconds until the Dragon, so you've already got vision control on the Dragon area. Just reset, look to play around that vision that you've already established, and it means that Saigon Buffalo have to try and make some sort of miracle play, but you're like, this isn't a composition that can just very quickly take the Baron without EG being at least somewhat aware.
Definitely something that we have to look at for is how quickly they can take it if they ever get in that position. But I think at this stage, Dagda, it's just so difficult because we expected with a Nocturne for Saigon Buffalo really to be the team forcing these picks and finding these picks. And they certainly did in the earlier stages of the game, but EG have been the ones constantly finding these avenues into enemy territory, finding this vision, taking away some of this vision in the cases we see Vulcan now, and finding picks of their own, stopping Saigon Buffalo from making any plays. And now they're going to get this Dragon completely and totally uncontested, moving up to Mountain Soul Point. And let me tell you, for Kennen, for Nocturne who want to dive in, Mountain Soul, that is a nightmare to deal with.
I mean, even for an Ezreal trying to get through an Orin, right? Like, how do you ever try and get through this front line as Saigon Buffalo starting to step forward? But I don't know if they want to be here necessarily.
Osman off to the side. Kennen ulti. Again, the big cooldown to keep your eye on alongside the cage coming in from Froggy. Stolen Smite for Froggy. He is ready to contest an objective if necessary. Jojo leaping in. Immediately the fight kicks off. They are not afraid to pull the trigger on the side of EG. Inspired. Now going godlike. No jungler left. Mid laner gone. EG. Once they got control of this game, they have done nothing to give it up. It has been clean play across the board.
Yeah, and really good to see from the North American representatives now. Going to be able to turn over towards the Baron. Hazmet has ult. He has the Shadow Flame, but Vulcan doesn't want to hear any of that.
The CC denying him any access to the pit. Taki and Shogun stepping forward. 2K getting lower. There is no way they steal this one. EG grabbing the Baron, moving their gold lead up to about 6K. 3 Dragons backing them up as well. Red Bull Baron power play might just be the end of this game.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, when you got as far ahead as you are, Impact stops huge Vulcan.
Shogun locked up. Instant follow from Danny. This is why we see the Kaisa so often used against the Ezreal, but luckily Shogun still has the flash. He'll do his best to fire back with a bit of damage.
Yeah, I mean, when you're able to almost brute force your way underneath these towers, it gets real scary for Saigon Buffalo, right? Like, Impact is able to hop underneath. You got Vulcan who can go for the dives as well. And even if you just catch someone out in rotation, they're completely donezo. So I feel like here, EG, you send Jojo off towards the bot side. The other members just push up mid, and you can always rotate to go join Jojo. But here, I was kind of surprised Saigon Buffalo went as aggressively here as they did. Like, Vulcan again, wonderful engage onto Froggy, and BJ instantly picks them off. But I mean, you're in a close quarters fight against an Alistair, against an Ord ult, against Jojo Pyun with Leona ult. That's just not going to work out well.
No. And again, the second the cage is gone, the trigger is pulled by the side of EG. They know exactly what they need to do on this one. Impact going to be rudely interrupted in the middle of forging an item. Not sure what he'll go towards next, but obviously these are not the two champions that can hurt Impact with all of that magic resist coming in. EG slowly pushing their advantage forward. Actually breaking the base will be difficult. Vigar obviously insane wave clear. But for now, just taking all these tier 2 towers as is to be expected on the first Baron. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It looks like they're going to try to start the fight off. Froggy flashing away from that one. EG just getting the second tower, getting Froggy's flash as well was big because the soul fight is the next major objective once this Baron falls away.
Yeah, and you can see Jojo Pyun just pushing in mid solo. So again, we're getting that kind of split. EG doing a good job of just trying to play between the two waves. And now that Jojo Pyun has kind of done his job here, he's going to go and settle down onto the bot side as well. So EG just playing the map very well here, keeping Saigon Buffalo tucked in their base so they can't actually try and contest things like this Dragon Soul in 2 minutes' time.
Very, very hard. Feels like they need to force a pick onto one of the weak sides for Saigon Buffalo. They don't really have any great TP flank boards for the Kennen. Kennen doesn't have flash either, so there just are not a lot of avenues for them to attack at this particular moment. They have to send someone to respond to Jojo, but it feels like they just don't have the resources. Instead, they're going to try to start the fight as Jojo's off to the side. Nocturnal now coming out, but no, the Wukong simply too strong. Stops BJ from getting in. Flash through. Now Hosman trying to respond, but EG, they are too powerful. Jojo Pyun still standing, goes gold, and Taki wants to finish the kill here. Froggy off to the side, but the Vanguard just doing nothing. Has to watch as it's the 1-for-1 at the end of the day. Jojo taken out of the fight. The tower still stands, so all things considered, not bad for the side of Saigon Buffalo.
Yeah, I mean, Danny just talking smack from between the legs of Impact, like looking like a child between Dad's legs. Just kind of going, come at me, like, you can't hit me. Impact's here.
Go. Impact trying to start another fight, too. Froggy going to get knocked up, going to get knocked down. Do they have the damage? Danny, no room to follow up at the tower now. Gone. Inspired breaking another tower. Danny trying to finish it off with the Cathian Rain. Impact still going. Inspired posting instead on the inhibitor. Is Impact just such a beefy frontliner? Nobody can break through that health bar. Slowly but surely chipping him down. He'll dash away. The inhibitor, though, still standing. They're going to lose 2 towers on this one. Impact should fall. Vulcan now trying to push away Hosman. Vulcan should drop as well, but Danny now just shifting his attention. Good heads-up play to move in and make sure he can take down that kill.
Yeah, the base of Saigon Buffalo will be cracked open, though. 2 inhibitors now exposed. Taki trying to see if he can find Danny, but when he's not in the bush, Taki will let off. And now 30 seconds till Dragon with Impact will have a CP available. Vulcan will try and make his way as fast as possible, but maybe Saigon Buffalo have a moment of respite to try and contest this Dragon before the members of EG are up. But I mean, here Froggy just takes that step too far. We already talked about how great the dive here is from Evil Geniuses. I mean, Orin, perfect. Alistair, amazing. Danny able to follow up super well. And I mean, it's more the split decision making here between Inspired trying to finish the inhibitor, Danny, and the rest of the team trying to fight forward that actually causes issues. But I mean, now with no more towers, shouldn't be an issue next time.
And ultimately, EG are so far ahead that it's not like Saigon Buffalo really get a lot of counterplay. They lose 2 towers anyway. The good news is they didn't lose more. But now you're facing down a Mountain Soul. Things go from bad to worse very quickly. There are 2 exposed lanes, 2 exposed inhibitors that can be taken out. Good news is they've got an ultimate from McKinnon. He's only level 14, level 16, still very far away.
They nearly got through Impact Shield there.
There's not a lot of good news. I take it back. There's very little good news. The Ornn items are fully online. The Wukong is very tanky. The Ornn is very tanky. The Alistair is unkillable. Jojo might also be basically unkillable, and Danny does a ton of damage. If you ever make a mistake, that's going to be the engage, forcing out a little bit of defensive CC in the form of the spell shield, but Froggy already down before the fight even starts. Inspired leaping onto the back line, shredding them through. Inspired interrupted on the dash in. Hosman trying to go into the backside. He just does not have the damage in the face of the Mountain Soul. Saigon Buffalo are powerless. EG so far ahead, wiping the floor with Saigon Buffalo as their final push should just end this game.
Yeah, 3-3 now for EG as they will be able to take down the Saigon Buffalo. Just waiting on this wave, and nicely done by the North American representatives, able to take the victory against the VCS.
I like it. Once they got control, they played clean, they played controlled. They know that even if Saigon Buffalo are 0-5, still have to take your time. Not flawless by any means, but 3-3. That much closer to locking in the 4th seed. That much closer to making it to the bracket stage.
Yeah, and as you said, just very, very clean from EG as well, like getting those early leads and then just being able to run away with it from there. Like, we got the quick invade coming through from Inspired off Jojo Pyun's early pressure in the mid lane, and from that it just felt relentless. It just felt like they were never going to get back into it.
Certainly, and I was really expecting the Vanguard to just shut down a lot of fights, and while he did on the bottom side river and that one choke point, the rest of the game just felt like Froggy. There was never a right time to put the cage down. Yeah. He'd put it down, 2 seconds, it would look like, yes, maybe we stopped them from engaging. And then instantly, Ornn ult from across the map. Kais is flying into the back line.
Oh, it was brutal. It was like, where do you even, like, they're coming at you from so many different angles. It's like you don't even have like one spot.
You stand in the cage. You put the cage down, you stand in the cage.
Just tap your heels.
Put yourself in jail. You say,
There's
guys,
no place like home.
It's a tough one. Obviously, for Saigon Buffalo, hard tournament. The fact that they're starting their second round robin with another loss is gut-wrenching. Credit to them for still trying to find creative picks. We're still trying to find a way back to this game. I was nervous for EG when we saw BJ get away. When we saw Taki almost get away, but again, credit to EG that once they got control, they never let it go.
Yeah, once they had a stern talking to their own minions, to not be against them in those moments, they were like, okay, we can actually start to play this out through the waves, being on our side, play off through getting that decent control and work with the team.
Minion block, it's a tough thing to deal with. Well, EG solidify sole possession of 4th place in the Rumble stage with this win, and after the break, we'll be joined by the victorious Inspired. Be sure to stay tuned.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Welcome everyone to MSI Cooldown at the conclusion of day 3 of the Rumble stage. EG will take the victory in our 6th and final game of the day over the Saigon Buffaloes. We talked about the importance of this matchup in terms of EG's chances up in the top 4, and they will solidify themselves, at least for today, into that 4th position. So they're going to feel happy, though Azael maybe not happy with the way in which the win came. It was a very odd game.
It was. It was really a weird game. Yeah. I'm not even sure why it felt so bizarre to me, but it just like, it felt like EG, everything that was happening on screen was always good for EG, but they were just like falling further behind in the early game, right? Like I think they were kind of over moving from lanes and stuff to try to make plays happen. It felt like maybe, you know, earlier we heard JoJo talking in an interview about, hey, sometimes we have people who are saying, let's not make aggressive plays, but like we really need to make them. So maybe this was a little bit of an overcompensation where they were just trying to create action even when maybe they shouldn't have, because Impact was moving a lot. We saw that Vulcan was moving a lot. They were losing plates in both top and bot.
In both.
Exactly. So even though it felt like they were never really in danger of losing, because I think they had great scaling and they did kind of dominate a lot of the fights, it was just weird. It was like, why are they falling behind?
Kills are going one way, Gold Lead is climbing in the other direction.
Yeah.
It was very odd.
And I feel like a lot of it also goes back to what we said earlier about mid-jungle. Like JoJo Inspired had a great game. Vulcan also, like sure, you know, they're moving a lot, they're losing plates. Some of that also just down to, you know, Danny making some mistakes and he gets solo killed by Shogun. But like Vulcan, I think Masu making up for it, having some like huge plays on the top side and around mid lane. So overall, I think EG had some good things. It's nice to see them much more willing to scrap. And on the opposite side, a bit strange that Saigon Buffalo, as the game went on, I think feel like got more and more scared and just kind of turtled in their base.
Like we've talked so much about, oh, their team identity, because you look back to the VCS, and even in the group stage, this is a team that's explosive. They're going to go for all the big plays. And like there were some little flashes of that, but it felt like once they started losing, I mean, you're playing Cannon Nocturne. You kind of have to get out of your base and find flanks, find engages. But it kind of felt like they just started playing not to lose. And we're like, hey, we have Veigar and Ezreal. Maybe we can win later. So they didn't really try anything for about 15 minutes. And EG just got full run of the map. They hit the ornaments. They start taking over enemy jungle. The Goldie starts going their way. They hit Mountain Soul. And it's like, well, you don't have any chance anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely clammed up a little bit, it felt like. One other point I'll just throw in is we did kind of have the discussion at the top of the day around EG's drafting from domestic to, you know, LCS playoffs, and then here on the international stage with a changed meta. This, at least in isolation, compositionally, I like this look.
Me too, yeah.
For EG, getting that stable. I mean, Ornn, just a phenomenal champion, but it's a stable top laner. You've got Danny onto that Kai'Sa. You still have a playmaker for JoJo.
Exactly.
Could just stop that with the Ornn. You're like, they got the Ornn. I love the draft. There were 4 other people there too.
I feel like it's
they
the
were
mix
doing some
that
stuff.
like the stability plus also having like these guys on key playmakers is what I'm happy to see for EG.
Well, and it's also just nice to see a strong Wukong game as well. Like, because I think back to the draft against G2 that people were really critical of, where it was like, Wukong's up, LeBlanc's up. You're not taking either of them, right? Which kind of made you feel like, are you just not confident on these champions or what's happening here? Because I do think you have to be able to play the kind of tourney OPs. Otherwise, you're just really gimping yourself in draft. You either have to spend extra bans and give over some of the kind of preferential picks that the other team has, or you just like let it through and you're always going to be playing against these champions that are kind of just stronger than yours.
Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps finding a little direction here at the end of day number 3 for EG. After another 1-in-1 day, though, Lore is now joined by EG's Inspired in the Verizon postgame interview. Take it away.
Thank you so much for joining me for this interview. You take down the Saigon Buffaloes in the last game of day 3. Well, how was this game for you? Felt like a fiesta, kind of.
Yeah, after seeing the draft, we're like, well, they have a lot of engage, but we also have a lot of engage, so the game will be a lot of fighting. And I feel like I just didn't play well enough in the early fights. I think it was a lot of mistakes that someone was left on like 1 HP and we already thought he's dead, so I was like changing the target to start hitting the other guy. And the first guy just didn't die, and somehow they managed to like turn the fights around, like stole some time. So yeah, the game became very chaotic. And at one point, there was like a big fight on bot lane that went in our favor. And after that, I think we just had control over the game.
Right, you made it work in the end. So that's what matters. It's interesting that you reflect this way on your performance, because I feel that since the beginning of MSI, you've been playing so well, really shining through EG. Honestly, how would you rate your performance and how strong you feel at MSI?
I think I played pretty well most of the games. It's hard right now to remember every game. I didn't play well in all of them, but I think in most of them. So I think I played well. I think we just need to play a bit better as a team, and I can see us winning against teams like G2. I don't know about the Asian teams. I think they are a bit higher level, but maybe if we will play very well, we can take them down as well.
That's interesting. What makes it so hard for you to match against the Asian team style-wise compared to the LCS maybe and what you're used to playing?
I think in LCS people didn't really challenge us at fighting. Like when we take fight on Rift Herald or Drakes or anything, people usually just give up, and then the game goes forward for us with a little lead. And here the Asian teams are always there to fight you, and it's even harder to win your lanes as well because they are so good in lane. And yeah, I think that's the biggest difference. They just try to win the game, not like teams in LCS.
I know that usually when it comes to international events, especially in the jungle, it's much different from the Western style to the Asian style. Have you learned much so far as a jungler? Because I know this is not your first international experience, but yeah, have you been surprised by the Asian junglers? I'm thinking of Wei and Honor, of course.
I mean, not like surprised. I already knew that they're very good. I think the biggest difference is that they play well around their laners. Like in EU or NA, I feel like if your laners are losing, you can still do something to help them and make the game in your favor. But when like Korean junglers play, I feel like, or Chinese, then their laners start winning. They will play well around them to like snowball and get the lead through that to win the game. So it's like very hard to start the snowball when it already starts, and I think that's like the biggest difference.
I see. And now when it comes to the meta, I think we see a lot of Viego, of course, a lot of Graves, Ban and Wukong also, which you got to flex on today. A bit, some words maybe about the meta, and especially about Viego, because his win rate is really low. So how, what is your understanding of the pick, and why is it so praised, even though the champion has not so much success, I would say?
I think you just want the jungler that can contest early and be stronger Rift Herald, because it looks like a lot of games are decided already on the Rift Herald, that the team that wins the teamfight then gets a kill or two and gets a Rift and then is able to get first tower, is in the lead for the rest of the game. So champions like Viego, Lee Sin, Grace maybe not that much, but Wukong is very strong on Rift as well. I think that's why people just play those champs, because they give you like the biggest power in the team fight. And yeah, the Graves is a bit different. He's more like a control champion that just wants to get vision for his team and be like first on the objectives and poke people. So he's a little bit different.
On role Graves being kind of OP.
Yeah.
Right now, a couple words on EG maybe before we end. You are solidifying your position in top 4 right now. But what can we expect from EG in the remaining of the second round robin for you guys to really get into that top 4 and maybe higher?
I think we just need to, I don't know, not play good on the team fights. I think, as I said about the Rift Herald before, I feel like we just need to focus on this the most, because before the tournament we kind of knew it, but now it shows even more that all of the games are kind of finished at 10 minutes or like you get a big lead. So we need to focus on how to rotate well and how to play out the team fights in the early game. So I think hopefully we'll do it better than enemy teams and we can win the games.
Yeah, still have a lot of games to do so. Inspired, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck on the rest of the games.
Thank you.
And Dash, back to you.
Thank you so much, Laura. Great to hear from Inspired. Interesting little tip of the cap to what he at least maybe sees as the power ranking of the teams. Just before we went live for Cooldown Lyric, you said, I feel like after today, I don't have any clue anymore who would be considered a favorite in this tournament. He seems to give a little bit more of an edge to both RNG, T1, at least in terms of how he feels EG can match up against them specifically as compared to G2.
Yeah, you know, and I mean, he's the one screaming these guys.
Right.
Like stylistically could be there, but man, I feel like every team just looks so messy right now. There's so many mistakes. There's some good moments, right? I mean, obviously G2 have had great games. RNG's game today was excellent, but it feels like there's exploitable holes in every team for anyone to be able to exploit.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really interesting. And I always like hearing, you know, Inspired get interviewed because he's very honest. Right?
Yeah.
He's one of those players who will just give you his opinion. He doesn't really care what you think about it. And you know, I think Laura had some great questions for him. But it's interesting to hear that little, like, I think people take it as a little bit of a dig at G2. And he had another interview that I think people took some exception to, where it's like, oh, like, how do you feel about the new G2? And he's like, well, it's caps and 4 players. They're the same, right? And so you have to also read into it a little bit. Like, he competed against these guys. You know, he won MVP in in Europe. So maybe he kind of just like, isn't as impressed because he's like, I know G2 or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Because I do think it's really hard to argue, at least based on stage games, that you should favor T1 over G2, right? RNG after today, I can see, okay, you can make the argument, hey, G2 had a really bad day. RNG absolutely clapped G2 today, but T1 has not shown enough that like I am willing to power rank them based on stage games. Scrim's always a different story.
1000% agree. Also, take everything he just said with the grain of salt that they are 0-5 against G2. So, you know, while he might feel they have a better shot against them, it's still, at least as of now, feels unlikely that they would find a win over any of those teams above them in the standings. Now, we say all that, and part of what threw the whole day on its head was, of course, the upset win for PSG over G2, and every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, PSG secured a crucial team fight win at Dragon to hand G2 their first defeat after
already been playing so well, but Kaiwing coming in, finding the key engage onto the enemy AD carry, setting up players like Unify to be able to get in there and do the damage. I mean, just huge moment coming out from PSG, and again, such a surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was a really interesting game because it was the first one that has bucked the trend of like minor region versus major region, right? Literally, we have played, I don't know, 25, 30 games now at this point of matchups between major and minor through groups and rumbles. This is the first time an emerging region, a minor region, whatever you want to call them, has actually taken down a major team in the whole event, which is very atypical. So it's exciting to see that it has finally happened. And obviously it's hugely exciting for PSG and means a lot for their tournament chances. Because they lost to EG in that first round robin, it was important for them to, you know, find an upset win to kind of really claw back.
Massive win. That was the second game of the day. Again, like I said, it kind of turned the whole day on its head, and we saw a lot more interesting stuff come out. It brings us to where we stand at the end of today, where it is now RNG in sole possession of first place. Again, we were talking about that matchup against G2 today as a possible tie. Just gaining that tie to, you know, to be in contention for first, and now they own it. G2 drops down to 4-2 with an 0-2 day. Meanwhile, T1 has their best day of the Rumble stage, going 2-0 to slot back up into a tie for second place. Yes, EG has a one-game lead over PSG, but that's a dangerous position to be in as PSG seems to ramp up through the Rumble stage as well.
I mean, especially because at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, EG has a one-game lead, but we've had this happen, you know, as LCS fans 1,000 times.
Too many times.
You know, even if you beat them in the first round robin, you're one game up. If they beat you in the second robin, it goes to tiebreakers. Guess how tiebreakers usually go for NA? We're like 1 in 3,000, so it's not the best record all time.
I've been there for all of them.
Yes. Unfortunately, I'm usually casting those, and you can see the hope drain from my eyes.
Are you casting on tiebreaker day?
Yes,
he
casts
EG,
G2, and tiebreakers.
I'm hosting. You're casting on tiebreaker day. Oh, that's
you better pray that EG locks up tomorrow, because I am absolutely a curse.
Very, very scary spot to be in. As we said earlier today, RNG defeated G2 in the fight for first, but we were also able to catch up with Ben in his Verizon post-game interview to understand how they took them down this time around.
But talking more about the matchup versus G2, they won the first game, you won the second, which was really important in the race for first. Can you talk me through the adaptation and what you learned from G2 since the first game to win this one this time?
那其实，在你们目前和 G2 的2次交手当中，第一局是 G2 获得胜利，那这一次你们是斩获了胜利，所以也想问一下，可能在过程当中你们是有获得哪些的可能改进或者提升吗？或者说从 G2 那里可能有学到什么，然后呢运用到比赛当中，然后在今天很漂亮的拿下胜利呢？
我主要是感觉可能是我个人在上一次面对G2的时候打的有一些急躁吧，就是不管是出装方面还是就是做的动作方面，然后这次既然选下了同样的英雄就是葛文嘛，那我这次肯定要做出一些改变的，想着怎么样就是能让队友玩得更舒服一点，然后整体团战看起来更协调一点嘛，所以我这次就主要是针对我自己，然后做出一些改变，然后这次就拿下了，我也挺开心的。
So in terms of my personal performance, I think for the previous game against G2, I really played too rushly. I just rushed a bit in the actual game. And also, so for today's game, for the Atom build and for the strategies, I would like to make some changes because I have picked the same champion Scream for this 2 matchup. So for today's game, I would like to just play more safely to help my teammates to build more leads. And also, we would like to have a more cooperated team fight to have a very good synergy for the whole team to win the game.
Was an amazing performance from RNG. Well, thank you very much, Ben, for this interview. Xie. And Wendy, thank you so much for the translation. Back to you in Berlin.
I mean, that pretty much sums it up exactly, right?
Yeah.
You know, thought very critically about the way that he matched up against G2 the first time around. Maybe played a little impatiently.
Way less risk.
Too much risk the first time. And this time around, yeah, taking less risk. And in doing so, we mentioned very early on in that top lane 1v1, actually got the advantage as a result of that patient play.
Yeah, I mean, even the summoner spell choice, right? Like, you know, I think most people would say, oh, even if it's a bad matchup, Ben will just go Ignite and try to kill them anyway. He actually went Exhaust. He, you know, built slightly more defensively. He played slightly more defensively. He was happy to trade farm because Gala was getting massive advantages. You don't have to be the carry every time. And I think an RNG with, you know, kind of a maturing Ben and Wei playing really well is absolutely terrifying because the form that they showed today is really hard to stop.
That's where I will come back to, again, kind of the question you raised before we came on for cooldown around who would be considered a favorite. I think if you isolate, obviously, to just today, RNG seemed to unlock that next level with Bin and Wei stepping up, finding a new gear. This would be the version of a team that I would fear the most in this tournament. You'd probably argue holistically, at least from my perspective, that G2 has still been the top performing team across the tournament. But again, it's starting to get murky.
Yeah, I feel like for RNG, like if Bin can be stable, it's fine. I feel like Wei is really the one we need to say stay at that top level. Like he was such a big factor in their MSI win last year. But the thing about RNG that is just very hard to reconcile with is that a lot of their wins are never flashy or convincing. Like today's definitely was. But even think back to LPL finals, it's like a lot of their wins are messy, a lot are scrappy and
fighting.
Exactly. So it's just one of those things where I think if RNG do end up being able to take this MSI, they're going to take us all on a wild ride to get there.
I like wild rides, man. Put me on that roller coaster. Speaking of which, we've got 2 more days of Rumble stage play. We'll take a look at tomorrow's schedule to see what's in store. We are going to get a G2 versus PSG Talon rematch right off the bat, which I'm super excited for before EG and T1 go up against each other in the second matchup of the day. Royal never give up against the Saigon Buffalo, still looking for their first win of the Rumble stage before G2 and T1 take to the stage as well. Lots of really big matchups in all honesty, especially as we narrow down and there's less room to drop games, you know, for any of these teams, especially those who are right on the cusp, either in that 3, 4, 5 position.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, EG really going to be searching for an upset win. You know, if they can get a win over or T1 or RNG, you know, that sets them up so incredibly well because they're already 1 game ahead of the pace there on PSG. So then even if you lose that potential tiebreaker, if you've got an upset win, hey, you maybe just advance anyway. So it's a very, very big day. And G2 with, again, some tough matchups. You know, they're going up against T1, obviously, who we've kind of cooled on, but G2 coming off a rough day where they were upset by PSG. They play them again, so they're going to be hungry for some revenge. But then have a very, very tough matchup against T1.
I was going to say tomorrow could actually be like a really great day for PCS fans and maybe scary for NA, right? Because getting the rematch against G2, we saw obviously very winnable, and then they're playing up against Saigon Buffalo. So, I mean, PCS might actually be able to walk out with a 2-0 day.
Yeah, that's a really good point, right? And then, yeah, you're just kind of looking at the mental game.
I don't think G2 is going to lose to them twice.
You don't?
No, I don't think G2 is going to lose to PSG again. I really can't see it.
I don't think they should, but I definitely think it's doable.
I don't think anybody would think they should. I guess my question would be, so what is the learning for G2 today? What's the approach for tomorrow?
G2 is going to play tanks tomorrow.
Okay, it's match team fight. It's match team fight for team fight. You think at that point?
Okay. I think that like you look at how they were really, really successful in the LEC playoff run. You look at a lot of their best games, their most dominant games. It was with Broken Blade playing tanks. It was with them building for 5v5. Caps is going to get you an edge. Even when they got stumped by RNG, he was clapping Xiaohu in lane. You don't need to get fancy. You can just play Ornn and Sion every single game. Caps is blasting everyone. You're going to create advantages there, almost guaranteed, it feels like. You have the best mid-jungle duo. Play towards that. Play towards your bot lane. Chill on the top side. Build for 5v5. And if they do that, I just can't see them losing to PSG. So that's what I'm expecting personally.
I feel like just to like throw it back to a segment you guys did, we just need to go back to just the team fight comp, right?
Yes.
Just the team fight comp. They were the
Just
first
team
one.
fight comp.
They were the first ones to come in and be like, just pick these big 5v5 wombos, and it worked pretty much every single game.
All right, there you have it.
Yep.
I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself. Maybe Azael could have.
Team fight comp.
That's a team fight comp. There it is. Lots in store tomorrow. We are narrowing towards that knockout stage. Each of these teams really putting all they've got out onto the stage. That's going to be it for tonight. Make sure you tune back in for tomorrow, day 4 of the Rumble stage. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other. Good night.